A very good morning, one and all. That was the JVM suffer, that is, how JVM has grown from 2001 till date. I, Mrs. Harshada Niju, on behalf of Department of Science of JVM's Degree College, take immense pleasure to welcome each one of you to the two-day international conference on emerging novel trends in science for human welfare 2021. That is, ICENT SHW 2021. A leader is the one who lights the path to impossible and takes those who follow to great heights. For us, our leader is our very own young and dynamic respected principal, Dr. Leena Sarkar Ma'am. She is our wings of flight, our pillar of strength, and our constant source of motivation. I cordially invite respected Principal Ma'am to deliver the welcome address. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Harshada. Good morning, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of Gyan Vikas Mandal's management staff and myself to the International Conference on Emerging Novel Trends in Science for Human Welfare, ICENT SHW 2021, organized by Department of Science. I would like to thank our President, Lion, Dr. Ashok Mehta, Executive President, Shri M.S. Vomreddy, Vice President, Shri V.N. Hegde, our Honorable General Secretary, Shri V.K. Hunnur, Joint General Secretary Shri K. Deshpande, and all other management members for their constant support and encouragement, which made this conference possible. It is a matter of great honor for me to welcome the chief guest for this conference, Professor A.D. Sawant, ex-Pro Vice Chancellor, University of Mumbai, and former Vice Chancellor, University of Rajasthan, and thank him for accepting our invitation for inaugurating this virtual conference. I also welcome Professor Dr. Ravindra Deshmukh, former Associate Dean of Science and ex-Principal, Karjat College, for his presence. I extend a very warm welcome to all the delegates, principals, vice principals, faculty members, and students. With great pleasure, I welcome members of the Advisory Committee and eminent speakers. Dr. V.K. Jain, Director, UMDAE, which stands for University of Mumbai and Department of Atomic Energy Collaboration, Center for Excellence in Basic Sciences. Dr. B. Satyanarayana, Professor, Tata Institute of Fundamental Research. Dr. Mrs. Jacinta D'Souza, Professor and Chairperson, School of Biological Sciences, UMDAE Center for Excellence in Basic Sciences. Dr. Arun Gattiwarke, Professor and Deputy Director Academics, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Pune. I am thankful to all of them for their valuable guidance and support. Indebted and express my sincere gratitude towards Dr. B. Satyanarayana and my guide, Dr. V.K. Jain, who have been the backbone of this conference. They were always available for their advice. I extend a hearty welcome to all the other eminent speakers of this conference. Dr. S. G. Dani, Distinguished Professor at UMDAE Center for Excellence in Basic Sciences. He is recipient of Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Award. Welcome you, sir. Dr. Marcello Ebrecia, Professor at Department of Physics, University of Bari, Italy, and Italian National Institute of Nuclear Physics, Bari section, who will be joining us from Italy. I heartily welcome you, sir. Dr. Cecilia Ariano, Professor and Coordinating Investigator at University of Lisboa, Portugal. A very warm welcome, ma'am. Dr. Axel Klein, Professor at University of Cologne, Green Stars, Germany. I heartily welcome you, sir. I also welcome Dr. Gopal Sarma, Chairperson for today's presentation session. A very warm welcome to all the delegates. I am extremely delighted to see such an overwhelming response for this conference, despite the difficult circumstances we have been going through for the past 1 year. We have delegates from different parts of India and abroad Thank you all for believing in us. Novel coronavirus has proved the significance of science, research, learning, invention, and innovation. The world is evolving at a speed that is difficult to catch hold of. Every day there are revelations, changes, inventions. This conference gives us an opportunity to keep ourselves abreast in this difficult period. Here I would also like to mention that we celebrate National Science Day every year on 28th February to showcase the role of science in society. On the same lines, this conference, ICENT SHW 2021, also aims to engage society with science. The conference offers highly interactive sessions with leading scientists of the world and is a wonderful opportunity to enhance our knowledge, learn new things, and share ideas. A common man might not even realize how many scientists, professors, experts are continuously working tirelessly behind the scenes for the welfare of mankind. I feel privileged to be around some of them today, here with us in the conference. Thank you so much for taking your worthy time to talk to us and illumine us. We are fortunate to have such a diverse pool of knowledge and experience all at once on this platform. As Madame Curie once said, nothing in the life is to be feared. It is only to be understood. Now it is the time to understand more so that we fear less. And science is the way out, because the science of today is the technology of tomorrow. Eagerly waiting for enriching and fruitful sessions. Thank you once again and a warm welcome to all of you. Thank you. Jai Hind. I now request Professor Harshada to take over.
Thank you, ma'am, for such a wonderful address. Now, I request the extremely talented and hardworking convener of this international conference, ICENT SHW 2021, my dear colleague, Ms. Savita Kumari, to speak a few words about the conference.
Thank you, Harshada ma'am. Good morning, everyone. I, Savita Kumari, Assistant Professor, Department of Chemistry, convener of this two-day international conference on emerging novel trends in science for human welfare, ICENT SHW 2021, welcome you all. Science generates solutions for everyday life and helps us to answer the great mysteries of the universe. In other words, science is one of the most important channels of knowledge. It has a specific role as well as a variety of functions for the benefit of our society, creating new knowledge, improving education, and increasing the quality of our lives. Science must respond to societal needs and global challenges such as climate change, ocean health, biodiversity loss, and freshwater scarcity. The research advancements and benefit of science exists only when it percolates downwards, benefiting all. Thus, we may develop an integral vision of life which embraces in its wide scope the past and the present with all their heights and depths. Human welfare should be the ultimate goal of science because, in the end, are we not inhabitants of the same world whose actions affect fellow human beings? Keeping this in mind, and one of the basic principles of UNESCO, whose aim is to face sustainable development challenges by understanding the language of science and becoming scientifically literate, we decided to keep the objective of this conference as emerging novel trends in science for human welfare. With this international conference, we aim to bring together leading academic scientists, researchers from different parts of the world to share their experiences and research results, contributing with sustainable solutions for a better tomorrow. To mention few more benefits of ICENT SHW 2021, we hope to discuss concerns as well as practical challenges encountered during research and solutions to be adopted, to encourage and promote scientific community to exchange and develop new strategies and establish collaborations. The convergence of recent scientific activities will provide unique opportunities for both theoretical and applied sciences. I'm very much glad to be part of this international conference. I also hope we all have a good time exchanging knowledge with each other and have a better insight towards welfare of the society through science. Thank you one and all. Over to you, Harshada ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. As it is the very first international conference organized, we seek blessings of Almighty God to help us endeavor this stint successfully. Also, it has been our college ritual to start all auspicious occasions by offering prayers to Ma Saraswati along with the lighting of lamp. For this, I request Mrs. Janavi Shirasagar ma'am and Mrs. Archana Sanat ma'am to recite our college prayer. Also, I request all our honorable management members and respected principal to light the lamp.
ॐ असतो मा सद्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्योर्मा अमृतं गमय ॐ सहना भवतु सहनौ भुनक्तु सह वीर्यं करवावहै तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मा विद्विषावहै ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः.
Thank you all. We humbly seek blessings from all honorable management members for the same. Now, we come to the formal inauguration of International Conference ISEN SHW 2021 virtually. I request all the respected dignitaries to officially declare the International Conference Emerging Novel Trends in Science for Human Welfare 2021 open.
Yes, declared.
A heartfelt thank you to all the respected dignitaries for doing the honors. We are very happy and blessed to have very eminent scientists and personalities present amongst us to grace this occasion. We would like to felicitate all of them with a memento as a token of appreciation and love. To begin with, we would like to felicitate today's honorable chief guest, Dr. A.D. Sawant, sir. Respected eminent speakers of today's session, Professor Dr. Vimal K. Jain, sir. Professor Dr. Jacinta D'Souza, ma'am. Professor Dr. Axel Klein, sir. Professor Dr. Cecilia Maria Ariano, ma'am. And Dr. Gopa Sarma, ma'am. We would also like to felicitate Day 2, that is 16 Feb 2021, eminent speakers as well. Professor Dr. B. Satyanarayana, Professor Dr. Arundhati Varke, Chandni Swarup Bhatnagar Awardee, Professor Dr. S.G. Dani, Professor Dr. Marcelo Abracia. Also, we would like to felicitate Honorable Chief Guest of tomorrow's valedictory ceremony, Dr. Ravindra Deshmukh sir. I once again, on behalf of JVM's Degree College, wholeheartedly welcome you all for the ISIN SHW 2021. Welcome all. Our college was established in the year 2001 by Gyan Vikas Mandal Trust. Ever since, we are associated with the college. We are all bonded like one family. This was possible only because of the constant support and guidance of the honorable management members. To say something in particular about Honorable Executive President Shri M.S. Reddy sir, I am always awestruck. Sir is a person with good heart. All his life, Sir has been striving for the betterment of the society through his motto, Education for All. As Sir is not keeping well today, he won't be able to give the presidential address. So I request respected Principal Ma'am to deliver the presidential address on his behalf. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Harshada. Since Sri M.S. Reddy sir, our executive president, is not well, he has shared his message and he has told me to read out the message. Good morning to all the dignitaries, patrons, resource persons, and dear participants. I warmly welcome you all to the two-day international conference on emerging novel trends in science, organized by Department of Science, JVM's Degree College, NAC accredited A grade. It is indeed a proud moment for us as this is the first international conference organized by the college. We have received total 503 participants who have registered from all over India and abroad from the countries like Germany, China, Australia, Sri Lanka, USA, UAE, Singapore, and Abu Dhabi. I am happy to have amongst us distinguished scientists and scholars from across the world. I especially thank our chief guest, Professor Dr. A.D. Sawant, former Vice Chancellor, University of Rajasthan, and Professor Dr. Ravindra Deshmukh, former Associate Dean for the Faculty of Science and Technology, who took time from their busy schedule to grace this event. A special mention to all the advisory committee and expert speakers, Dr. V.K. Jain, Professor Dr. Jacinta D'Souza, Dr. Satyanarayan Viste, Dr. Arundhati Varke, Dr. S.G. Dani, Bhatnagar Awardee, Dr. Excel Klein, Dr. Cecilia Maria Ariano, Professor Dr. Marcelo Abracia, the past year has been some unprecedented changes and we are gradually adapting to the new normal. Tremendous changes paved the way for path-breaking research. This conference is an attempt to bring together the scientific community and provide a platform for us to engage in the emerging trends in science and technology. I thank you all for attending and hope you gain many valuable insights from this conference. Thank you all. Congratulations to Science Department and best wishes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And thank you, sir, for your words of enlightenment and encouragement. And it will surely help us for this program. And we all hope that you get well soon, sir. I'm very much honored to have this opportunity to introduce the Honorable Chief Guest of ISENT SHW 2021, Professor Dr. A.D. Sawant, sir. Sir was a former professor of chemistry, the Institute of Science, Joint Director of Higher Education, Mumbai, Pro Vice Chancellor, University of Mumbai, Vice Chancellor, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur. Sir was born and brought up at Wada district, Palghar. After early education there, Sir obtained his BSc in Chemistry degree from Patkar College and MSc PhD from Institute of Science, Mumbai University. He then joined as a lecturer in chemistry at Institute and rose to post of Professor of Chemistry. After doing research under the legacy of an eminent professor, Dr. B.C. Hardar, soon he established a strong school of research in fields of nuclear, inorganic, analytical, solid state, and environmental chemistry. Sir has guided 26 students, I'm sorry, Sir has guided 26 students for PhD and published over 150 papers, of which 87 in 87 in foreign journals with high impact factor and as high citation index. Sir has published article in Encyclopedia of Analytical Science published by Cambridge University. His research was of applied nature and nuclear science. Analytical methods developed by Sir have made a significant contribution to fields of chemistry and were used to pollution studies, mainly of aquatic ecosystem of Mumbai, contamination of fish and aquatic ecosystem of Mumbai, industrial pollution of rivers. His research team studied and reported many dreaded pollution issues. His research on toxic metal studies was pioneering and exposed dreaded pollution issues, including lead pollution at Dadra Nagar Haveli, which further resulted in introduction of petrol in India. As an administrator, Sir has made a landmark contribution to the Shikshan Shulk and admission committees of professional courses. Sir was a member of writing Private University Act, Law University Act, amendments to Maharashtra University Act. As Pro VC and VC of universities, Sir worked and brought out landmark changes and reforms in administration and development of infrastructures, including establishments of new centers during centennial year of University of Mumbai. While Sir was Vice Chancellor, Government of Rajasthan appointed him as a chairman of high-level committee for restructuring and improvement of higher education. Sir was a recipient of numerous awards from many organizations. He has engaged in transformations of technologies for rural development and has led many academic delegations to overseas countries, including an invitee to many international forums and conferences. Currently, Sir is a director, Waste to Energy Research and Technology Council, and India chapter of Columbia University. Vice President, National Society of Friends of Trees. President, Society for Clean Environment, Chief Trustee. The Institute of Science Golden Jubilee Trust Fund. Advisor to many institutions and member of authorities of many universities. I'm sure, sir, there will be many more achievements to add to this list in the coming years. We are lucky to have you here, sir, today as the Honorable Chief Guest, and we all are very much eager to hear from you. I request you, sir, to enlighten us with your words. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Harsha.
Sir, you have gone. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Harsha, and Principal Leena, and members of Management Committee, the President, Reddy, and I see the Chief Patron, my very great old friend, Dr. Mehta. And I first of all appreciate you. I am sure that when I was a Joint Director and Pro Vice Chancellor, this was just a new college, had not really bothered much me because it was a non-aided, I believe, and as a affiliating college to University of Mumbai, I hardly had any trouble from your college, and that's why I am so happy to know in a shortest time the growth of the institution, which you have shown the canvas of the your campus. I'm delighted, and we'll feel sorry that we are not there physically present to see the infrastructure of your college, but we must congratulate for setting up such a institution, and that adds to the great and good access to the students of the in the region of University of Mumbai. Secondly, I must rather thank and congratulate you for thinking so innovative. One thing that we had a very innovative inaugural program, which I have not witnessed by all these so many conferences we have gone through, and that was a very wonderful way of displaying uh, the whole thing. And you could hook on the great scientists across the world as a resource person here. And I was wondering, then now I realized that Dr. Jain is there as a great support behind you, the great advisor from whom we also have benefited a lot, the university and the whole academic and research system. And I must say that the staff and students very lucky in a college which is an emerging college, having undergraduate and postgraduate. And I'm sure research facilities are yet to getting established, probably. And so, from this innovativeness, we can see that your college or institution becomes one of the prime center in the University of Mumbai, where the research facilitations. And sure, you'll pick up some ideas that in emerging novel trends in science and human welfare, very appropriately thought in this difficult time of pandemic. And the recent trends and technologies, how important they are. And if they are in its place, there is a hard work of dedicated scientists, like you see many of them here on this forum will be speaking to you. And so I thought it was a very rather surprise to me how a small man like me, you could think of give inaugural some short talk. So I preferred not to take much of your time. In fact, you have taken more time to introduce me. It was really not necessary, and thank you for that. But I shall be tangentially touching some areas to impress upon the minds of the students that the small things, when somebody pursues the research, it's not a research alone, but the philosophy behind that, there has to be human welfare. And just think of, had we not well established system of research, I'm talking global, in the pandemic way, how it is touching upon the globe. So the human being have done indulge upon these technologies. Otherwise, in such a short time, normally vaccines and medicine take decades and years, centuries to get a breakthrough and salvage the problem like COVID-19 pandemic. But I would say in the shortest time, we have vaccines on your table and it's being implemented and throughout the world. This is how it's a global health issue, and so technology has come to its great rescue. Now look at the center established by Vision, the great Dr. Homi Bhabha, the scientist, to see that India is not behind of the world, and establishment of Bhabha Atomic Research Center. You can just imagine the contribution to this country from this center, and the nuclear energy, where they are almost part of regulatory Vienna and following up the guidelines. Look at the nuclear energy. It was a small triggering of the discovery of a neutron by Chadwick in 1932, and that has made a wonder. Forget the Manhattan Project and then nuclear bomb development for disasters, but there are more peaceful applications that we have been all enjoying Unfortunately, common man people are not aware of that the benefits of the nuclear science and nuclear energy today. Most of the technologies are supported by nuclear science, tracers, and nuclear medicines, and so on. So this small discovery of neutron has led to getting a huge amount of nuclear power. And what for it is? It is for a human welfare. Look at the decipheration of gene 1952, not very old story. And today you find so many globally, so many discoveries are made which are very much centric on these subjects: genes, science, biotechnology, genetic engineering, biotechnology. All these issues are centering around this focal discovery. So these landmark discoveries, there are plenty more, but I said not to take much of your time, has really brought welfare to the human being. So now, quickly to proceed further, even in this conference, yes, the next slide, I am talking about the wonderful conglomeration of the great scientists. So I decided to speak for a minute on the next slide to give an overview of this conference. You have got experts from the field, and you all see of them. In addition to Dr. Jain, who has had great contributions in the science and analytical chemistry, solid chemistry, nuclear science, and so on from atomic energy, which I just talked about, the BRC. And now he's doing great contribution to developing the new trends through the training of the talented manpower of this country, the Center of Excellence in Basic Science. So an objective is to get something novel out of it, novel methods of education and so on. So we have here Akhil Khan. You can all see him here now, rightly. I mean, in addition to so many positions he's having at Humboldt and all that, he is belonging to my own discipline of inorganic chemistry, but more focused on the bioinorganic and biomedical and material chemistry, which is so important for welfare of the human being, which we are talking about today. Dr. D'Souza from TIFR also on engaged in the protein complexes. Why I'm saying that? Because there's some relevance. Then Dr. Selena is also doing something with the RNA degradations and how relevant the work that it is today. So as Dr. Satyanarayan in high energy nuclear physics, and Marcelo again working in the field of energy, and we have the great people, Bhatnagar awardee, S.G. Dani, whom we used to hear from my students' time, Professor Haldar used to always talk about him. And Dr. Arundhati. So both are mathematicians, and you know how mathematic modeling is very important to come to rather decipheраtions of many concepts, who can define it, number it out, and then design the parameters that how one can operate too. So friends, this conference of emerging novel trends in science for human welfare, the examples I cited, you can see that it has done a great wonder for the human welfare, including the recent breakthrough of vaccine development in shortest time. If you go to the next slide, I will tell you uh, technologies, why you require them. Ultimately for human welfare, all world and all countries and everything established and talking about for what? To have a better life, a healthy life. So human welfare, and which can be achieved and should be achieved without disturbing the ecology and environment. So with the minimal cost of environmental and social cost. Has to be given a deep thought over it. You might be producing some anti-cancer compound at one hand, but then you are throwing out in the environment or effluents or contaminating our resources again with carcinogenic compounds. So how does it help? So the concept has to be built up that you have to have eco-friendly in every sense. You produce some material with a minimum cost, which has got a social value, and does not damage. We have been hearing all about issues, and we have many regulations, but are we really seriously able to achieve it? And I'm sure not yet. So we still require novel methods, Otherwise, if environment was not damaged so badly, you would not have been having corona or COVID-19. And so we have in the crux of the issues of boiling down how clean ways and method we deal with. So I'll be talking very limited parameters of this human welfare, how the technologies are related to. So convergence of technology, you see, we have at the University of Rajasthan, Jaipur, when I was a vice chancellor, that I could get a huge grant for centers for converging technology. Good amount of grant we could get, establish separate house laboratory, asking professors do something novel, converge the technologies. And I'm happy to tell you that the center is running so well of Center of Convergent Technology. We could introduce the MTech course in converging technologies, and center is running very well. Then systematic efforts on the sectors like medicines, nanotechnology, to overcome physical limits of IT hardware. See, nano I am putting across your most beloved or sought IT hardwares. The time will come, they'll be replaced by nanomaterials. Just think over it, what I mean to. Sequencing of human genomes, all without compromising Earth ecosystem and for eradications of extreme poverty, hunger, to ensure also the environment sustainability. Dr. Leena, you spoke about it, sustainability. So this has a deep meaning. Every word has to be understood. So technologies, novel methods, novel technologies for ultimately human welfare and good of the world. But these issues have to be kept into mind. All the scientists concerned you're talking about, they have been working in this field. And so like say Chadwick, then Otto Hahn and Strassman, they think of the nuclear fissions and all those, to get phenomenally the wonder, I would say, those days, the nuclear energy today we have been enjoying. So as I said, the separation of gene has led to the so many of the revealing secrets of the nature. But while doing so, go to the next slide. Look at the challenges. I purposely put this with some reference. I got it. The various global parameter, historical, 1900, 2010, and forecast for 2020. Look at the populations in billion. We are going to be soon beyond 6.9. We have gone to 7, and 2050 between 8 to 10.6 is expected, of which the group of scientists and planners, developments they have been talking about, population urban is ranging from, it is increased from 10 to today about 51%. And when it goes to 61%, we can see by 2050 how much the crowding of the cities. So exactly require such kind of novel methods of housing, sustainable environment, managing resources. So will the world be able to compete to survive and face the obstacles or the dreaded diseases like the pandemics of it can be of any time? Think of the challenges 2050. Friends, technologies alone will bring the change or make you sustainable, not the philosophies alone. How to blend mindset is again a great science going to be a challenge for the future. That yes, you all feel, I feel, you feel that yes, there should not be pollution. The emissions from my car or my industry or house or waste management. If that conscious is developed, I think that also it shall be novel contribution. Today it is said no, the good health is the most wonderful drug. And how to manage a good health without medicines, I will not indulge into that. You are all now know new facets of maintaining a good health. I would say it is a wonder drug, which doesn't require any synthesis, effluent, discharge, material, handling, blending, machineries, emissions, and so on. So similarly here, if you handle these issues of urbanization, which is a great change, so much so that the migratory laborers come, they go back, they can't settle here, and they have to quit in a pandemic situation like Corona. So what we have done for human welfare through all this? Could we make them sustainable way of living life in the city, in the urban area, or you just extracted that energy and their manpower? No. Now, if I say I will not go into details of this slide today, GDP, American way you can say it, 18% is going on medicines alone. And then further, going to be 35% of the GDP will be spent on the medicines by 2050. Are you going to able? I mean, are you going to afford it? Next one. And so the medicines, the biotechnology is here, nanotechnology is here, material science people are here, TIFR people are here, Center of Excellence people are here, and our overseas friends. These are the challenges I would put. I was talking to my professors, and the kind of feeding was given to all of us to work forward. Otherwise, I would not have ventured out of the laboratory to measure heavy metal in aquatic environment of the Mumbai city, environmental pollution, and a factory at Dadra Nagar Haveli border which had killed 400 cattle heads, and human health was under grave risk. Nobody ventured into against the threat of beating me out there by the security. I picked up the sample to tell the whole world. BBC came into the picture that how much lead concentration of blood lead was in human being. Lead is not a micronutrient, is 100% toxic. Even a 5 microgram per deciliter sets the problem in a body, physiological disorder, it becomes a carcinogenic. By that time, many countries had gone unleaded petrol. We were not. Many small countries had gone to, but so we raised the bogey of this. So the techniques by estimating lead atomic absorptions and many other associated toxic metal by neutron activation analysis, we could tell the whole world that how much your environment is contaminated. Nobody was talking in those days, but my professor had a vision of a toxic metal trace element into the environment, particularly food chain and aquatic environment. But yes, we triggered that issue. Today everybody is talking about. So from laboratory to the field side, without any permission or any grant, go and collect the samples and do the work. Yes, we could lead the way for getting unleaded petrol, fighting with the minister, the Kamalnath, the environment ministry, Bittu Saigal here, the NGOs. We created a bogey, a big lobby, and we pressed upon. So ultimately, we could go for unleaded petrol when so much of the 54 milligram of lead was being added per liter. So we can imagine how much was the tetraethyl, tetramethyl lead emission to the environment. Who can take care of this? The novel methods of discovery is one thing, but to know what is happening, the science is doing the damages as well, have to be tabled out. And therefore, the important technologies are like biotechnology, information technology, nanotechnology. They are very, very important. I can't go into in a short talk for all kinds of facets of the new technology. Let's talk about transport, health and medicine, agriculture and food. Now, what is all that important? Transport was shut down. Transport does so many damages. So many people die of the accidents. Why the IT is not in place to control that, I shall tell you how. Health and medicine, we have been suffering. We are still not sure. They're saying that Corona, COVID-19 might re-emerge. The trends are changing now. Agriculture, food security. You know that it is not everyone that is fed with the food when required, and the kind of distribution management system. where technology also has to come into picture. Can we go to the next slide, please? I'll finish in next 5 minutes. What do we require? Changes have to grow exponentially. It's not that city getting crowded, urbanizations and the roads are the same. It's not the food material that we require. And you produce more, most of it goes for reprocessing and for conversion into other things, including grains for wines. And living here our shortages here. That is one. Reprogram our biology to transcend for merger between ourselves and technology. You can understand the potential of this statement, and the scientists sure, biotechnologists, genetic science, engineering, they will tell you. Meet the challenges of world post-scarcity, is the wrong spelling, not scarcity, sorry, it's scaring, no doubt, but scarcity, E should not be there, developing around 2050. Now, should it move so fast that probably the demand supply and the pricing formula will get erased, and it has to be erased out. You may find some material available free. So the post 2050, the technologies has to contribute so much. Please see what I mean to say. Some items you struggle for getting them. They are shortages. There is no overproduction. The overproduction that you see with kind of fertilizers you all have developed, the farmers, when there's overproduction, it doesn't get anything. There is no technology in a place to preserve onion and potato in spite of the efforts of the atomic energy in India here to protect them, preserve them, make them sproutless. But this kind of technologies are also required to preserve our food. Now they're all efforts, what they spend on a production, they don't get 10% of that. The poverty exists. So we want that technology so that nothing is wasted. We all will be comfortable, and at the produce price is a little more, they get and we get plenty of materials. So we are expecting no scarcity after 2050, provided technologies are in its place. It can be any kind of pandemic, and in shortest time we can have vaccine for the purpose to protect the mankind. Next one, probably yes. Various lip services, I would say that. We have been talking of CO2 emissions, Montreal Protocol of CFCs, CO2 emission control, Kyoto Protocol. So many protocols have come into. But then ultimately, what is the state of affair of CO2 emissions? For require 322 ppm, 326 ppm, it has crossed over 400. Look at SPM level. What are the air quality index? Climate mitigation, CDA mechanism, are they in a place? Are our systems on its a place? Can you have the gadgets to tell who is doing what? And so the culprits don't go scot-free. Look at the environment around. Look around Mumbai. Go to Tarapur. Go to Nawapur. Go to Mahad. See our mother rivers, Vaitarna. Unless you have the treatment plant at Pandrapur, we spend a huge amount to give you clean water at subsidized cost. 26 rupees we spend for 1,000-liter treatment to Mumbai, and we just charge 4 rupees, 5 rupees for 1,000 liter. Look at this welfare. But then the pollutants there, if they are not there, or a concept or technology of a recycle and reuse, if you do that, 5,000 mld water supply to city of Mumbai, of which you can recover 2,000 mld. Where are your technology? If you recover 2,000 mld, then the new dams coming, Dadra, Nagar Haveli, Gargai, Pinjal, occupying huge land, destroying a forest and ecology, desettlement, and RR comes into picture of 1,000 crore rupees for those 19 villages. Now, if you adopt the technology, you can save on so much of the environment, make it sustainable. But we have been not doing it. CO2 emissions have been not really brought down even after the Kyoto Protocol. Phasing out CFCs. What have been done? No, we have been just talking. So I say these are reduction in the greenhouse gases. It has slapped us in the sense that pandemic would not have been there. Look at the countries where or any region where NOx emissions was highest due to combustions and other things and emissions from industrial belt. Pandemic Corona-19 cases are maximum there. Look at the Spain case. They are given an example of industrial valley. They found 10 to 20 ppm, 20 to 50, 50 to 100 ppm. It is exponential high number of the COVID-19 cases. So this should not be just a lip service, but we mean that we must bring the novel technologies to put the thing in the place. Quickly go to the next slide. So recent IT advances required for reducing road traffic congestion. No banging or hitting the car with kind of things. Let there be no traffic collisions, air pollutions, so much so that you don't see the next car and hundreds of cars they collide. 1.2 million people are killed. 50 million people are injured on the road every year. Get those technologies, IT scientists, which can signal out, like somebody discovered the signal on the same track when the mails are running, it can sense the train ahead and it can stop. There could have been many accidents now. Bring it for the cars also. So you require intelligent highway system to save all these lives. The next, please. Medicines and health. I am talking global public health. And everybody has understood now the pandemics are global. So global. So it is pandemic called. It crossed over every country. No, nobody is spared. 190, 92, 94 countries. Complete mapping of human genome is done. However, genomics is yet to be achieved. This is for the scientists in the field here. Nanotechnology for drug delivery, the better system. I would say even a nanotube, nanocarbon tubes also in energy sector to see the CO2 reductions and all that. That's different issue. So need reduction in cost of medicines as 35% is expected if you don't go for a novel methods of the synthesis, delivery, and make micromize, I would say, the doses so the it can serve many more people, inject it, drug delivery through nanotechnology so that it is reaching to the place where it is required in the body. So the GDP consumption on this should not be there. Next one. This should be 2015, not 2015. Sorry. Challenges. 870 million people are malnourished. 2 billion suffer ill health or macronutrient deficiencies. People talk of golden rice. Biotechnology say it gives all micronutrients. But the other concept says yes, the green vegetables are good enough to give you micronutrients. You produce them like a way, so you don't have to go for genetically modified. So it's controversy of GM crops. It's under biotechnology. Is the solution or there are inhibitions or apprehensions? The world is not yet clear. So what are the issues to deal with? I'm sure that there could be slide ahead. Next one. No, thank you very much. So this is the next slide. Thank you. My point is, I have not touched upon all areas because my time was only 20 minutes. Still, I have taken more time off. The most coveted important lectures, deliberations from the great scientists, much taller than what we all hear, We're so lucky. And I, as a teacher and professor, and coming from the University of Mumbai, I and so much passionate about the good science and educations and persuasions in the university system or colleges, so that we really progress fast, able to create much more manpower, the youngsters who can be sensitized why this education is required, not only for economy. The economy will be built up if you give good health and good technologies and save the lives of the people. So please work for that, and respect mandates given, the legislations given, a clean air, clean water, be good environment. All of us have to follow that and try to achieve maximum. Once that we do, that itself will novel way of living on this planet. We all will be safe. With this, I conclude and thank you all for patiently listening. And I'm sure the youngsters and the staff will take things from this. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir, for enriching us with your wise words and inspiring all of us to take up research for a pollution-free world with the help of IT. I must say, sir, that we have learned two more things from you today: to be humble and simple, even after achieving so much. Thanks a lot, sir. To the end of the inaugural ceremony, Department of Science, JVM's Degree College. Of thanks to all the stakeholders who made this event possible. Firstly, I would like to thank Honorable Chief Guest, Professor A.D. Sawant, sir, for sparing his valuable time and gracing this occasion with his presence. I would also like to thank all the honorable management members for their infinite support and also sparing their precious time to grace this occasion. I take this opportunity to offer our gratitude to all the respected dignitaries for their valuable support throughout, right from the beginning of organization of ICENT SHW 2021 from scratch till date. I would like to thank all the guest speakers for accepting our invite for delivering the expert talks of respective subjects. I would like to thank all dear, both national and international participants for their participation. I would like to thank respected Principal Ma'am for her guidance and tireless support. I would like to thank all the teaching and non-teaching staff for their hard work and perseverance. Thank you all. Moving on to the technical session, I would like to make an announcement that a feedback link will be shared of each technical session. So you all are requested to fill the same for each session. And now,
Thank you, Arshada ma'am. It's a pleasure to introduce today's guest speaker for session 1, Dr. Vimal K. Jain, who is Director of Center of Excellence in Basic Sciences, Department of Atomic Energy, University of Mumbai. He obtained his MSc degree in Organic Chemistry from Agra University in 1976 and PhD from Rajasthan University, Jaipur in 1981. After postdoctoral stint at University of Gulf, Ontario, Canada, he was appointed as the scientific officer in Bhabha Atomic Research Center, where he was elevated to head of chemistry division and distinguished scientist. He was Raja Ramanna Fellow, Department of Atomic Energy. His research interests include organometallic and metalloorganic chemistry of platinum group metals and main group elements, design and synthesis of molecular precursors of inorganic materials, multinuclear NMR spectroscopy and high purity materials, etc. He is author and co-author of more than 350 research papers, including a dozen review articles published in international peer-reviewed journals. He has supervised the thesis work of 28 PhD and 7 master's degree students. He was the member of editorial board of the number of scientific journals. He has co-edited a book, Selenium Compounds in Biology and Medicine, published by Royal Society of Chemistry, UK. He has received many awards, which include Brooker NMR Award for Young Scientist, International Scientist Exchange Award, NSERC Canada, Homi Bhabha Science and Technology Award of Department of Atomic Energy, Professor S.S. Sandhu Award of Indian Chemical Society, Professor Priyadaranjan Ray Award of Indian Chemical Society, Group Achievement Award of Department of Atomic Energy, Professor W.U. Malik Memorial Award of Indian Council of Chemists, Dharamsi Morarji Chemical Company Visiting Fellowship of Institute of Chemical Technology, Vigyan Ratna Award of Gyan Sagar Science Foundation, and many more. He was the Young Associate of Indian Academy of Sciences from 1988 to 1991. In 1995, he was elected as a Fellow of National Academy of Sciences, India. He was a national representative of IUPAC and a member of Project Advisory Committee of Department of Science and Technology. It's a great honor to have Sir with us. He will be guiding us on the topic what chemists can do for fighting against SARS-CoV-2. I welcome Sir and request him to take the charge.
You can see now
Yes, sir.
the PPT is visible.
Yes, sir, we can see.
So okay, so I'll start now. Okay. So
Okay,
at the outset, I thank Dr. Leena Sarkar, and it's a really most gratifying when students are doing well. What could be more pleasure and pleasant situation when your student reaches and perform such kind of activities. And again, I was sorry to hear that the executive president, Dr. Sri Bhumireddy, is not well, and we wish him all the best, and he should for quick recovery. The topic chosen for this international conference is very apt in the present context, and saying emerging novel trends in science for human welfare. So keeping this, I have chosen a topic, being a chemist, what chemists can do for fighting SARS-CoV-2. We all live now in a different world where a brand new virus, SARS-CoV-2, has redefined the ways of functioning of modern life. Whether it's education, food, travel, whatever you have, even interpersonal relations, everything has changed. SARS, this virus was first noticed on 17th November in Wuhan city in China. And the disease caused by this SARS-CoV-2, novel coronavirus 2, we call it COVID-19, because this virus was first identified in 2019. So this is how we call it SARS-CoV-2 or COVID-19 disease. The disease caused by the virus is COVID-19. So far, of course, the PPT is little old. It was prepared on 3rd February, so nearly 2 weeks old. More than 1 crore people, or more than 10 crore people have been affected by the virus, and more than 22 lakhs people have died world over. As I said, this virus was first detected in China on 17 November, and World Health Organization reported on 31st December that cluster of cases of pneumonia have been identified in Wuhan city, and 30th January, again, WHO declared that it is a public health emergency of international concern, and 11th March 2020, it was declared as a pandemic. And this is how things have changed. And having realized the impact of this pandemic, several countries imposed a nationwide lockdown, and some countries did not declared lockdown like United States, Brazil, China, and many other countries. And this is the figures, number of cases, the people affected, and number of deaths in each country around 3rd February. And this source is a John Hopkins University Center of Science. So obviously, our younger colleagues will feel that this is the pandemic has happened for the first time. The obvious question is the pandemic of this nature is a first occurrence? My question is, my answer would be not really. World has faced several pandemics from time to time over the millennia, and these pandemics have killed several 100,000 to several million lives, and appear with an interval of maybe centuries or even several decades. But in the past few decades, say from 1980 or so on, the occurrence of these pandemics or endemics have changed. Instead of several decades or centuries, now this has come to 3 to 5 years. Like if you see the plague, general plague, Marseille, France, from 1720, and Russian plague and cholera, and there you will see a very large time gap, and then these flu and all these kind of pandemic appeared. But we will see from 1980 onward, these pandemics are appearing almost 3 to 5 year difference. Human HIV and AIDS and bird flu, different kinds of bird flu have come, and the Nipah virus, and then severe acute syndrome, SARS 202, 202, and swine flu, then Middle East respiratory syndrome, then Ebola virus disease, Zika virus, and now we have a COVID-19 or coronavirus disease 2019. Actually, the first pandemic appeared in the Spanish flu, what we call it. Since then, things have changed. Enormous amount of research has been done on the influenza virus and these kind of viruses, and actually influenza virus has a unique position in the landscape of human pathogens. And for over 100 years, we say 1919 till now, enormous amount of knowledge has been gained, and we still do not know where are we going. So this is a very recent paper in musical immunology, seasonal and pandemic influenza, 100 years of progress, still much to learn. So despite of vast amount of knowledge which we have gained, yet the precise pathogenesis of disease, vaccines, and appropriate treatment remain still elusive. So before we find any solutions to the problem, is one has to understand the properties of a particular virus. Properties in the terms of genetic and structural makeup of the virus, and how it interacts with the human body, so that we can devise methods to disrupt its propagation and effect on humans. Chemistry, being a central science, can play a significant role in addressing numerous problems of viral disease, from diagnosis, treatment to protection. So let's have some few PPTs on about coronavirus. So obvious question is, what is coronavirus? The term comes from a Greek word meaning a crown-like corona, and the coronavirus is the largest family of viruses, and these are the RNA single-strand positive sense RNA viruses, and the genetic material is surrounded by a cage or envelope composed of lipoprotein. Based on the phylogeny and genomic structure, coronavirus can be classified into 4 categories: alpha, beta, gamma, and delta. Alpha, beta, they infect human beings, and gamma and delta, they infect birds. There are hundreds of coronaviruses we know, but the only 7 of the which infect humans, alpha and beta, and they are very of concern to us. Alpha generally, there are these 2 viruses, and beta generally, there are another set of viruses. The viruses, these different viruses shown in green, NL63 or 229E, or beta generally OC43 or HKU1. These viruses are responsible for common cough and cold, but we have been encountering for over a period of time, since very long time. But the viruses which is NL63, 229E or OC, and these are common cold, but SARS-CoV-1 and MERS-CoV and SARS-CoV-2, they are really very dangerous and create huge problems. So and the coronaviruses, they are, the size is about, means different kind of coronaviruses, they have the size of 80 to 200 nanometer or micron, and the genome size is a kilobase pair. Kilobase pair means there's purine and pyrimidine bases, then base. So these genome size is 26 to 30 kilobase pair, and guanine and cytosine contents will vary from 30 to 43. And most of the viruses, this family of viruses will compose of at least 4 things. This is spike, and the E, the envelope protein, and the M, the membrane protein, and the nucleocapsid. They are all shown here. But some of the viruses which is not in the coronavirus 2, SARS-CoV-2, there's a hemagglutinin esterase, HE, that is not present in the spike protein is projected on the surface of the virus, and this is how it gives a characteristic appearance of these coronaviruses. And it is a receptor binding protein. It binds with the host receptors in the human body, and so this is how they are transmitted. The M and E proteins, the M and E protein, this is the viral protein which makes the cover of the virus, where nucleocapsid is encapsulated, and the M protein is most abundant, while other proteins are not significantly present. They said the SARS-CoV-2 has nearly 30 kilobase pair, that is nearly 30,000 nucleotides, encoding nearly 10,000 amino acids, and in coronavirus they are GC content about 38%. And the genome of this virus contains nearly 10 open reading frames. The first open reading frame comprises of 2 polyproteins, PP1A and PP1B, and this is responsible for transmission and for replication of the virus. So before they go, they have to undergo proteolytic cleavage. Means the polyproteins have to cleave down into smaller polypeptides or a single amino acids, and this process has to be catalytic, and for this some catalyst is required. And this ORF open reading frame that has 16 non-structural proteins, And this spike protein, which is a receptor binding protein, it can be cleaved at two different places, and it has a trimeric structure, which is remain always in a fluxing situation, either closed or open, and then it binds to the receptor cells. The polyproteins which undergo, like here, the polyproteins, or in this case, which undergo proteolytic cleavage, release functional proteins in replications and transcription of viral protease, and these are called as CL-Pro or main protease. The same thing is indicated here, the ORF1 and ORF2, and these are the spike protein. This is the trimer, and the angiotensin converting enzyme AC2, that is a zinc containing protein, and this has a particular peculiar range where these protein, the spike protein binds, and as I said, they undergo a fluxionality. They remain, the trimer remain open or closed, and since it has a more open space, so it can bind the EC2 AEC2 more firmly than the other virus, like common cough and cold. They have a closed structures, and so the binding is not so strong, and that's why the severity of those viruses is not so much, unlike the SARS-CoV-2. And then once it binds, then a lot of changes takes place, like here the AC2 receptor and the corona, the spike protein bind. These are the different conformations, open and closed conformation and open conformations, and once they open up, they have a very strong tendency to act or bind with the AC2 receptor protein. And AC2 receptor protein, this is more prominently present in the our respiratory tract, but the AC2 are also available in different parts also, like intestinal epithelium, endothelial cells, blood vessel, kidney epithelial cells, and nerve cells. And that is the reason why the SARS-CoV-2 is able to affect other organs, not only the respiratory tract. But the initial effect is from respiratory tract, from where it migrates to other places where the AC2 receptor protein is present. And once this glycoprotein latches with the host cell, then it undergoes several changes, and it fuses with the host cell and releases the nucleocapsid, and where it has to create more protein. During this transcription, what is happening, the polypeptide, whatever this viral protein is there, that undergo a lot of cleavage. And in this case, this ORF, again, ORF1, this is spike protein. The ORF1b or PPA1AB, that can be cleaved at 11 different places, while polyprotein, this PPA1, that can be cleaved at 3 different places. So how they are cleaved? The protease enzyme, very specific enzyme that can cleave only a particular site. When we say polypeptide have to be cleaved, it means from a chemist point of view, the polypeptide, the peptide linkage, the RCO-NHR link, the NC linkage has to be cleaved, and for this we need a catalyst. And this catalysis is a nucleophilic process, and so we have to have a catalytic site, and most active catalytic site is the cysteine residue of the protein, that is a sulfur containing amino acid. So cysteine act as a catalyst site. So cysteine, wherever proteins are there, used for cleavage. The cysteine function is cysteine amino acid is present and which facilitate cleavage of these polypeptides. Uh, so the the triads, like where the cysteine is there, there should be a catalytic triad, that is aspartic acid, histidine and cysteine, or a catalytic diet, that is histidine and cysteine. In SARS-CoV-2, there are two proteases. They contain either a catalytic triad, that is a PL pro, or a diet, that is M-pro. When we say diet, that is histidine and cysteine, they are in combination. When we say triad, that is aspartic acid, histidine, and cysteine, they should be present. And this is how these polyproteins are cleaved by catalytic process, or sometimes we call it autocatalytic process. So when we say when engineering controls and administrative control are not feasible in protecting the hazards, then a physical barrier is created. What we call is personal protective equipment, PPE. What we call is PPE, personal, when all the administrative and engineering controls are not feasible. But we can have for PPE another interpretation, the prevention, prediction, and elimination. So from chemist point of view, we can have devise a method of preventing or predicting and eliminating a disease. For prevention, when we say prevention, there are two ways, the internal and external. Internal, everyone knows we should have a good health and immunity, and external, these general advisories issued from time to time from government and other local agencies, the mask, 6 feet distance, hand wash, hygiene, etc. And when we say how we know that person is affected or predict, that is nucleic acid sequence, this is real-time result transcription polymerase chain reaction, RT-PCR methods to find out whether the person has SARS-CoV-2, or different immunoassay systems, serology or antibody test, and these are there. So for general public, or of a common person, our emphasis is prevent and predict. This philosophy has been in practice. And elimination is another thing, vaccine and medications. And medication, when we say, either we should have repurposing of existing drugs or de novo synthesis of COVID-19 drugs. So at present, fortunately, we now have vaccine. In India, at least 2 vaccines are there. We are really fortunate to have it. But there's a marathon race by companies to develop drugs, vaccine, and test. So this is the race for either identifying the way the virus, whether SARS-CoV-2 or any other virus, the way they mutate very rapidly, the more and more work has to be done. Like in common influenza virus, is still we have been working for more than 100 years. Still, uh, still things are elusive. So when we say how chemists can contribute in different areas, PPE areas, when we say how chemists can contribute. In case of prevention, internal, what we say good health and immunity, how can we improve immunity, we'll just discuss. The immunity could be innate and adopted or acquired immunity, and mask, hand sanitizer and wash and all those things. So when we are using mask, there are different kind of masks and different things have been done, and we know how many particles when we take breathe and breathe out, how many particles or droplets go out is indicated here. Then if we have a layer in the mask, which has antiviral coating or antibacterial coating. For example, we are when we are putting mask, we are not only putting mask for SARS-CoV-2. There are a lot of bacteria and virus other than this. So this can also help to protect other pathogenic pathogens which can go in our body or can go out when we are infected, that go out from our body, should not infect many more people. So this is lot many things can be done by chemists by having the protective coatings having antiviral and antibacterial properties. So there's a lot of scope is exist here. Similarly, hand sanitization. Hand sanitization was pioneered in 1847 by Hungarian physician Inauguration Philip Semmelweis, and since then it is in use, but now it is more pronounced in last 1.5 years, and a lot of people are making good business because we do not know how much ethanol and how much isopropanol and hydrogen. This is a WHO recommendation, and here a lot of chemistry is required, whether how much pure or any other contaminated by decomposition of ethanol or isopropanol. Other contaminants are not there, and here the chemistry inputs are needed in maintaining and the quality of such sanitizers. When we say prediction, of course, the at present we already have either RT-PCR or immunology tests like serology antibody test. And when we are handling a large public places, the qualitative screening of, because each person cannot undergo this, because it's time consuming and also expensive. So large scale quantitative screening at public places is done by high efficiency thermal cameras. They are all in use. Whenever we go to offices or any other place, public place, immediately these thermal screening cameras are in place. At this juncture, can't we think about heavy metal phosphorescent complexes for biosensing and imaging? And this work was going on for quite some time, and considerable progress has also been made. For example, in case of SARS-CoV-2, the number of copies when person is infected, the number of strains in a patient could be, or affected person could be, say, few hundred to several million strains. So one can say 10 to the power 2 to 10 to the 11 copies per ml in the patient's swab will be there. But beside this, in case of hospital, COVID hospital centers or general places, there can be in environment there could be several SARS-CoV strains. So one can think about immunosensors for detecting biomolecules, and fairly good progress. A lot of work has already been going on and good progress has been done. For example, this paper published in Analytical Method, just a recent paper, where coumarin waste system is used, and this is highly sensitive for cysteine, and it detects, and in around 440 nanometers, a significant color change could be noticed, and this can detect up to 63 or around 60 nanomolar of cysteine in presence of other molecules, biomolecules. So it's a highly sensitive fluorescent probe. Similarly, we can also have colorimetric assays based on nanoparticle, as Professor Samant already indicated about or mentioned about nanomaterial, nanoscience, and here chemists can play a very big role. We know silver and gold nanoparticles, they can be made in different sizes, and the size and shape of these nanoparticles can give it different colors, and so they can be used as a optical sensors for SARS-CoV-2. Here, one example I had taken, this is from analytical chemistry. Here, the silver nanoparticles have been used for detections of SARS-CoV-2 and the detection in a nanomolar, but what we are aiming to go for a picomolar detection. Here, the silver nanoparticles, they have a, they are covered with or protected by pyrrolidine peptide nucleic acid, and these nanoparticles have the negative charge, and when they interact with the SARS-CoV-2 strain, these silver nanoparticles get accumulated, and once they accumulate, the size increases of silver nanoparticle, and this is how the color changes and can be detected. So these are the various possibilities where chemists can contribute, can have a fluorescent probes like based on purely organic molecules where the SARS-CoV-2 viruses can interact, or even based on nanomaterials, gold or silver nanomaterial, where we can protect uh, these nanoparticles with some biomolecules and develop biosensors. A very good review article has been published this dealing with this possibilities using metal nanoparticle for detection of this kind of molecules. When we say elimination, of course, a vaccine is one route, or fortunately we have vaccines, and another is a medication. And medication, when we say, is a repurposing of existing drugs. Various existing drugs have been done, and de novo synthesis. And de novo synthesis is really a time-consuming process. It's not so straightforward. So to develop antiviral drug, what has to and design them, what one aims to inhibit the target viral proteins. The molecule should inhibit target viral protein that is involved either in entry of the virus, replication of the virus, or transcription of virus in the host cell. So we know here there are two proteins which are very important, like CL-Pro and M-Pro. These two proteins are important for viral replications, and so drugs should be focused on those two to inhibit or interact with those proteins, so that interaction with the host cell can be minimized. When we say these medications, there are different, of course, medical system medications, so repurposing of existing drug. The various medical systems of traditional medicine, they have been in use, like Indian medicine, Ayurveda, more than 2000 years, Chinese medicines, Campo medicine, and different kind of each community has its own medical system and the practice, and at the World Health Organizations, still large amount of medicines are based on these whatever knowledge we have gained from traditional medical systems. And it's a really interesting book, Traditional Herbal Medicine. So people have been working or using such kind of medicines for treatment of various these viral or bacterial infections. For Indian medical system, this is Ayush Ministry, which based is Ayurveda, Yoga, Unani, Siddha, and homeopathy, and they use different approaches for treatment. Whereas Chinese is based on yin and yang, and cleans out and cleans or nourish in, that principle. But the whole Chinese medical system While Indian medical community, they have been aiming for to improve immunity in the patient, while in case of China, they were promoting traditional Chinese medicine as being effective to alleviating COVID symptoms and reducing death and the disease. Several of the decoction prepared in Chinese have are effective in treatment COVID-19. So their approach was to alleviate COVID-19, but our approach, the Indian approach, has been to improve immunity. So China is promoting coronavirus treatment based on unproven traditional medicine. This has been published in Nature News in May 2020. Scientists say rigorous trial data are needed to show that remedies are safe and effective. And of course, these are the various books on traditional medicines from different communities. The allopathic approach has been whatever we have in hand, how can we use them for treatment of COVID-19? There are different kind of like chloroquine, hydroxychloroquine, camphor, remdesivir, and these all, so nearly 15 drugs or more than 15 drugs which are already used for different kind of viral treatment. They are used for treatment of COVID-19, and one can see the publications uh, which describe the use of these for treatment of COVID-19. When we go for de novo synthesis, these are not straightforward, simple processes. When we think about, so as I said earlier, when we have to think about to develop a new drug, what part of the virus or what act of the virus has to be tracked. So one has to target viral protein. They are involved in entry, replication, or transcription in the host cells. In case of coronavirus, RNA-dependent RNA polymerase is the prime target for antiviral therapy, as human cells do not contain such enzyme that copies RNA sequence into RNA. Out of several non-structural proteins in SARS-CoV-2 are there, but two proteins, as I said earlier, they are key player in replication of the virus, namely pepin-like protein PL-PRO and main protein CL-PRO, because they have cysteine residues in their in the sequence, and this is how they are able to propagate. Let's see this. This is the M-Pro protein, and here cysteine residues are shown. This again a dimer, and here camphor, this the medicine which we have seen, camphor, that how it acts. See, this is camphor residue, and this protein which has a cysteine residue as H, and this can bind with the cleavage can take place, whole thing, and this residue binds with this and this and making the whole protein ineffective viral protein, and this is how this acts. And here the nucleophilic attack takes place in this part of the drug cysteine, and this is how it can be stopped. So clearly we have to see what are the things one can think about. If we analyze the situation, whatever how different kind of viruses is spread in last 30-40 years, different like they were originated either biogeochemically selenium poor regions of China, like CV3, H2N2 flu, H3N2, H5N1, and SARS, HIV, Ebola, and different kind of things. you will notice there are two regions which have been responsible for generating this kind of viruses, either biogeochemically selenium poor regions of China or selenium nutrient depleted sub-Sahara African regions. So, and this the gray oval shaped regions, they are deficient of iodine, so they causes different kind of problems. You can see, one can read this paper, is a very interesting paper. And so selenium is one of the important contributions. And if we see these one can find on Google map of the China map, which shows the total selenium content in soil of each city in China in milligram per kg, different regions. So there are a lot of regions in China which you will notice they are selenium deficient. Similarly, the content of which are water soluble selenium content, they are all total content of selenium, but here shown is a water soluble selenium content, because the soluble content only can go to the to life, to the system. So here you will again see this region is again a lot of selenium deficiency is there, and the region which is marked here, they are Cason disease belt, and the Wuhan, which also falls somewhere here, is also selenium deficient region. So selenoproteins. Now, what is the role of selenium? We know selenium proteins play important role in cells, in include inducing immune modulation. And selenium deficiency is known to affect innate immunity by reducing ability of neutrophils to produce reactive oxygen species needed for pathogen killing. Selenium supplementation experimental models so enhance immune functions by increasing the proliferation of different kind of T cells. And so this paper gives more about the selenium, how it modulates the immune system in human being. We also made a report, an opinion, and this was published in Current Science in October issue. Role of trace element selenium fighting COVID-19. We are ignoring this important element. And wherever this selenium deficiency is there, there are a lot of pathogenic diseases like HIV, influenza virus, hepatitis C, Ebola, etc., as you have seen in the map. And this selenium deficiencies also causes impairment of immune function by various mechanisms, and whereas the selenium supplementation improves immune functions by increased GPX level in the cells and antioxidant defense method. In the HACT, this what we have reported in this, expressed in this opinion, in the HACT of Hubei province, where this SARS-CoV-2 was emerged, wherever this selenium contents were higher, the recovery or cure rate of COVID patient were higher than the rest of the China, where selenium depleted regions were there. And selenium content in the serum of COVID patient is about 2 to 3 times less than the normal healthy people. So clearly, selenium has its role in the disease. And this, in fact, is reported. This paper has appeared in Nature, where they have screened more than 10,000 molecules for treatment as a drug candidate for treatment of COVID. And we know the MPRO has a selenocysteine, and Epsilon has, and this paper, out of 10,000, they could shortlist only 6 molecules which were tested in reality for treatment of this. And for epsilon, this is a selenium contained molecule. The IC50 value is 0.67 micromolar for M for binding with the M pro. The same epsilon was used for the long back, about 8-10 years back. Epsilon 2 is a potent covalent inhibitor to New Delhi. Now it's not called as New Delhi metallo-beta lactamase disease, and this was published in Chemical Communications, and so it helps. Similarly, the Professor Santi group in Italy, they have also developed large number of molecules like this, which are used for HIV retrieval and react with this protein, and it inhibits HIV replications. Our group has been involved in this kind of molecule, and similarly, like M-Pro, the PL-Pro also, a lot of selenium compound have been used and for inhibiting the activity of SARS-CoV-2. Another paper, like for this molecule, we have just published a comprehensive an article in biophysical biochemistry biophysical acta, and here we say diselenopropanic acid. Of course, it's not, we have not covered SARS-CoV-2, but large number of pathogenic things have been covered, and it helps in controlling a different kind of activity in a biological system. Another is nicotinamide base or pyridinol base, because these nicotinamide and pyridinol systems are biomolecules, and if we introduce selenium, it should be very useful. And we have designed these molecules which are really very good, and they we designed for different purpose as a usual protector, but they are very promising candidate for treatment of SARS-CoV-2 also. Another paper appeared in ACS Omega. What they say, investigation into SARS-CoV-2 resistance compound in garlic essential oil. We know the garlic, this just published last year, garlic has mainly allyl sulfide based systems, a large number of molecules of this. A beautiful book is there published by RSC, and another review article by the same author in Avante Chemi, and it shows a large number of sulfur compound containing the allyl fragment. And in this book, the garlic is said to contain selenoproteins and selenopolysaccharides. The presence of organoselenium compound is obscured by approximately 12,000 times higher levels of organosulfur compounds. So it's hard to detect at such a concentration when the properties are more or less, physical properties are more or less similar. So, but this papers report that garlic is very good in maintaining resistance to SARS-CoV-2 patient. In response to, there is a lot of anti-Chinese sentiment in US, of course in many other countries too. The Professor Z published a paper in Cell, and what he says, disease has no borders, neither should research. And just in response to that anti-Chinese sentiment he has written, we agree disease has no borders, neither should research. But science has no borders, but scientists have their fatherland, and of course in our case, motherland. So we have to work for our home, fatherland or motherland, and this is what we have to do. When that kind of a catastrophic situation arises, lot of people make advantage by misguiding or giving wrong information. Like I use in Amarjala, this is a person, a Baba, and he's asking 500 rupees and giving some, but this is all hoax. But in case of this hydroxychloroquine, if we remember, lot of anti sentiments have been propagated throughout the world, and the paper was published in Lancet. It's a very high impact factor journal, 59.1 impact factor journal, and the editors are still in a process in auditing whatever claims have been made, and an Indian Council of Medical Research is still expanding its advisory for the hydroxychloroquine as a preventive measure. So we have seen number of areas where chemists can contribute significantly for combating SARS-CoV-2 effect, and more work is needed the way the SARS-CoV-2 is mutating. Now at least three strains. One is Kent in England, South African strain and Brazil strain have come, and these mutations takes place not only in different parts of the virus, particularly in spike protein, which binds to the receptors of the host cell. So we do not know how powerful or how big the new strain will be. So, and whether our vaccine will be effective. Of course, vaccines are made to take care of certain level of mutations, but how effective they would be when a lot of mutations takes place and altogether new strain appear. So one has to keep working in this direction. And of course, one cannot predict when the new strain will come and where it will appear, but of course it will appear. So chemists have a very big role to keep working and finding new methods for PPE, prevention, prediction, and elimination of such viruses. So as Gandhiji said, live as if you were to die tomorrow. But we have to live forever. So if we have to live forever, so we must keep learning and we must keep working. And with these, I just say thanks to all of you for patience listening.
Thank you, sir. I will request the participants, if they have any queries, they can put it in the chat box. As there are no queries, which shows that the lecture was lucid and perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such an enriching and enlightening session. You wonderfully explained us the terminology of PPE, the types of viruses which are responsible for SARS-CoV-2, their action, the scope of research, areas for research, such as the coating on mask, and the literature available. At the end of the session, I would like to thank Dr. V.K. Jain to express, or I would like to express our gratitude to Dr. V.K. Jain for such an informative session and for guiding us with the detailed information on this very important topic, which is the need of our. Your speech has indeed benefited all of us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now I would like to hand over the mic to Prajakta ma'am.
Thank you, Sandhya ma'am. A very good morning to one and all present here. Myself, Dr. Prajakta Kadu. On behalf of organizing committee, I would like to welcome our next speaker, Dr. Jacinta D'Souza. It's my privilege to introduce Dr. Jacinta D'Souza ma'am. Ma'am has completed her post-graduation and PhD in molecular biology from one of the most prestigious institutes, Tata Institute of Fundamental Research. She has extensive work experience in Tata Institute of Fundamental Research and Department of Atomic Energy, Center for Excellence in Basic Sciences. Currently, she has been working as a professor and chairperson, School of Biological Sciences, University of Mumbai, Department of Atomic Energy, Center for Excellence in Basic Sciences. She had published significant research papers in national and international journals with high impact factor. She has undertaken 15 research projects and expertised in the field of protein kinesis, cell signaling, protein-protein interactions, apoptosis, and flagellar biology, with special emphasis on bryophyte and algal biology. She is recognized for outstanding contribution in two major research platforms, ciliary biology and stress biology. Professor Jacinta Ma'am has delivered 52 invited lectures, served in 11 committees and 8 collaborators. She has 15 years of teaching experience, 11 courses have been taught by her, and she organized 46 educational trips, seminars, and workshops. She has bagged 25 prizes and awards, and currently she is elected as a Fellow of the Royal Society of Biology, London. Her achievements are endless, which cannot be described in short span of time. So I again welcome ma'am, and I request ma'am to kindly take over the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Harshada. Can I start my presentation? You will have to stop yours. You will have to remove this, yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you see my slide?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So thank you, Dr. Harshada, and thanks to the organizers, in particular Dr. Leena, for having me out here. I would also like to thank our director, Dr. B.K. Jain, who gave a splendid talk on coronavirus. It is almost, like a comprehensive one, and that makes my life also easy because, I will also be some aspects of coronavirus and the organelle which I'm working, I'll be talking about. Okay. So the title of my topic is Celia, from obscurity to formidable position during COVID times. So you heard that I'm working in this wonderful institute of which Dr. Jain is a director, UMDA Center for Excellence in Basic Sciences, and this is the model organism that I work on. However, I'll not be touching more about this model organism. I'll be talking about cilia and how coronavirus actually tries to gain entry to this organelle. So before I actually talk about coronavirus, let me give you a brief introduction about the flow of my talk. Let me just, sail you through the flow of my talk. As I said, I'll introduce cilia, flagella, some of the organisms, that are used as model systems to address questions in cilia and flagella, the various types of cilia and flagella in the human body, the various diseases that are caused because of this cilia going dysfunctional, also those which are known as ciliopathies, those which are used by pathogens to gain access, and of course a bit on coronavirus. I'll introduce you to coronavirus, although, considering the previous talk, I don't think much introduction is required. I do have a couple of slides and I'll just, try to touch upon some of the aspects of coronavirus. Then I will talk about the interaction between coronavirus and cilia, particularly in the light of attachment of the virus, entry of the virus, and interaction of the virus with the host proteins or the human proteins. I will then talk a little bit about the architecture of cilia, what are protein complexes, and leave you with open questions and conclusions. So what are cilia and flagella? I'm sure most of the people in the community might be knowing what is cilia and flagella. Nevertheless, just a quick revision, from our textbooks. So cilia and flagella basically are of two types. When we look at prokaryotes and eukaryotes, you do see cilia and flagella. This is a typical bacterial cell which is made up of these long extracellular structures, quite wriggly enough, used by these cells for movement. And then you have other types of eukaryotes which are almost covered with the ciliary tiny structures. While these are made up of a protein known as flagellin, the ones from the eukaryotes are not made of flagellin. They are, on the other hand, made of another protein known as tubulin. That makes them quite different from each other. However, the common denominator across both these structures is the ATPase motor, which is essentially the engine that provides these structures to actually make movements. And that movement is somewhat like the rotary type of motion in the bacterial cell versus various types of motion in eukaryotes, which goes to show that there is a subtle difference between flagella and cilia that are listed out here. Flagella are longer in length, cilia are shorter in length. Flagella are normally very few per cell, while cilia are thousands, as you can see from this picture, per cell. As I said earlier, they are found almost across all prokaryotes as well as eukaryotes, from protozoan to mammalian cells. So why are they present on cells? And if they are present, what do they do on these cells? What functions do they serve? Now we know that ciliary structures, these extracellular structures, also known as organelles, they provide structure, particularly for pathogens to hold on to them and gain access. The major function is of motility, and another major function is of sensory transduction. So when I say sensory transduction, it's basically senses stimuli that comes from outside of the cell and transduces that to the interior of the cell, thereby computing, an appropriate response to the stimulus. Now, as far as motility is concerned, and I said previously, there are various types of motility driven by eukaryotic cell, and this particular talk will only concentrate on the eukaryotic cilia. So let's see what are the types of motility. The first type of motility is one of those typical ones found on mammalian spermatozoans or mammalian sperm cells, wherein the cell body is as shown out here, and the flagella is a very long thread that moves in this sinusoidal type of a lashing movement, thereby allowing the cell body to drag this flagellum along with it. This type of a movement helps sperm cells to fertilize with the ovum, and that is seen across all mammalian species. The second type of motility, characteristically found in algal cells, which is also used by my lab as a model organism to study flagella, is the biflagellate unicellular chlamydomonas, which moves in the breaststroke type manner as shown in this animation. Herein, and the difference between the previous one is where the load or the cell is actually, pushed by the flagella or is carried along by the flagella. On the other hand, the third type of motility is the one that is found on several protozoan species, which is literally surrounded by several cilia or flagella, which has a very coordinated type of motion. And if you concentrate on the first cilium out here, which provides a trigger for the initiation of the motion, that trigger is coordinated with the rest of the cilium, thereby bringing about the coordinated movement of the protozoan. A similar type of lashing movement is also seen in human bodies, wherein the human tracheal cells or the epithelial cells of the human respiratory trachea have these tufts of cilia which provide a lot of flushing movement, especially to drive away bacteria, viruses, and particulate matter that clog the respiratory system, coronavirus being one of them. So this is as far as the three types of motility are concerned in the eukaryotic flagella. Let's now look at the type of sensory transduction carried out by these organelles. They can essentially feel, sound, touch. They can act as chemorepellents, chemoattractants. They can sense the osmolarity around themselves. They have a large role to play in development of a particular organism. And they can also detect light, odor, and fluid flow around themselves. So these are the various functions of cilia or flagella. Let's come to the human body. In the human body, we essentially find 4 types of cilia. The motile, which is typically referred
Jacinta,
to. Yeah,
sorry to interrupt you. Which slide are you on?
I am on the 3rd slide.
Yeah, I have a feeling that your slides are not actually moving. That's why I noticed. I thought it
I see.
informed.
Oh,
We are still on first slide.
I see. Is it true for everybody?
No, I hope so. No, when Dr. Jade was giving talk, it was fine. But I'm just seeing it now.
Okay, let me reload it.
Yes.
To the organizers, I want to say that this happens quite often on Google Meet. I faced this problem yesterday.
So can you now see this slide?
Yes, this is number 3.
Yeah, we can see, ma'am.
3, 4. I think slide number 4, right?
So can the others also see?
Yes, ma'am, we can see.
So could you see throughout?
No, ma'am, earlier we were not able to see. Earlier only first slide was displayed.
Yeah.
I see.
Also, Jacinta, is it on full screen or is it in slide mode?
So it
Yeah,
will
You must be in full screen, right?
I can see it. It's changing on my screen.
No. Is it on full screen?
Yeah, it's on full screen.
Yeah, but we continue to see as the normal PPT. This is exactly what I faced yesterday.
Ma'am,
I feel you have to do presentation mode.
It is in the presentation mode.
Presentation mode, but it doesn't come here as a presentation mode. That is a problem.
Ma'am, slideshow. Ma'am, slideshow.
Yeah, this is slideshow. Can you see now?
Yeah, yes, we can see, ma'am.
Is it moving now?
Yeah, it's moving, ma'am.
Okay, can you see now?
No.
No. It was not moving.
It is on the flow of talk.
It's not moving now?
No, ma'am.
Now?
Yes, it is moving.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll keep it in this mode, okay?
Yeah, okay, ma'am.
I'll keep it in this mode.
Yeah, this is what I did yesterday. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll quickly, brush through these slides. So what I wanted to say is there are flagella basically of 2 types. One, those are present in the prokaryotes, typically known as the flagellin-based flagella, and those that are present in eukaryotes, which are made up of tubulin.
Yeah, it's still with me. Yeah. So
they basically are 2 types, and in the eukaryotes, you essentially know that these provide these 3 functions.
That was
for motility as well as for sensory transduction. As far as motility is concerned, there are these various types of motilities that have been seen. One typically of mammalian sperms, wherein the single flagella essentially pushes the cell body. The biflagellated types, which is seen in Chlamydomonas, which is a chlorophyte or an algal cell, wherein the movement is a typical breaststroke type motion, and those that are known in protozoans such as paramecium, where there is a coordinated movement of the cilia.
So a few things. I mean, last Friday we were just discussing. No, that's okay.
Which goes through the sensory transduction, the role for sensory transduction, where it can feel touch, sound, can act as a chemorepellent, chemoattractant, can sense osmolarity changes, as well as plays a very big role in developmental biology. It can also detect light, odor, and fluid flow around it. Now let's go to the human body and the various types of cilia that are found in the human body. So as far as the human body cells are concerned, there are 4 types of cilia written out here, and the respective diagrams are put for you for your convenience. The first type is what is known as the motile cilia or the motile flagellum. It is called motile because it helps the cells to move, or it can perform movements even if it is tethered to some kind of a basal system. These are typically known to be present in the airways. Like here in green, you can see the cilia, and this is the body, cell body. In the brain ependymal cells, which is the epithelium of the brain, you can see the cilia out here in various tufts. This is the cell body. You can also see the cilia in the female reproductive system, particularly in the fallopian tube, so that the ovum can be strategically placed. And of course, the sperm flagella, which I described a while ago. On the other hand, you also have a different type of a motile cilia, which is present in the embryo. In the embryo, there is a particular position and a group of cells known as the node. In the node, particularly in the inside of the node, you see these cilia in green in color that are actually lined on these cells. The flow of the embryonic fluid is governed by these cilia, and that is why they are also known as the motile cilia. It is this flow that helps in determining the symmetry of the internal organs of the human body. And this particular flow, if it is disrupted, the internal organ, is actually non-symmetrical, or the placement of the internal organ is disrupted. And I'll show you some pictures a little later to this effect. On the other hand, there are non-motile 9+ cilia, which are typically found in the inner ear, and there are of two types in the inner ear. The kinocilium marked in red out here, and the stereocilium marked in green. They're particularly different because of their sizes found on these cells. The kinocilium is longer than the stereocilium. Yet again, there is a non-motile 9+0 found in the various systems of the body. The kidney cells, the liver cells, the pancreatic cells, the bone cells, as well as the cells of the eye, particularly those that connect, the cilia with the other part of the eye. So these are the various places where you find these 4 types of cilia in the human body. And let us see where they are essentially placed and how they look like. So as you can see, the tufts of ependymal cilia, the tufts of respiratory cilia, and the tufts of oviduct cilia, and the tufts of photoreceptor cilia, connecting cilia present out here. On the other hand, there are singlet cilia present on the kidney cells, the sperm cells, and so on and so forth. And this is how they look like in the human body. And now let us see what are the problems they cause when they get dysfunctional. But to understand the problems that they cause when they get dysfunctional, let us try to take a peek into their internal structure. So as I said earlier, the entire filament is made up of tubulin. So tubulin is a protein and it polymerizes. So you need what is the alpha and the beta monomers that come together to form the heterodimer, and it is the heterodimer that eventually polymerizes to give rise to these filaments shown out here in this cartoon. So there are several such filaments. There are 9. So the 9 number essentially comes from the doublet cilium that you actually see in this cross section out here. So essentially this doublet of tubulin is the one that adorns the periphery of the cilia. And in the center, you have 2 more such filaments placed out here, which we call as a central apparatus. And the outer ones are known as the doublet microtubules. On the other hand, the doublet microtubules are connected to the central pair via these lollipop-shaped structures in the center seen here, green in color, that essentially communicate whatever is happening outside of this area to the inside of this axoneme or the flagella or cilia. Now, the motors that actually drive this motility are the ones that are shown here, the typical horn-shaped structures. There are those that line in the outer of these doublet, and there are also those that line the inner side of this doublet. And these have ATPase enzyme, and so therefore they are also the classical ATPase type of motors. ATP is the fuel that actually drives this motility. On the other hand, the entire axoneme or the entire structure is covered by the plasma membrane that is typical of all eukaryotic cells. Internally, this entire structure is also connected by these structures that you can see out here and are also known as bridges or connecting structures or nexons. And this is a blow-up of the central pair. I have put up this blow-up of the central pair only to show you that each and every part of this axoneme or the cilia essentially is proteinaceous, completely proteinaceous. Besides the tubulin that makes these filaments, there is a heterogeneity of proteins in the form of complexes that actually surround not only the central pair, but also the radial spokes and the dynein arms. On the other hand, the entire filament rests on what is known as a basal body that is anchored onto the cell body of any cell which harbors cilia. But entire cilium is essentially born out of a structure known as centrosome. A centrosome basically is made up of two parts, the mother centriole and the daughter centriole. Both these centrioles essentially also are connected by what are known as appendages and interconnecting fibers. So this entire structure again, once again, is made up of these microfilaments that I discussed a while ago. So having understood the structure, which is the 9+2 motile structure, which is present on the respiratory epithelium, which is also going to be a part of this talk, the one that I discussed, which is 9+0, lacks essentially this central pair, and that is why it was mentioned as the 9+0. So the ciliary work has been more or less, in the background because of the difficulty with which you can address problems in cilia, and also because you really cannot culture ciliated cell lines, in animal tissue culture labs, because the moment you start culturing them, the cilia are lost. Because of which most of ciliary work has, not really progressed to the extent one anticipated. Nevertheless, all over the world, there have been work that has been carried out on the following topics. One, how are the cilia born? How does a ciliated cell give rise to a cilia? And that we call as ciliogenesis. The structure and composition, which I discussed in the previous slide, there is still a bit of, a dark area where we still do not know what is the entire structure and composition of the proteins that make these various components of the 9+2 as well as the 9+0 cilia. How does motility happen? Although we know dynein are the motors, we know ATP is the fuel, but we really do not know how the coordination and the entire waveform pattern emerges out of a typical cilia or flagella. So we do not know the molecular mechanism of motility yet. We have some hints. We know some proteins being involved, but we do not have the entire pathway yet. The same goes with the sensory perception. We still do not know what are the sensory proteins that actually transduce these sensory signals within the cilia and communicate to the rest of the body part. Stress has a typical effect on cilia, and cells actually get deciliated if you throw stress upon them. Alcohol, nicotine are typical examples that are known for the human body, particularly nicotine for the respiratory cilia. The entire respiratory epithelium gets deciliated in chain smokers. Also, there is a process which is known as deciliation, and I mentioned this a while ago, where cells actually get hooked off their cilia. Nevertheless, there is also a possibility of reversing this phenomenon, and therefore people are trying to understand the molecular basis of assembly and disassembly of these cilia. And any dysfunction to this particular organ gives rise to ciliary diseases or ciliopathies and several other human diseases, and one of those being coronavirus. And these are the various diseases. I'm not going to go through this exhaustive list, just to give you a little bit of a feel of what are these diseases. Any of these diseases that are caused may be due to the signaling problem, the perception problem, the loss of motility, or even the loss of bodily function that does not give rise to new cilia. So any of these disruptions eventually leads to all these diseases mentioned out here. The one that is a part of this talk is what is known as anosmia, that is loss of smell. And loss of smell is basically because the cilia on the respiratory system has got completely deciliated. Of course, there are common ones that we know, that is infertility. If sperm cells are not motile, they cannot fertilize the ovum. And another typical example that has been seen in the population is hydrocephaly, where huge skull or huge brain due to loss of the movement of the cerebrospinal fluid occurs in the brain, particularly in the ependymal cells. And of course, there are many other chronic diseases, respiratory diseases, renal diseases, and so on and so forth. Of recent, people have also shown that development of cancer is accompanied by either a decrease, a loss, or distorted cilia. Some of the examples, like a normal lung versus a lung that is, diseased. This is the situs invitus, where the organs are actually, displaced. Wherein I told you that in the nodal cilia, if the nodal cilia is dysfunctional, the organs get displaced. A normal kidney versus polycystic kidney disease, wherein there are a lot of cysts on the diseased kidney, loss of vision, retinitis pigmentosa, diseases again of the kidney, diseases because of constricted rib cage, all arising due to developmental defects. Another disease known as polydactyly, also arising because of developmental defects. So all these are not just development, but they are also in the course of in the course of your life. Also, you can see these cysts accumulating not only in the kidney but also in the lungs and liver, and these are mainly due to dysfunctional cilia. Now, I also said, so since there is no animation, I had a lot of animation on this, but let me just pull this. Okay. So as I said, there are a lot of protozoans that have cilia on them. Many of these protozoans are also pathogenic. They use these cilia to anchor onto these host cells. Okay, and the host cell might be ciliated or the host cell might not be ciliated. One such example is one of the very common ones, that is Valentinium Coli. It is essentially an intestinal parasite, and it causes a very severe ulcer in the human intestinal tract. And this is a digital illustration of the same, wherein this particular pathogen, using these tiny ciliary structures that you can see out here, anchors very tightly onto the human intestinal tract. Very, very few drugs can actually eliminate this anchorage from the intestinal tract. Unless and until these are not removed from the intestinal tract, the ulcer keeps growing and can be even fatal at times. And these are the various diseases that these protozoans, this is one that I mentioned, but there are various other diseases such as, of course, malaria is a common one, amoebiasis, the Chagas disease, and so on and so forth, are very commonly found diseases, not only in the African and Asian regions, but also in many other developed countries as well, coming due to food and water. So cilia plays a very important role in pathogenesis as well. Now, let's go to coronavirus. Of course, I don't have to now explain a lot about coronavirus. Dr. Jain has given a comprehensive, review of the field. Just to recap your memory, and this is how the coronavirus looks. There are various proteins that actually make this particle of the virion, such as those of the membrane, the nucleoprotein associated with the RNA, the envelope protein, which is present essentially on the envelope, and the most important spike protein, which forms a trimer and protrudes out of the virion particle. There is a strong affinity of this spike trimer with an ACE enzyme, angiotensin converting enzyme, which is essentially a receptor enzyme present on the host cell. And I will talk a little more details about the spike trimer as well as the ACE interaction in a while from now. This particular virus has the following replication time scale. The virion entry into the cell is just about 10 minutes. There is an eclipse period of about 10 hours, wherein the time that it takes to actually make more virions once inside the cell, that is, once it fuses the membrane and enters the cell, it makes many more virions in a time scale of about 10 hours. After which there is a huge burst of these virions because they have replicated inside the host cell, giving rise to apoptosis or cell death of the host cell, and a huge number of virions are thrown in the surrounding fluid. As far as the genome is concerned, it's fairly small, 30 kilobase pairs. that means 30,000 nucleotides, make the entire RNA genome of this RNA virus. It has many such open reading frames, which goes to say that it makes many proteins. It uses the host machinery, mind you, to make all these proteins, and therefore the host is a mandatory requirement for this particular virus to replicate. And some open reading frames are listed out here. They're just listed by some nomenclature. Open reading frame 1. So what is an open reading frame? Open reading frame is essentially that part of the nucleotide which will code for the protein. And that's why it's called the open reading frame. It directly makes the protein using the host machinery. So there is an ORF1A, there is an ORF1B, and so on and so forth. There are some structural proteins and there are some non-structural proteins. So I'm not getting into the details of this. Suffice it to say that there are to the tune of 10 to 14 open reading frames that can basically encode 24 to 27 proteins at a given point in time. Which also means that once these proteins are made, all these proteins eventually assemble to make a mature virion particle. So this is a genome, therefore that is very important. And the trimer that is facing outside is the one that tries to provide the anchorage, as is shown in other coronaviruses as well. A little more about the infection of coronavirus. It has the ability to host, to infect these host cells, the pneumocytes, the alveolar macrophages, the mucus cell in the nasal cavity. All of them belonging to the respiratory tract of the human system, which means that all these need to provide access to the coronavirus to gain entry into them. Once they have gained entry, any kind of division that happens in any of these cells gives rise to the burst that I mentioned previously inside the cell. And these bursts can essentially be taken as swabs from the nasopharynx, the throat, to some extent in the stool. That has some recent knowledge has helped us know that some swabs of the stool can also, some of the stool contents can also be used for detecting the coronavirus, and of course the sputum. All these swabs essentially can be used to detect the virus, particularly the RNA of the virus. That can be, there are specific real-time PCR tests that can help us detect these viruses. Once inside and having gained entry and provided the burst, it can provide an antibody response, a response that essentially appears between 10 to 20 days, before which the RNA burst is very useful in detecting the virus. Nevertheless, between 10 to 20 days period, the antibodies against these antigens that I mentioned in the previous slide, that is the proteins of the virus, can help in make a humoral response or an antibody response to these antigens, which are the proteins of the viruses, in a period of 10 to 20 days. This antibody response can essentially prolong for 2 to 3 years, not yet measured for the current virus, but the previous virus, people have shown that this response can be maintained for 2 to 3 years. So going forward, people in the ciliary field, especially those who have been working on the respiratory cilia, realize that since the cells of the respiratory tract of the human body provide some kind of interaction to the coronavirus, people felt that there is an urgent need to really understand how the SARS coronavirus actually hijacks the host during this infection, and how the disease disrupts the entire cellular structure and function, including that of the cilia. So we all know that the disease is predominantly a lung infection. It causes cough, fever, fatigue, and also other symptoms that have been reported throughout the body. With some time, that is maybe 4 or 5 months into the disease, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention essentially asked WHO to add one more to the list of the increasing list of symptoms, and that was the loss of taste and smell. And this is what triggered the ciliary community to start looking into the coronavirus interaction between cilia as well as between cilia and coronavirus. Why? And the reasons are outlined as follows. The current theory of smell tells us that we smell because of the odorant receptors, and all these odorant receptors accumulate on the sensory cilia. So as I mentioned in one of my slides, the sensory cilia are the ones which essentially can sense smell or stimuli or any kind of signal that comes from outside. Basically, a sensory cilia therefore acts as an antenna for the cell. So all the smells that we perceive actually are sensed by the sensory cilia that line the entire olfactory epithelium. These are those tufts of cilia that I showed a while ago, and they are the ones that have several hundreds of these receptors present on them. And they could be invoked to perceive these corresponding odorants and transduce the signal to the olfactory cortex in the brain, thereby helping us smell and detect the particular smell that we smell. Olfaction in humans and many other mammalian species therefore requires this particular sensory cilia and a normal or a standard structure and function of this olfactory cilia. So because the sensory cilia are present on the olfactory epithelium, they are also mentioned as olfactory cilia in several books. And anosmia therefore is in turn a feature wherein disruption of these olfactory cilia gives rise to disruption in our sense of smell. This is also a common feature. And why the connection with coronavirus? Because this is also a common feature in some types of respiratory ciliary diseases, particularly the one that I've mentioned here, which is known as the Barded Weedle syndrome, a syndrome arises because of one particular protein having mutated. And patients with the Barded-Weedle syndrome also have defective olfactory cilia, and that is why the connection between olfactory cilia and coronavirus. And people wanted to test it. So therefore, it was speculated that the viral infection can in turn disrupt the ciliary structure, which thereby abolishes the ciliary localization of the olfactory receptor, thereby preventing the perception of odorant molecules. And let's see what happens. So this is the respiratory epithelium, just to brush up for your understanding. So this is from where we smell, and this is the trachea and then the lungs. So if you concentrate on this box that is blown up out here, this is how the epithelium looks, and these are the various cells associated with the tracheal cell. So the entire epithelium basically is lining the basement membrane, which is present, over which is present what is known as the lamina propria. So these two basically form the attachment mode for the entire cilia, for the entire epithelial cells. So all these cells that you see in red are attached to this basement membrane and lamina propria. Now, the epithelium also consists of different types of cells. Since these are column shaped, they are also spoken of as the columnar epithelial cells. All those which are the columnar epithelial cells have cilia harbored onto them. Nevertheless, besides the columnar epithelial cells which have cilia, there are also different types of cells present. For example, there are those which produce mucus, so mucus producing cells. There are those that are goblet cells, and so on and so forth, as mentioned out here. So these are the secretory goblet cells, and these are the ciliated. You would have to remember that the secretory goblet cells secrete mucus, but do not have cilia on them. So wherever you see this one protruding out in the mucus layer, it is the one that is non-ciliated and is also producing mucus. It is this mucus layer which essentially has a function of trapping all these pathogens and in a unidirectional manner can essentially flush these trapped pathogens outside the system. And these are some wonderful immunofluorescence pictures that help us identify the cilia that are green in color and the nucleus of the cell that is attached to these, the cilia of the cells which are attached to it. Like one transmission electron microscope shows the ciliated cell versus the goblet cells which are non-ciliated. Now, therefore, we must know that during every inspiration that we do, a lot of environmental debris and several microorganisms are internalized into our conducting system, that is our airway, that is from here to this entire system. In order to protect the host, that is to protect us from the infection, this airway epithelium lies strategically at this interface, as I showed here, creating a physicochemical barrier limiting the passage of inhaled foreign matter. So this is the inhaled foreign matter, and it creates this physicochemical barrier. The cilia being in the airway's first point of contact, since these are the first point of contact with the pathogens, its motility is therefore very, very important. And the kind of motility it carries out is what is known as mucociliary clearance. Okay, so MCC. So it is this mucociliary clearance which essentially helps us to drive away these pathogens from our system. So why am I telling you this, and how is it connected with coronavirus? So with this background, let us try and understand how this coronavirus is associated with these epithelial and ciliary cells. I mentioned about ACE, which is essentially an enzyme, angiotensin converting enzyme. So what does it do? It has a very, very important role in the renin, angiotensin, aldosterone system. And for your ease, let me describe this to you in a couple of lines. So this particular system essentially is a very important system that makes what is known as vasoactive peptides. Now, vasoactive peptides are those peptides that help maintain the blood pressure and the electrolyte homeostasis of our entire body. And ACE, angiotensin converting enzyme, essentially converts what are known as the substrates, vasoconstrictor peptides, into these two vasodilator peptides, which essentially come into play as these mentioned here, 1 to 7 amino acids and 1 to 9 amino acids respectively, that can help in the function of maintaining blood pressure and electrolyte homeostasis. So basically ACEs is involved in these RAS functions. However, we also know that ACE enzyme, and henceforth I will mention this too as ACE2. So the ACE2 enzyme is present, has been found to be present in the epithelial cells of the respiratory or the tracheal system. Quickly, let me try to show you how the competition between ACE2 receptor and coronavirus can be established in a healthy system versus in a system which is not really healthy. And all this depends on the viral load. So let's try to understand this part of the diagram. So when there is what is known as ACE2 shedding, this ACE2 shedding, which is a normal feature of the respiratory system, constantly happens because of one enzyme which is present. So this is the respiratory epithelial membrane, okay, the one in gray. So we know that the ACE enzyme protrudes out like this. As you can see, there is one shown out here. It nicely protrudes out. In a normal respiratory epithelial plasma membrane, there is one particular protease, which is known as ADAM17. This particular protease can cleave ACE2 constantly. And this process, which is a normal process, is known as shedding of ACE2. When this normal process is happening, these ACE2 receptors are in this mucosal layer that I showed a while ago. And if there is an infection of coronavirus, the coronavirus has a high affinity for ACE2, thereby quenching the system of the viral infection, which means the virus is kept at a distance from this sensitive tissue of the host. Now let's see when the viral load is high or the ACE2 shedding is low. When the ACE2 shedding is low, as you can see here, this particular ACE2, since the shedding is extremely low and the viral load is pretty high, and therefore there is a lot of importance given to viral load, there is a very high or potential access of the virus to the sensitive tissue via this non-cleaved ACE receptor, which can now bind to this particular enzyme, and once bound, it can create this invagination in the plasma membrane by fusion of the virus with the plasma membrane, thereby gaining entry via this uptake mechanism and creating a very successful viral infection. And here there is another enzyme that you must know, which is known as transmembrane protease serine 2, which essentially acts by cleaving the spike protein and helping its attachment to the ACE receptor. And with this, let's see what is the role of cilia and how does cilia come into the picture. Quite a while ago, that is in 1994, it was Afzelius, who also has a lot of credit in ciliary work, carried out some wonderful EM pictures, electron micrograms, wherein he showed that influenza virus has been found attached to these ciliary structures. So to go through this picture for you, this is the cilia, this is one cilium, this is another cilium, these are parts of some cilia. Because these are cross sections, you can also see some parts of the axone. But the arrows pointed out here is the corona, is the influenza virus. Okay, which has an ability to attach to these ciliary structures. So this was one of the first evidences in 1994, where in a patient with chronic rhinitis and bronchitis, people have shown the attachment of these coronaviruses to the ciliary structure. Yet again, later by the same group, they also showed that coronavirus can also, like the arrow out here, coronavirus is also seen floating around these ciliary structures, as very nicely displayed in this particular diagram. Apropos to this particular observation, they also went further to show that not only is there an attachment of these viruses to these ciliary structures, the ciliary length is also drastically reduced, as shown in this cartoon out here, although it's not very clear here. It's quite clear here, wherein you can actually see what is known as a sunken cilia. So cilia essentially can be pushed inside the cell body. It can not only be deciliated, that is cropped off its length, but it can also be pushed inside, as is shown here. This is known as a sunk cilium. So in another case, people have shown that coronavirus infection of the human nasal epithelium, you can actually see cells with sunken cilia. This is one typical example. Whereas those that are still, outside can actually be seen with its basal body anchored normally to its cell body, to the nasal epithelial structure. Earlier as well, people have shown this. So this is additional evidence where, viruses do get attached to ciliary structures, but these were, largely ignored for some time until, recent experiments that were repeated and shown that not only Sendai virus or influenza virus or the older coronaviruses, the new coronaviruses also can essentially gain entry through the ciliary structures. And these are some, of course, this is an old one, which shows deciliation. As you can see here, there is a nice deciliation out here. You can see, ciliary structure, and you can also see coronaviruses. For example, this is a very new paper. Coronavirus is nicely clinging on to these ciliary structures. Another recent paper, if you can see, this is a mock, where the virus, where there is no virus, the ciliary structure of the epithelium. So this is a basement membrane. These are the epithelial cells, and these are the cilia on top of them. Wonderful intact ciliary structures seen out here. Nevertheless, when you flush the system with coronaviruses, you can see a lot of deciliation. So this portion has already lost all its cilia, and I've not shown you the graph, but this deciliation, along with deciliation, there is, reduced length of these cilia. So these are recent evidences which prompted more research in the field, and a big man, a big person in the field is Peter Jackson, who actually took over this work right from April and showed. So this essentially also says that yes, coronavirus can attach to the cilia. Coronavirus can deciliate. Coronavirus can cause sunken cilia. But is it really gaining entry to the cilia? And that was a moot point. That was the most important point. This can merely show you attachment. It can't tell you that it has actually gained access. Yes, deciliation was present. So when Peter Jackson actually took over the work, he did some very neat experiments to literally show the molecular mechanism, and I will actually be showing some of his work in the next 2 to 4 slides, where he essentially tried to answer the following question. While cilia serve as the absorption sites for different families of viruses, and at least for the Sendai virus, cilia appear to be one of the entry sites for viral infection. Is this true? And if it is true, what about SARS? What about SARS-CoV-2? So to begin with, he did some very exhaustive experiments where there were 2 things to be connected. If the cilia were getting attached to the cells, if the coronavirus was getting attached to the cilia, one must know that since coronavirus has a strong affinity for the ACE2 receptor, the question therefore is ACE2 receptor present on the ciliary structures? And that's what Peter Jackson started off with. So he carried out extremely exhaustive experiment wherein he took all types of tissues, cells from all types of tissues as listed out here, kidney, liver, jejunum, spleen, etc., etc. And he first tried to localize. Tried to localize the ACE2 expression on these cells. And why not? He did see quite good ACE2 expression in several systems, including the lung system, including the lung tissue. Having established that, he took forth the lung tissue ahead, which showed the presence of ACE2 receptor, and did very intricate, what we call in our language as immunofluorescence studies, wherein he carried out double staining experiment. So in this double staining experiment, he first stained the ACE2 receptor, which is green in color. Okay, so this is the green in color. This is the layer of the so this is the nasal. These are the various tracheal cell lines. This is the nasal one, this is the sinus one, and this is this is the sinus one, and this is the one between the nasal and the sinus, this is the tracheal, and this is the bronchial. So at all the various respiratory locations of the human body, what he did is he tried labeling them in 2 ways. One for the ACE receptor, that is green in color, and the other one for what we call as acetylated tubulin. So this is a short form of acetylated tubulin. And why are we using acetylated tubulin? Because, as I mentioned earlier, the microfilaments of all eukaryotic cilia, including the human cilia, are made up of tubulin, which are basically acetylated. So this is a very specific antibody. It is a very specific marker which will help us mark the cilia. And as you can see, this is one of the snapshots of this place, the ACE2 receptor, the acetylated tubulin, and the merge. So the merge shows that both of these are co-localized. And that was true almost for all the sections of the respiratory system, all the cells obtained from all these sections. You can also see a gap here, and I will lay more emphasis on the gap a little while from now. For now, you can believe me that this is the goblet area where there are no ciliated structures. He took this further with the mouse system, and he reaffirmed that yes, the acetylated tubulin and the ACE2 receptor merge with each other, going to say that these are co-localized. Okay, and further, he also took some systems from, some ciliary structures from other systems, some more markers, and helped establish that yes, the ACE2 and the ciliary structures coincide with each other. To take this further, as I said, he also did different experiments, different approaches to confirm what he observed. So we know indeed that, the ACE2 and the ciliary structures, ciliary structures have ACE2, but what about coronavirus? So this is again a reaffirmation of what I spoke earlier to show that the ACE2 is really high in ciliated cells. Then he flushed in coronavirus, and as you can see here, ACE is the green part, the coronavirus is red, okay, and a merge, and this is an internal control, and a merge goes to say that, it literally gains entry from this point, as is very clear out here, and this blow up as well. So it has already gained entry from here. And these are some very nice staining methods. Further, he took close up of all these areas to further show that ACE2 is present. One particular marker for the goblet cells, no ACE2 is present, as you can see, no ACE2 is present, there is no ACE2 present here, and so on and so forth. So this essentially established the following model from Peter Jackson. What happens? This is the airway lining. So on the both side, we have these cells with its goblet cells, mucosal cells, as well as the epithelial cells on the basement membrane. As you can see, when SARS-CoV enters, because of these ACE2 receptors present on the epithelial cells, the coronavirus can very easily and with high affinity bind to the ACE2 receptor and thereby gain entry. So this is currently the evidence presented to the community. This paper has already come in Nature Communication and gives us some open questions. What are those open questions? So the open questions here are as follows. How does a viral infection cause deciliation? We do not know. If at all it causes deciliation, can we block the deciliation so as to preserve the functional mucociliary function, okay, that helps in the clearance of these viral particles? So if we can keep the cilia active, if we can keep it up, live and active, it essentially can help itself perform its mucociliary function, thereby driving the coronavirus in the first stage of the infection. As soon as even a few viral particles enter the system, this is the first line of defense, and that is why the mucociliary clearance of our nasal epithelium is considered as the first line of defense even before it actually gets into our system and there is an antibody response. So if we can actually help achieve the mucociliary clearance and avoid the deciliation, I think the virus will not gain entry into the cilia and therefore into the bronchial epithelium, wherein we do see both these proteins expressed very well. If at all it gains entry, how does the virus move from the cilia to the cell body? Does the nucleocapsid hijack the retrograde intraflagella transport? So this is something that I have not spoken about, but there is a recent evidence that shows that the nucleocapsid, okay, there are these non-structural proteins also which try to gain entry in the ciliary structure via a process which we call as intraflagella transport, thereby affecting the motor itself. The moment the motor is affected, we all know the cilia will stop moving and there will be no mucociliary clearance. How can we regenerate the cilia once the patient has recovered? Because once the patient is infected severely, there is deciliation, and if this deciliation is a permanent damage, it can cause many other respiratory diseases. And to take this further, one particular group, Lee et al., who published in Feb's journals, they also showed that the viral proteins essentially interact with the host system so as to hijack the host system. So let us see some of these viral proteins, how they hijack the system. How much time do I have? How much time do I have?
Ma'am, actually time is over.
Just 2 more slides, okay? So people conducted these in silico approaches where they found out that the viral protein, which is a non-structural protein 13, interacts with the centrosome. So if you remember, I had mentioned this particular structure which gives rise to the ciliary structure, and it interacts with these various proteins of the ciliary structure. And I did some very interesting interaction map, okay, with one of those structures, where I found out that this particular protein, that is CEP350, centrosomal protein 350, interacts with other centrosomal proteins. It interacts with the cytoskeletal proteins of the human epithelium. It interacts with yet another system known as the exosomal proteins. Exosomal proteins are proteins that are sent out by the cilia through tiny particles or vesicles known as exosomes. They also interact with the transcriptional apparatus and thereby completely hijack the host system. So this is something that I have recently started looking at, And I'm also looking at many other structures, because mine is a protein-protein interaction lab, and I got interested in trying to understand how these centrosomal proteins interact with the host system as well as the viral proteins to hijack the system. And with this, I acknowledge the people. I definitely acknowledge Dr. Jain for having recommended me to this conference, and to Dr. Leena. Of course, UMDAs, we are a protein-protein interaction lab, and we receive money from DAE, some bit from DST and DBT, and these are some of my students who have been currently working in protein-protein interaction of my lab, wherein we've essentially isolated a protein complex from the central pair of the ciliary structure. And with this, I am ready to take questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there any query or question? Please write in the chat box. No question, ma'am. So, ma'am, session is very good and clear to everyone. Now we come to the end of this session, and I am here to propose a vote of thanks. On behalf of management members, organizing committee, and the participant, I would like to thank our speaker of the day, Dr. Jacinta D'Souza, ma'am, for an excellent presentation on cilia from obscurity to a formidable position during COVID times, and making this conference a very meaningful and interesting. I would like to thank ma'am for all the valuable and knowledgeable information shared with us. I am thankful to our management members and principal ma'am for their constant support and guidance. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you one and all. Dear participants, feedback form link for this session has been sent on WhatsApp group, Telegram group, and YouTube. So please fill the feedback form. Now I request Shakuntala ma'am to proceed for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, Prajakta ma'am. Good afternoon, one and all. It's a great privilege to introduce the speaker of this session. Dr. Axel Klein is professor in University of Cologne Institute for Inorganic Chemistry, Germany. He did his PhD in 1991 with Dr. Wolfgang Kehm at the University Stuttgart and finished his postdoc in 2001 with Dr. Dirk J. Stufkens at the University of Amsterdam, Netherlands. Dr. Axel Klein is the co-author of more than 210 research papers, reviews, book chapters, and book. He is editorial board member for 2 chemical journals, provided over 480 reviews for journals, and is an active reviewer for national and international funding agencies like that Humboldt Foundation, German Science Foundation, Polish Science Foundation, South African Science Foundation, and so on. Initially educated as a coordination chemist, his research interests have broadened into material chemistry, bioinorganic chemistry, and biomedical applications of transition complexes and materials. Today, Dr. Axel Klein will be sharing his expertise in the field of modern coordination chemistry, from catalysis to modification of nanomaterials. I welcome you, sir, and would like to invite you to continue this session. Thank you, sir. Dr. Axel Klein, sir, you can continue with the session. Thank you. So your mic is mute.
So, can you see my PPT?
PPT is, yes, sir, you're presenting, but still presentation is not. Yeah.
Okay. I have to restart for some reasons, I don't know.
Okay, sir, no problem.
I will go to the full screen and choose this one. Can you see me? Okay, it's working.
Yeah, you're presenting, sir.
Yeah.
You can see.
Unfortunately, I don't see my presentation. Can you see it?
Yes, sir, we can see.
You can see the presentation. That's good. Okay.
You have to open the presentation, sir.
Very good. And now you can see the entrance screen.
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Now I can start. I'm going blind because I cannot see the screen. I see only my presentation. Anyway, so
excuse me,
first,
sir. Excuse me, we can see the just I think the file folder which you have opened, but not the PPT.
Okay, so still the same problem. I have no clue how you can. Maybe that's the. Okay. That's simply the wrong program. Sorry. I don't really get it. Here, sorry. Now I should get better.
Yes, sir. We can see your presentation.
Okay. I don't see it, but it's okay. Now can you see the starting transparency?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then, so I can start now. Right. So you now see a photograph of Cologne. There's a big cathedral, and you see the institute, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can see it.
Okay, very good. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining this session. Right at lunchtime. Here it is early in the morning. The sun has set already, and it looks a bit like that today. We are in winter, -2 degrees, so it's very different from Mumbai. And basically, I would really would like to join you also physically, but it's only a video session. But I will do my very best. First of all, let me thank you for inviting me to join this meeting. It looks very interesting, very exciting talks already, much to very actual topics like the COVID pandemic, which is all affecting us in very much the same way. So again, the world is a village, and we're doing much the same as you in India or in Canada or in Australia, suffering from the very same things. Unfortunately, I cannot deliver solutions to the COVID pandemic, and I will even not try. And also, we have heard about, very recent, very urgent problems that are threatening mankind. And but I'm more on the patient side. Science has to be always patient, because what we are doing in the lab now might be important for the future, and we should never lose this focus. But sometimes it's down to basic and good science, solid science, nothing like fraud. That, while Dr. Jane nicely pointed out, is always endangering us. And so I will talk about my topic. It's coordination chemistry, and I would like to show you that coordination chemistry is a very broad topic. Indeed, it comes from molecular science, basically, but it can go into biology, into medicine, and into materials. And this is what I want to show you in the next few slides. So what is coordination chemistry, and what is a complex? These are two, while quite synonymic expressions for very similar things. First of all, the classical definition of a complex. We see these parentheses that were originally designed by Alfred Werner, something like 100 years ago, saying that within these parentheses there is the central coordination unit that usually consists of a metal and a number of ligands.
Sorry,
the ligands are
you, sir.
non-metals.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir.
Yes?
Slide is not seen. It's still on the first slide.
It's still on the first? Okay.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we
Now
can.
you can see it?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, then I will try with this one, although this has no, okay. Yeah. So there will be no animation anyway. I will try my best. So this is a typical complex, and there is a metal and there is a number of ligands. And the classical description of this carbonyl chromium complex would be like that. If you want to have it a little bit more complicated, so including the full valence electron description, it looks very complicated, and I really don't want to go into that, although complexes are molecules. So you can really fully describe them using all the valence electrons which are available in these species. But something like this is overloaded by information, and let's stick to the facts. The fact is that in this chromium hexacarbonyl complex, there is a rather short chromium-carbon bond, and it's clear that carbon is bound to the metal and not the oxygen. And there's a very short carbon-oxygen bond, which shows that this triple bond is justified as a description. Complexes can be far more complex in a way, and you see here the tetrameric hemoglobin, which contains 4 complexes, which are in a simple way depicted here. This is the heme coenzyme, which is the complex, and you can see again, there is iron, there is one ligand, which is this porphyrin, and there is a 5th ligand over there, which is an ibinazole, and there is even one a little bit proximal, how this ligand is called. It's not a ligand in a strict sense, in a sense of Werner. It's doing some work on the oxygen ligand, which is not shown here. So oxygen is bound here on the 6th position of this iron atom. So this is a brief description of hemoglobin as a complex. There are further complexes or coordination compounds, and one of them is the famous metal organic frameworks that have popped up something like 20 years ago and now are under intense investigation for their possible use in many different fields. But what we can say from a viewpoint of coordination chemistry, it's really pure and simple coordination chemistry. You can see here such a unit. This is an example of zinc complexes. Zinc is a very flexible metal which can do something between 4 and 6 coordination, and even in combination it performs quite well and gives rise to these porous coordination polymers, because this is what defines MOFs from coordination polymers. MOFs have to be porous, otherwise they are just coordination polymers. And you can see one of the applications of MOFs might be that they contain a huge inner space, and that might be used for catalysis or for the selection of gaseous molecules and other things like that. But also, if you think about particles, and sorry for the presentation, I have to swap that because the animation is not working. If I'm thinking about a silver chloride nanoparticle, this is the picture I get into my mind. You have a surface of this silver nanoparticle, but on the surface, it's not like that. So this is a rather poor description, because I don't think that the surface is smooth. Because depending on some even small excess of either silver or chloride, you have some, coordination on the top of these layers that you can see here. And so either this is positively charged because you have excess silver ions, that means you have a completed complex there, or you have an excess of chloride and you have a completed sphere over there. It can be also have kinks and other things, like it's probably not as smooth as shown here. And this is very well known that nanoparticles, they tend to agglomerate. Why do they do that? Of course, it's the surface enthalpy that drives to agglomeration. And people have to prevent actively this agglomeration. And they do this with compounds that are, there are a plethora of different names for these compounds preventing agglomeration. In my terms, these are simply ligands. And you can see that in a nice picture. That's out of Wikipedia. You can see how oleic acid and oleic amine are not only protecting agents, as many people say, they are simply ligands. And they protect the surface and prevent, thus, the agglomeration. And I will show that this is not the end of the story. You can do much more with ligands on nanoparticles. So that was just the introduction to coordination chemistry, to show that this is a really wide field from the classic description of Werner type complexes to biological applications and finally to materials. So now to my presentation. Next slide. What is a coordination chemist doing? Well, he's doing ligand design, quite obviously. And I will talk about a number of tridentate ligands and why we make them. There are things like bidentate ligands, which sometimes are better than tridentate or tetradentate. And I will also come to this material side at the very end of my talk. Ligand design is very important to those who are not very familiar with complexes. Most of the complexes of interest today do not contain monodentate ligands. Monodentate ligands are nice for a textbook, for learners, as this carbonyl. Carbonyl is a nice ligand, but to be honest, it's boring. Ligands have to be polyfunctional. This is what we are seeking for. And the least is that it contains more than one binding site, so bidentate or tridentate as these ones. But you can see here, you can introduce far more functions like a peptide. It's a shielded lysine here, what you can see, or you can introduce redox functions into the ligand frame. So this is what makes actual or present coordination chemistry striking. But let's start with a tridentate ligand. And this is a tridentate ligand that you are probably familiar with. It's terpyridine, so 2,2', 6' terpyridine. It's a commercially available ligand, and it's a tridentate ligand. And there are, I would say, 10,000s of complexes in the meantime made with this ligand. And what do we do? Now we change the ligand. We introduce carbon atoms instead of a pyridine, a carb anionic function, or two carb anionic functions, which makes this ligand, first of all, a stronger sigma donor at these positions here. And secondly, you introduce some charge. That's the bottom line. You can introduce this charge also by changing other functions like the pyridine into a tetrasolate. Also with this, you would introduce some charge and maybe a changed donor function. But now it's more difficult. While this is clearly a stronger sigma donor than pyridine, what about this tetrasolate? How can you show this, that this is a stronger ligand or a less strong ligand than the pyridine? Well, we did that. And the first example on top shows that we made a number of 3D series of these complexes of this bis tetrasolate ligand. And as a proof of principle, we made the cobalt-2 complex. And we can see here from the magnetic measurements that this is a low spin complex. If we now compare this cobalt-2 to the bis terpyridine complex, we can clearly say that this ligand must be stronger than terpyridine, because the terpyridine cobalt complex is a mixture of low spin and high spin. So this has a slightly higher ligand field than the corresponding terpyridine ligand. We can use also this charge in a very simple way. Here for platinum, you don't necessarily need a strong ligand field, because platinum has a strong ligand field intrinsically because it's a 5D metal, and luminescence is something like more or less guaranteed. What we do here, we use the twofold negative charge to compensate for the oxidation state 2, and now we are able to bind neutral ligands. And there are many neutral ligands in the world of coordination chemistry. So we have been using here a pyridine attached to long alkyl chain, which allows to make aggregates, fibers, and gels out of this complex. And as this complex is luminescent, as already pointed out, you can make luminescent gels and other materials. We go back to terpyridine, and this is one of our workhorses. It's nickel catalysis. Nickel catalysis is about to replace the cheap the more precious palladium metal as the catalyst center. And here we have a study in which we showed that the Negishi type of CC coupling is, so with zinc alkyls, how this works. So it's a mechanistical study. And we exactly looked at this step of the mechanistical study. I mean, the Negishi type starts here with the zinc compound. You have a transmetallation, you have an oxidative addition, and then you have the reductive elimination of the product. And we wanted to be sure or to test if this intermediate is a real intermediate and if you can isolate some of them or at least study their properties. And the idea was that this is somehow an oxidized nickel 2 because you start with nickel 1 like here, and then you do the transmetallation oxidative addition. So this should be nickel 3, maybe. The access to that was not from the catalytic cycle, but from a separate species, which is clearly nickel 2, so R2, and you can stabilize them using these fluorinated alkyl ligands. And now we did the oxidation electrochemically. You can see that in the sketch. And now the question is, what is the character of this species? So exactly what is framed here in red. And we found out that this species is cleaving CF3 radicals and then ends up with this species, which is cation, which represents more or less like that. So we went in our medical scheme from here to there and then backward in this direction. So this is the stable product. And now we can say from EPR spectroscopy, so this is the tracing or the trapping of the CF3 radical. But from this spectrum, which we took from this oxidized species, we can clearly say, well, this is really nickel 3. So nickel 3 is the oxidation state. This species is not very stable, so it's still an intermediate, so it's not a transition state, an intermediate, but very unstable due to the fact that this is a very high oxidation state for nickel in organometallic complexes. Let's move away from catalysis and go to, again, luminescent materials, now a little bit more in detail. So we made this change again, so from CNN, which we studied largely, we come back to that, to the CNC, and they have two interesting properties at the same time. First of all, this is the synthesis of them. It's a two-step synthesis, and we made a plethora of different complexes to have a little bit of structural variations. And they are nicely luminescent. So these condensated versions here down there are shown in this picture. You can see it's a luminescence which is in the orange range, a little bit like that. And the quantum yields are quite high. So this one shows a quantum yield of 32% in fluid solution. That's really striking. That's a very good value for fluid solution photoluminescence. They are triplet emitters, most of all, which means that they might be useful for some technical, but also to biological applications, because in the next slide, see that at the same time as they are fluorescent or phosphorescent, I must say, they are quite toxic. So we tested them against two different cancer cell lines. And you can see these examples here, which have lower numbers than cisplatinum. And as we show here, the IC50 values, lower values mean more toxic. Now, these values are not really striking, and some of them are really poorly defined. So we had to measure them several times. And still, there is some problem with the accuracy. But we think these are solubility issues, because these largely flat molecules, they have a tendency to stack and to be rather insoluble. So that means the next move would be to reliably make them more soluble and then test them again, and also their mode of action. Back again to luminescence. Another example which shows a little bit of a basic problem if you look at these triplet emitting molecules. I mean, the world of triplet emitting molecules is emerging at the moment. You have lots of these cyclomethylated iridium, but you have also ruthenium, platinum, and gold complexes, which are highly luminescent and might be very useful for OLEDs or OLED applications or in photovoltaic cells. But there is one basic well, academic or scientific problem. We do not really understand the quantum yields. Of course, we have found, or others have found, quantum yields of unity, so the complete conversion of an absorbed photon to an emitted photon. But there are obviously rules which we do not understand so far. And this is our contribution, our first contribution to this field. We have made a number of CNC coordinated cyclomethylated platinum complex with slightly different structural motifs. Here is crystal structure shown of that, which shows, as the take-home message, there are no essential intermolecular interactions. They are quite soluble. The stacking is there, but it's not very intense. And so they're well soluble. That's the good thing. And then we look at the luminescence, or photoluminescence shows that although we have varied this system, well, a little bit in the outskirts of the molecular frame, largely there is not a big difference in the emitted energy. But there is a big difference in the quantum yield. And here you can see the 4 examples as they are colored. And our best example is number 3, with a 9% quantum yield at room temperature, but 100% quantum yield in frozen dichloromethane. In a typical material as PMMA, it has a quantum yield of 34%. And you can see the other numbers are slightly better at room temperature, but usually worse at low temperature. If you ask me how I can explain these differences, although the energy is the same, I cannot really give you a reasonable answer. So this is one of the puzzling problems at the moment, that we do not really understand what is happening in these excited states. Of course, this is a dynamic problem. And if we look at this problem from a static point of view, we will not solve this problem. So we have to work into or go into the excited state and look at their dynamics in the future. And this is what we're doing also at the moment. Now a little bit more medical chemistry. Thiosemicarbonzones, shown here, NNCSNH. This is the thiosemicarbonzone unit. Thiosemicarbonzones are well known. They have various biological properties. Some of them are quite interesting. Most of them are really toxic, either to bacteria or even to cancer cells. So it's a huge field of work that has been done in the last 50 years on these thiosemicarbonzones, including their complexes, their metal complexes. What we did is use this thiosemicarbonzone scaffold, which is potentially toxic, add another ligand, and then you can add a number of other things. So this is really a multifunctional ligand that we can use here. And so we made this tridentate ligand. So you attach pyridine, then you have an NNS tridentate ligand. And then here you have a playground for functional groups, as well as you have here another playground. And of course, you can also replace this pyridine by other things. So there are at least 3 functions introducible into these TSCs. What we did here is, you can see again this Boc-protected lysine side group to the TSC. This then allows to do peptide synthesis, so solid phase peptide synthesis, SPPS, to attach a protein. And this is a cell-penetrating protein, SC18. So this is something like a guarantee to get into the cell. And from all of these stages, from these model complexes or from these lysine derivatives or even these conjugates, as we call them, you can make very rapidly the platinum complexes. Rapidly and quantitatively means something like a reaction time of 10 minutes. I will come to that later while this gets important, and the quantitative yield. And we can do move that away. We can do classical analysis, either the classical inorganic analysis like crystal structure, or the classical biochemical analysis like HPLC and ACMS on this conjugates and the conjugate complexes. Here you can see the conjugate cyano-platinum complex. Now we thought about looking for the toxicity of these compounds, because there are 2 components which might lead to toxicity, the TSC, as I already explained, and of course the platinum, because everyone knows that platinum compounds are, well, usually something between very toxic and less toxic, but our platinum compounds are non-toxic. That was really striking because, I mean, we have every ingredient that is necessary to lead the structure into the cell, but still it doesn't work. But also the other components are largely non-toxic. So this is the disappointing part of the story, but there is a nice part about that. So if all this is non-toxic and all these reactions using platinum are very rapid and quantitative, this is an ideal candidate for nuclear chemistry, for nuclear medical chemistry. Because now we are planning to introduce not the normal platinum, the naturally occurring platinum, but radionuclides of platinum. And as the other part is non-toxic, we can use this as a wonderful tracer or a medical tool to, well, incorporate specifically these scaffold into patients or whatever. So the next step will then be to use these platinum radioisotopes, which are very helpful in some special medical treatment and diagnosis. Next slide. Sometimes it does already with a bidentate ligand, and we stepped on these complexes a long time ago, almost 20 years when I started the structures for very different reasons. But one day we just tested them, as some famous people like Jan Riedijk says, well, almost any platinum-2 complex is cytotoxic. That's not really true. If you look at these complexes here, which are containing cyclooctadiene and two different alkyl, aryl, or alkenyl groups, we find that the inorganic variations are really not non-toxic. But as soon as you introduce an organic component, so making these really organometallic, then we get into toxic materials again. And now we found even very toxic complexes. These numbers are really striking because they are something like 10 times more toxic than cisplatinum. So this is very promising. Also, we found, that's not shown in the study, that these complexes are also active against cancer cell lines, which are tolerant to cisplatin. So that means the mode of action of these complexes is not cisplatin-like. It's different. We don't really know at the moment what is the mode of action, because it can also not be intercalation, it must be something else. But prior to that, we need to test if really these species enter the cell or if they are decomposed on their way to the cell or to the cell nucleus or whatever the target of these complexes might be. So we tested the ligand exchange reactions, and to this end, we study not only COD as ligand, but also these other diene chelating ligands and their complexes in a huge study. And this shows that you really need a good ligand to replace the COD. There are no biological ligands available to do so. So this is an artificial reaction, and it will probably, first of all, not happen in the cell. So this is stable. What about these organic components, these organic or organometallic ligands? They are carbanions formally, but do they cleave? Do they hydrolyze? Well, they do not. You can see this is the hydrolysis rate. We monitor this by UV spectroscopy. This is an aqueous DMF solution, and it takes days to decompose this compound. And as for a drug, for a platinum-containing drug, days is a very long period. What you need in medical use is something like the stability for 1 day. That's really enough. 2 days is more than you need. 3 days is much too long. But what I also did, it's very interesting, in these aqueous DMF solutions, they slowly exchange these ligands. So underlying this curve is not only the decomposition, so the protolysis, but also that self-transmetallation. So the end of the story is that you get this dimethyl platinum and the dialkenyl platinum species in these aqueous solution. So that means organometallic transmetallation in aqueous solution. That was really fascinating, but the bottom line is they are well, stable enough to do their job. So that means we are quite sure that neither the cyclooctadiene nor these carbanionic groups are readily cleaved, and very probably this entire thing reaches the cell. Now for something very different. Now it's pure curiosity. There is no application whatsoever, but nature delivers so beautiful examples of extremely effective catalysis, and we should learn from nature. And this was our idea. This is galactose oxidase. Galactose oxidase, as shown here, is doing the simple 2-electron transformation from an alcohol to an aldehyde. At the same time, it uses dioxygen to produce hydrogen peroxide. And it's a 2-electron step. You can see it on the 2 redox centers of the galactose oxidase. So this is the coenzyme in a facilitated way. Here you can see the full protein. There are 2 redox centers. One is copper 2, copper 1, shuttling between these 2 states. And the other one is a tyrosinate, tyrosilase radical. So that's the other electron which is necessary to drive this reaction. Now we were curious how we can model this galactose oxidase coenzyme. And most of all, how we can, in a most simple way, model. You can make sophisticated structures in coordination chemistry and ligand design, and it needs something like 20 steps of synthesis of this ligand to make it. But this was not our goal. We wanted to have a versatile, simple ligand. And we checked our model towards 3 different parameters. And that was the redox chemistry, which I will focus today, but also EPR spectroscopy and the color. So if the model matches the electrochemistry, the EPR, and the color of the native GO galactose oxidase system, we would be very happy. And then we can, well, change the model and see how far we can get. And this is something, what I told you, we just take a class of ligands out of the toolbox of coordination chemistry. And these are these fascinating, nice saline ligands. They have 2 nitrogen functions, 2 phenolate, which are representatives for the tyrosinate, and they should really work. This is the molecular structure. And now we can see here the electrochemistry. We have the 2 redox pairs, so the reduction, copper centered, the oxidation, tyrosinase to tyrosilate. And you can see this is the GO data. This is our model system. Well, we have all the features, but they are too far apart. So that's not a good model. And what is the problem of this model? Let me come to the crystal structure. The saline is well, it's not really rigid, but it's in a way rigid that it strongly prefers a square planar coordination of the metal. That's good for copper 2 and it stabilizes copper 2. But if you want to go to the redox pair copper 2, copper 1, you should have a more flexible ligand which allows the tetrahedral coordination of copper 1. And a saline hardly accepts a tetrahedral coordination. So this is the problem of our nice, versatile, and very frequently used saline ligand. So we have to go away from polydentate to just bidentate ligands. And this is a bidentate ligand. Again, we have a triazine function here, and we have a phenolate on each side, so everything is there. And now we can see the flexibility. So this complex structure is already in between square planar and tetrahedral. And we were, well, amazed but not surprised that the EPR response to this structure looks very similar to the GO. But let's have a look at the electrochemistry. This is a little bit more reliable tool. And we see we're getting better, but still, you can see there is a tremendously small difference between the copper pair and the tyrosinase pair in the GO. We have made this difference a little bit smaller, but still we are struggling from that. And that means the ligand flexibility has contributed to something like 20 to 30% of this, well, close match of the 2 potentials. But the other things are just molecular structures. And we might be able to do something using other substituents, but probably we are at the end of the line. But here you can see what is our idea of doing research in the field of bioinorganic chemistry. Next step. Now we go really to materials. And if we talk about materials in inorganic chemistry, there is the huge field of organic inorganic hybrid perovskites that are discussed in the last 15 20 years. And the striking thing is that they are very versatile photosemiconductors, and they can be used in photovoltaic cells. And what you can see here is the increase of efficiency that is ascribed to these metal halide perovskite cells, which is really striking. And there is a lot of potential around here. There's a lot of potential, most of all, because this classical structure, which is the classical organic inorganic hybrid perovskite, is the methyl ammonia triiodoplumbate. Here you can see the perfect perovskite structure. But people have come quite early up with the idea that you do not necessarily need a perfect perovskite structure, but you need something of condensated complexes that are aligned either in a three-dimensional or in a two-dimensional or even in a monodimensional way. And then you need some spaces, for example, shown here, some organic spaces. And then you can have materials which are called two-dimensional perovskites, like this one here, although they do not have really the perovskite structure. It's something like you break this classical perovskite structure into layers. And you can do that not only 2D, you can also make them 1D. And the good thing is that many of these materials, although they do not have the classical structure, they are interesting photosemiconductors. And they might be useful to replace this one, because this one is quite sensitive to the surrounding, most of all to humidity. So this is humid sensitive, it readily decomposes. There have been some efforts to make this more stable, but I think the chemical way is always an option, chemical variation. And we did that. This is a simple reaction sketch that we did. So we're using simple metal salts. We're using a number of organic bases. If you protonate them, you can form the desired cations, the organic cations. And then we will see what we can get. And this is a still ongoing project, and I will show you a number of first examples. Why we used these ligands has, well, several reasons, most of all separation. But another important reason that if you look at these central three chromophores here, they are really chromophores. So they are already colored, strongly colored in their basic, in their neutral state. If you protonate them, color does not drastically change. So they are interesting absorbents. While in this structure here, the lead iodide frame has to absorb light as a photosemiconductor. This organic material could tremendously help to increase the absorbance of this material. And this is why most of all we stuck into these azopyridine molecules. And the next examples I will show you are dedicated to these azopyridines. And here we see this two-dimensional structure, which we would call a two-dimensional perovskite, here now separated as we would have expected. But you can also go down to one-dimensional, here such a copper iodide, diiodide strand, again separated by these molecules. So now you have a breakdown of the perovskite structure, not only in layers, but in strands, which are now along the axis that we are looking at this structure. Other examples which do not have really much to do with perovskite is also this one. If you break down the perovskite structure again in two layers, by incorporating more into the unit cell, we see the structure of this manganese chloro aqua complex here as the central unit. Then we have chloride as the anions, and then we have something like an extended ABX3 perovskite in this structure. And the striking thing is that, again, the structure determines the properties. This is a darkly colored material, and it's a semiconductor. Not because there is manganese in it, but because it's a perovskite-like structure with an extended chain-like structure along the axis shown here is the A-axis. Sometimes we also fail, or very often we fail, by this simple synthetic approach and just get complexes, isolated complexes as this dimeric copper bromide species. There is no extension along the axis. This is not a perovskite system. And of course, the electrical properties are quite simple. It absorbs quite nicely because still it contains the chromophore, but apart of that, it's not an interesting material. Also, the space group is not of any interest. And you can see that this is still large in a trial and error version. So we mix compounds and make screening, if you want so. Very last example, now to the nanomaterials. And I've brought you two examples of our recent publications, what you can do else with the ligand on nanoparticles. I showed you already in the introduction that you can stabilize nanoparticles, but that's not all you can do. There are far more things. And in the first example, we added a biomolecule in a covalent way. So again, this is a covalent linker between two parts. So it's a conjugate, as we call that. We use the core shell nanomaterial with a core semiconductor. And personally, I like most of all bismuth selenide. It's a fascinating material. And it's, I would guess there is a big potential of this material, although selenide is a bit of concern because it's in huge amounts, it's toxic. Although in small amounts, it's beneficial, as we have learned again this morning. Anyway, we added a shell, which is silica. And then on this silica surface, you can add a ligand with a spacer and a biomolecule. In that case, it was an anti-EGFR antibody. That was not the most important thing. What you can observe now between the quantum dot, which is a photosemiconductor, and the biomolecule is a fluorescent resonance energy transfer, or Förster resonance energy transfer. And it depends on the distance between the two. And what you can do there is to monitor the mobility of this biomolecule, or where it actually binds. So for example, in the free state, let's say in the blood serum, they freely interact, only using these groups for peripheral interaction with other molecules. But as soon as this biomolecule docks onto a specific part of a cell, then this thread is frozen or even quenched. And these are two things that you might be really interested in. And the important thing is that you have to design, and now again, you have to think about it. Not just make a particle, add something, and then send it to a cell. You have really to think about that. You only see an efficient thread interaction if the absorption of your antibody overlaps largely enough with your nanomaterial. And that means this is a chemical fit. You have to understand that you can change maybe the absorption of your biomolecule. Maybe you can add a chromophoric group. And you have to carefully design the emission of your nanomaterial. And this is why we choose several of them to be on the safe side, and also to study this thread effect a little bit more in detail. And now the last example, even more simpler. We made lead selenide quantum dots for high-speed MID infrared photodetectors. And again, you have to stabilize these particles with some, well, ligands on the surface. And in this study, we could show that it's very much depending on the ligand which you use to stabilize the surface, how the performance of these detectors are. And you can see the ideal candidate was the simple iodide. Here you can see the performance of the detector. So this is switch on, switch off, switch on, switch off in a very, very short time. So this is a very suitable detector. It's even suitable for technical applications. If you change that to chloride as the surface ligand, the performance gets rather poor. And it gets to a non-acceptable performance if you add acetate to the surface. So the proper choice of the, well, surface covering ligand is very essential. For coordination chemists, this is more or less not unexpected, although again, really striking differences. Because we have the HSAB principle, which means the hard, soft, acid, base principle, which says that you have, if I have a soft material or a soft metal, you need a soft ligand for a strong interaction. If you make a combination soft, weak, you have weak interactions and therefore not a stabilization of your structure. What does it mean in that case? Iodide forms solid, strong bonds at the surface of this lead selenide quantum dot. It satisfies the need of lead to coordinate 6 to 8 times, and it forms a strong bond. And so the surfaces are quite ordered. The number of lattice defects and intrinsic defects are extremely low, and this is what helps the performance very much. In the case of this poor ligand, with poor interaction, acetate to lead, there are lots of defects all on the surface, but also in the bulk close to the surface, so surface traps, we call them. And you can obviously, with this poor ligand, not avoid any of these structural deformations. And these traps and these defects, they lead to this poor response. Interestingly, if we would go the other way around and we would want to use such a particle for catalysis, then we would use a ligand which is as poor as possible. The poor ligand should prevent the agglomeration, but at the same time help the activity on the surface. In the case of a material, we are not interested in surface reorganization or surface activity. We want to have a rigid, solid surface with less defects, or at least almost no defects. And this is what a strong ligand can provide. So you can see the understanding of coordination chemistry helps you in many fields, and the understanding what is a complex stands at the cradle of understanding a number of different things. With that, I'm through, and of course I did not do all this work. I just presented, and these is a list of my PhD students in the last 15 years that have done this work. So this was the first group in 2004. 2004, I started in Cologne. 2005, got the first group. Then it grew, it shrinked a little bit again. And now we are with these names. Of course, I'm also collaborating a lot, and these are only the actual collaborators. This is Dave from the US, with whom I share a lot of interest in nickel catalysis. The same with Yulia Budnikova from Russia. So we have a German, Russian, US collaboration, very nice one. Ingo Otto is the one who is doing all this pharmaceutical stuff. So I cannot do the cell testing, but Ingo is very interested in coordination, in complexes in general. And that's very helpful that he's a pharmaceutical chemist in a real sense. Christian Strasser and Nikos Doltsinis are joined with me in a project in where we look at these excited state of triplet luminescent complexes. This is why Nikos is a theoretician. We really need his help to get a new picture of these excited state, as we have only pictures which are back of 30 years or something like that. You have seen probably these two names, Adi Rostami and Mahbubeh Dolatyari. They are from Tabriz University, and also Amin Reza Solgado from Shiraz University is a important collaboration partner for me. Iran is an interesting country for several reasons. But India is also a very interesting country. And this is my first stay in Mumbai in the year when your college was founded, 2001. And these two nice gentlemen, some of you might know, most of all, Dr. Jain knows them very well. They were his PhD students at the time when I visited the BRSC for the first time. So this is Prasad Fadnis, and this is Dr. Sandeep Dey. They're still there at the BRSC, and they're still very good colleagues. So we are, while collaborating, writing there and fro, and probably reviewing our manuscripts each on our sides. And with this very last slide, I want to thank you again for inviting me, most of all to Dr. Zarka for a great organization, to Dr. Jain, who had probably the idea to invite me to join you in this wonderful seminar.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Very good. Excellent. 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 Very nice presentation. I enjoyed.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, if there is any questions, you can put up on the chat box. The participants are requested to put any questions on the chat box in the YouTube. Okay, sir, there are no questions here. Okay, thank you, sir. Yeah.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you very
Yeah.
much.
I am here to propose vote of thanks. I would like to thank Dr. Axel Klein for enlightening us with his great knowledge. Today's session was full of knowledge and interesting things, which gave deep insights into the topics and also revealed some interesting facts. Dr. Axel Klein discussed about metal organic frameworks and coordination polymers containing zinc 2, ligand designs like tridentate, tetradentate ligands using organic terpyridine, their application in forming luminescent gels, then terpyridine complexes with nickel metals, their biological applications of platinum complexes, importance, then their toxicology study, later on, he discussed about these peptide complex conjugates in the field of nuclear medical chemistry, that is the radioisotope of platinum. So it was really informative. I'm pretty sure the precious knowledge that Dr. Axel Klein gave us will definitely help us in our future research. Once again, I would like to thank Dr. Axel Klein for taking out time from his busy schedule and enlightening us with the knowledge. Thank you so much, sir. I would also thank our management members and principal for giving us the opportunity to organize this international conference and invite Dr. Axel Klein, who shared his valuable research experience with all of us. I thank all the participants who enthusiastically took part in this international conference. The feedback form for the session will be shared on WhatsApp, Telegram, and YouTube. Thank you, sir. Now, for the next session, all the participants are requested to join after 30 minutes. Thank you, one and all.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the post-lunch session of ICENT SHW 2021. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce Dr. Gopal Sarma, who will be chairing today's technical session of this international conference. Dr. Gopal Sarma is faculty in the Department of Botany of Guru Nanak Khalsa College of Arts, Science and Commerce. She acquired her doctoral degree in molecular biology from Northeastern Hill University, Shillong, Meghalaya, in the year 1999. Her significant contributions in the field of molecular biology includes novel techniques for isolation of frankia. Her postdoctoral research in Bhabha Atomic Research Center, Mumbai, was based on microsatellites. Dr. Sarma has published her research in various national and international journals. She has been awarded several research projects by different funding agencies like CSIR, UGC. She has mentored several MSc nutraceutical students also. We welcome you, ma'am. With this brief introduction of the chairperson of this technical session, Dr. Gopal Sarma, we will start the session with few instructions for the presenters. Maximum 7 minutes will be given for presentation. All presenters are requested to strictly adhere to given time limit. With this, I call upon our first presenter, Mr. Swapnil Shevale, to start with his presentation.
Thank you, madam. Hello. Yes, madam. Am I audible, madam?
Yes.
Yes, madam. I can't see the screen. The presentation. Okay. Thank you, madam. A very good afternoon to everyone. So my research topic is cocaine and amphetamine regulated transcript peptide in the tadpole brain response to different energy states. Okay, so I will be speaking on this topic. First, I will be discussing what actually this cocaine and amphetamine regulated transcript peptide is. Okay, madam, next slide, please. Next slide, please, madam. Can you switch the next slide?
Sir, just wait for me.
Yes, madam. Can you put on the full screen? Yes, ma'am. Can you put on this full screen, please?
Sir, there is some technical glitch, so we are not able to.
Okay, madam. Okay, madam. So cocaine and amphetamine regulated transcript peptide, it is abbreviated as CART. So it's a neuropeptide, it's a neuronal signaling molecule which is predominantly present in the brain of vertebrates. So CART was first discovered in 1995 by Douglas et al. By the administration of psychostimulant drugs. So they had administered 2 psychostimulant drugs that was cocaine and amphetamine, and they had seen that the levels of a peptide had risen, and so they named it as the cocaine and amphetamine regulated transpeptide. So this peptide is widely distributed in the central nervous system of the entire vertebrate lineages, and it is known to produce or to induce anorexia, which is the inhibition of food intake in mammals and fishes. The sequence of CART is highly conserved throughout the vertebrate lineage. Apart from its function in inducing anorexia, it is also involved in energy balance, neuroendocrine regulation of stress, learning, memory, anxiety and depression, locomotor activity, and cardiac function. So apart from its function in food and feeding circuitry of vertebrates, it is also having different roles in the brain. Next slide, please, madam. So CART is mainly in the brain. CART is predominantly present in the hypothalamic regions, especially the hypothalamic paraventricular nucleus, dorsomedial nucleus, ventromedial nucleus, lateral hypothalamic area, and the arcuate nucleus of mammals. So hypothalamus acts as a very important center for CART. So CART so the administration of CART in the arcuate PVN connectivity. So if we administer CART in the arcuate and PVN connectivity, then it clearly shows the inhibition of food intake or the suppression of food intake. In birds and fishes also, ICV injections, ICV administration shows the suppression of feeding behavior. In the case of anneurons, the hypothalamus acts as a very important neural center which sends signal to the entire brain. Okay, so the current study is an attempt to investigate the role of CART in the feeding responses and the central glucose homeostasis using a tadpole model. So the CART is present in anneurons, but its role in the feeding circuitry has not been investigated yet. So the study aims at the investigation of CART in the feeding circuitry of anneurons. Next slide, please. So we had chosen the tadpole as a model system. So tadpole is a larval stage of the aneuron. So we had chosen the frog Euphyctus cynophyctus. So the tadpoles of Euphyctus cynophyctus has been chosen for the experiment. So these are easily available during the monsoon seasons. These are voracious feeder, especially stage 38, which we will be using in our experiments. So those are voracious feeders, as they have to undergo the metamorphosis. So before metamorphosis, they feed readily on the organic matter. They are easy to handle and very easy for performing experiments related to neuroendocrinology, because we can induce certain drugs into directly into the brain of these tadpole models. Okay. Also, there is a point there. These are ectothermic animals. That is they cannot maintain their body temperatures. Like in the case of mammals are endothermic animals. Therefore, the body temperature remains 37 degrees Celsius. But these tadpoles have to resort to some ectothermic mechanisms for their temperature regulation. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yes. So material and methods, we had used tadpoles of stage 38 of Euphyctus cynophyctus for all the experiments. Madam, next slide, please. We had taken 25 tadpoles of stage 38, and we had divided these tadpoles into following 5 groups. So 5 tadpoles were the control tadpoles, which were normally feeding. These tadpoles were feeding on boiled spinach leaves, which acts as a food material for them. Then the second group, we had starved 5 tadpoles for 5 days. So that acted as the starved or the fasted group. In the third case, we had injected glucose. We had injected 16 ppm of glucose directly into the cerebrospinal fluid of the tadpole brain. So via the cerebrospinal fluid, the glucose went into each and every part of the brain. This condition we had developed so that the overfeeding condition can be induced. Okay. Apart from this glucose, we had used 2 dg in 5 tadpoles. We have injected 2 dg, 16 ppm of 2 dg in 5 tadpoles. So this 2 dg stands for 2-deoxyglucose, which is an antagonist to glucose. So it has an opposite effect of the glucose. So 2 dg is inducing starvation in the tadpoles. And lastly, we had the placebo controls, for which we injected 0.9% saline. So this was only to check whether the injection stress would not alter the neuropeptide profile. After that, we had anesthetized these tadpoles with 2-phenoxyethanol fixed in the Boeing 6-dative, cryoprotected with 30% sucrose solution. Cryostat sectioning was carried out at 25 microns at minus 20 degrees Celsius. And then we proceeded on for immunohistochemistry for the localization of CART peptide in the brain. And then we photographed. Next slide, please. Then these are the results. So in the results section, we had got in the telencephalon of the brain, we had seen a lot of cells in the besides the lateral forebrain bundle. So those cells were known as the entopeduncular nucleus. So the entopeduncular nucleus had a lot of CART cells. Okay, so if we have a look at the fed control and fasted group, so we can see that the fed control group was having a lot of CART immunoreactivity. The neurons which were containing CART turned positive, while the fasted had some lower immunoreactivity. Similarly, in the case of glucose, in the case of glucose, wherein the food intake was very high, so over there also the CART containing neurons exhibited a very strong immunoreactivity as compared to the 2-DG group. So 2-DG group, there seems to be a very low amount of CART expression. Okay, in the saline control group was also showing a moderate type of expression. The same has been represented by the statistical analysis. So in the statistical analysis also we can see that the glucose has the highest number of CART positive cells. Next slide, please, madam.
Sir, last 1 minute to conclude your presentation.
Madam, actually, I started a little bit late because of the technical problems.
Sir, we have counted.
Just give me 2 minutes, madam. In 2 minutes, I'll complete. Yes, madam.
Okay, sir.
Next slide, please, madam. Next area is the preoptic area. So preoptic area is it is an homologous region to the mammalian PVN, paraventricular nucleus. So this also exhibited a similar reactivity, and in this also we had seen that glucose in the glucose treated group, the levels of CART expression had tremendously increased. Madam, next slide, please. Next slide, please. A similar expression was seen in the hypothalamus, the ventral hypothalamus, and the dorsal hypothalamus. So this is one of the most important centers of the tadpole brain, which takes in the peripheral signals, and it acts on the brain. So on the entire brain. So this also showed a moderate high immunoreactivity in the glucose treated group as compared to the 2-deoxy group. As well as in the fed control also, it showed a higher immunoreactivity as compared to the fasted group. Next slide, please, madam. And this is the Edinger-Westphal nucleus. This is for the first time we are showing that the CART immunoreactivity, the fluctuating levels of the CART immunoreactivity in the Edinger-Westphal nucleus. So this was not previously shown. So you can see over here, if you zoom in, you can see clearly the cells which are containing the CART peptide. Okay, next slide, please, madam. I'll just conclude, madam. So conclusion, the fluctuating levels of CART in the entopeduncular nucleus, preoptic area, ventral hypothalamus, and the Edinger-Westphal nucleus shows the conserved function of CART in the feeding and energy regulation and glucose homeostasis. The response of CART to positive and negative nutritional conditions which were induced by glucose and 2-DG also shows that CART is phenotypically or phylogenetically conserved throughout the vertebrate lineages. Next slide, please. So by this way, we had Madam, okay. By this way, so we had developed a hypothetical schematic diagram as comparable to mammals, anurans, and fishes. So comparable to mammals, in the anurans also, the adiposity signals such as insulin and leptin are taken up by the ventral hypothalamus, which in turn triggers the EN dorsal hypothalamus, POA, and EW nucleus, inducing anorexia or the suppression of feeding behavior. A similar pattern is being observed in the mammals, but in the case of fishes, in the case of fishes, the hypothalamus is not taking in the adiposity signals, but instead of hypothalamus, it is the entopeduncular nucleus of the telencephalon which takes in the peripheral adiposity signals such as the insulin and leptin, and then therefore it induces anorexia, that is the inhibition of food intake. Next slide, please, madam. Next slide, please. This was the literature cited, and I thank you. I thank the organizers of the International Conference on Emerging Novel Trends in Science.
Is there any question from participants? Okay, so shall I continue with next participant, ma'am?
Yes, you can start.
Okay. So our next participant is Miss Nehal Londhe. She is from Institute of Science, Mumbai.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Just a minute, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Just a minute, ma'am. It's my humble request to all the participants to adhere to given time. Yeah, you may continue, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon, one and all. Myself, Snehal Lunde. I am a student of Institute of Science, and I'm doing my PhD under the guidance of Dr. Alka Chowgule. So the title of my paper is Effect of Magnetization on Carbohydrate in Various Tissues of Silkworm bombyx mori. Ma'am, next slide, please. Okay. Sericulture has become one of the major cottage industries in number of countries. So efforts are being made to enhance the yield quality of silk by introducing efficient and eco-friendly techniques. So it is also observed that morphological, physiological, and biological change has been seen when the silkworm larvae were exposed to the magnetic field. Next slide, please. So here, the methodology which I have followed is quality disease-free layings of Silkworm bombyx mori were obtained from National Silkworm Seed Organization, Mysore, and they were the eggs were incubated at 25 degrees Celsius, and then they were reared with 80 to 85% of relative humidity was maintained. They were supplied with fresh mulberry leaves. Further, the larvae of one group were reared as control, and the other four group were exposed to the magnetic field strength of 1,000, 2,000, 3,500, and 4,000 gauss, respectively, during the first 3 days of the fifth instar. Fifth instar is a larval stage where the larvae goes from first, second, third, fourth, and fifth instar with 4 molds. Now, next slide, please. So the carbohydrate content of fat body, hemolymph, and silk gland was estimated and the results were as there was an alteration found in fat body, hemolymph, and silk gland of silkworm bombyx mori when they were exposed to magnetic field. In fat body, it was noted that there is a gradual increase in the carbohydrate content with maximum percent gain at 3,500 gauss. Where in hemolymph and silk gland, it had a reduction. It showed a reduction in the carbohydrate content. With silk gland having the gradual reduction, we again shown the gradual reduction with maximum reduction at 3,500 gauss. As silk gland is the only organ where silk protein synthesis and silk synthesis occurs. So the energy is required for the silk production. and therefore we can see that there is a maximum decrease at 3500 gauss in carbohydrates. Ma'am, next slide please. So we can come to a we can conclude that gain seen in carbohydrate content in fat body may be due to excess feeding in magnetized larvae, and depletion in carbohydrate content in hemolymph and silk gland may be due to the excess utilization of carbohydrate molecules to meet the high demand of energy under the influence of magnetic field. Since silk gland is the only organ where silk proteins and protein synthesis takes place, where silk synthesis is at the larger end, and therefore we can conclude that carbohydrate is used for silk synthesis. Thank you, ma'am. Next. Thank you. And my conclusion. And thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to present my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody would like to ask any question? Ma'am, the question is Axel Klein sir is asking, what could be the impact of the magnetic field? Any idea?
Ma'am, impact on what? On silkworm? Or any particular? Ma'am, I didn't got your answer. A question, sorry.
What could be the impact of the magnetic field? Any idea?
Yeah, ma'am. The impact of magnetic field on silkworm is that since silkworms are silkworms are rare for silk. Okay, so the production of silk, since the magnetized effect increases the production of silk. That is the effect on silkworm.
Okay, thank you.
The production is okay. Thank you.
Any other question? Any other question from participants? Okay, so next presentation will be given by Anju Rani ma'am from Kurukshetra University. There is one more question from Gopa Sarma ma'am for was the production of silk checked?
Ma'am, sorry. Was the production of
silk?
No, ma'am. Only by quantitative, by biochemical means. Only by quantitative method, I have checked the production. Actually, my research is going on. So if I'll let you know if you can just.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. So next presentation will be given by Ms. Anju Rani from Kurukshetra University. Thank you, Snehal ma'am. You can unmute yourself, please.
Thank you.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello. Good afternoon, ma'am. Am I visible and audible both?
You are not visible, but we can hear you.
Okay, ma'am. 1 second. Now, ma'am, am I visible?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon to all the dignitaries present over here. I'm Anju from the Department of Zoology, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra. My today's topic of presentation is the scale morphology of the two cyprinid fishes. Cyprinids is one of the most diverse group of the freshwater fishes that resides in all the possible aquatic environments. The scale of the fish has numerous hidden details, like the focus of the position of the focus, and the distribution of the redi and the circular appearance that play a very important role in the various taxonomical studies. So, due to these utmost importance of these species, of these scales in the different cypriniform species, the present study was conducted to explore the various hidden details of the scales of the two cyprinid fish, that is Cyprinus scarpio and Katla katla. So for this, we follow the methodology that the fish specimens were procured from the different landing stations, and the fish and the scales of the fish was taken from the 4 different regions, that is pre-dorsal region, that is after the head, then is the basal region below the that is the belly region, then that is the dorsal region, that is the below the dorsal fin, and the lateral line scale were taken. After that, the scales were cleaned manually by using the distilled water and followed by dipping in the 1% of KOH solution. After that, the scales were dried. After that, the scales were air dried and kept into the different label envelopes according to their body regions. After that, the digital image of the scales were taken by the stereo microscopes, and the various microstructural details like the position of the focus, number of the radii, and circular appearance, and the shape of the interior and posterior margin of the scales were recorded. Now the results, that the figure 1 and 2 clearly depicts the difference in the shape of the scales of the 2 fishes among the 4 different regions. The shape of the scales in the four different regions, they vary differently in terms of their shape, especially like in case of the Cyprinus scarpio, the shape of the scale from region 1 was chordate, 1, 3, and 4 was chordate, whereas it was observed to be reverse ovoid or somewhat ovoid in case of scale from region 2. But in case of Katla, it was observed that the shape of the scale in the 1, 3, and 4, it was round squarish, whereas it was ovoid in the scale from region 2. There were difference in the position of focus were also noticed in both the species. In one species, it was centrally in some of the region it was centrally positioned, and in some of the scales it was interiorly positioned. So with this we can conclude that the scale shows the species specific variability in various parameters, like that of the position of the scale, like the shape of the scale, position of the focus, radii, and circuli. There are silent findings. The silent findings of the study was the shape of the scale of Cyprinus scarpio and Katla was cycloid in nature, and the circuli were non-distinct and overcrowded, whereas the radii were numerous, and the primary radii was more numerous than the secondary radii. That is because of the good nutritive conditions of the fish. So finally, I conclude here by saying that this traditional approach is inexpensive and is an inexpensive technique which never sacrifice the fishes, and also help in the various taxonomical studies, especially in the fish identification and stock identification of the fishes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Any question from participants? Okay, there is one question for Snehal Londhe ma'am from Axel sir. Snehal ma'am. Hello, Snehal ma'am, are you there?
Maybe I can interfere directly. So it was just, my question was not satisfactorily answered, because I mean, the impact of a magnetic field on an organism must be some magnetic material inside the organism. This was my question. What is the organ or the enzyme which responds to a magnetic field in the silkworm? We can see the effects, but there must be an underlying rationale.
Snehal ma'am, can you please answer this question? I guess, sir, she is not available. Is there any
Okay, no
question?
problem.
Yeah.
No problem. She must read it and then think about it. That's important.
Yes. Yeah, sure,
Yeah.
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any question for Anju ma'am? Okay, so our next presentation will be given by Ambika Gandhi ma'am from Kurukshetra University.
Good afternoon to the one and all present there. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon to the one all present over there. Myself, Dr. Ambika Gandhi from Kurukshetra University. I am here to present a part of my research work entitled Attenuating Effect of Vitamin E and Tinospora cordifolia on bisphenol A-induced apoptosis in goat testes. To start with the introduction, bisphenol A is among the highest volume chemical produced globally and is a key building block of polycarbonate plastics. It has been reported to elicit depletion of the antioxidant defense system and induce oxidative stress in rats. Bisphenol A is a known toxicant and reported to have increase in infertility cases. Bisphenol A significantly disturb the pro-oxidant and antioxidant balance, therefore reinforcing the rose-cleansing activity in testes is by the exogenous chemicals such as vitamin E and tinospora is necessary to mitigate the ill effects of bisphenol A. To study the bisphenol A induced changes bisphenol A induced changes in the goat testes by the acridine orange staining and to observe the variations in the antioxidant and the steroidogenic enzymes by mitigating effect of vitamin E and tinospora cordifolia. To start with the methodology, the testicular section was brought about from the Kurukshetra University in the normal line at 4 degrees Celsius, and they were cut into the smaller piece after decapsulation. And they were divided into the 3 groups. Group 1 was further divided into the 3 groups, that is, we're having the 3 different doses of bisphenol A, that is 0.01 nanomole per ml, and second is 1 nanomole per ml, and third one is 100 nanomole per ml. Then other 2 groups were of having the amelioration effect of one is of vitamin A and another is of tinospora cordifolia, along with the 3 different doses of bisphenol A. Now, to end up with the results, the acridine orange staining, the graph plotted here is showing the apoptotic index, which was calculated by number of apoptotic cells upon the total number of the cells into 100. The percentage of apoptosis was calculated by the acridine orange staining. According to the acridine orange staining, with the increase in the dose level, from 0.1 nanomole to 100 nanomole, the number of the apoptotic cells got increased, and with the increase in the duration also. Then the second one is having the antioxidant enzyme activities, in which two enzymes were estimated, that were catalase and reduced glutathione. And with the effect of bisphenol A, the activity of both the antioxidant enzymes has been decreased with the increase in the dose as well as the time duration. While after the mitigating effect of vitamin E and Tinospora cordifolia, the ill effect of bisphenol A has been decreased to a certain level. Similar effect has been shown with the help of by the 3 beta HSD and 17 beta hydroxysteroid dehydrogenase, in which the activity of these two enzymes got decreased with the increase in the level of the doses as well as the time duration, and the cumulative effect of both the Tinospora cordifolia and vitamin E decreased the ill effect of bisphenol A to some extent. Now the salient findings: bisphenol A has affected the testicular sections in a time and dose dependent manner, while and the cumulative effect of bisphenol A, the cumulative effect of vitamin E and Tinospora cordifolia had ameliorated the bisphenol A induced damage to some extent and restored the fertility of the testicular section to some extent, and hence the vitamin E and Tinospora cordifolia can be supplemented into the diet of the mammalian species. Thank you so much. Thank you for giving me such an opportunity to present my research work. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. I think Kiran ma'am would like to ask one question. Kiran ma'am, you can unmute yourself and ask. Kiran ma'am. Yes, sir. Sir, you can ask the question. Ma'am is not available.
Yes, interesting talk. I'm curious how these numbers, I mean, we can see the toxicity of bisphenol A. How do these numbers translate into body weight? I mean, you are talking now about cells and nanomole, but if you go to a goat, which is about 20 to 30 kilogram, or an adult human, which is about 70 kilogram, how much is needed? How much incorporation is needed to affect these toxic things that you can observe?
We have done the research level at the in vitro level, and in vivo we can also implant this by studying various toxicities of by having the research papers. We can have a conclusion of the average size and the average weight, at which level these can be implanted to the different species, mammalian species.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Any other would like to ask question? Okay, thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Our next participant is Dr. Manoj Patidar, sir, from Manavar. Manoj, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Hello.
Yes, sir, we are sharing your PPT.
Okay, okay. Hello, everyone. This is Dr. Manoj Patidar, Assistant Professor, Department of Zoology, Government College, Manavar, Madhya Pradesh. So my work mainly focus on memory T cells. Next slide. This is the patent we have for this work. Next. And these are some publication. Next. 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 So we know tuberculosis, malaria, HIV, cancer, these poses heavy burden on human civilizations. And the common thing between all these diseases is the lack of T cell responses. Next. So here you can see uh, T cell proliferation rate signal 1, 2, and 3, and with the help of cytokines interleukin 2, 7, 15, few of these activated T cells converts into memory T cells. Next. Here cytokines control T cell checkpoints. Next. And this is the mechanism how cytokines control the memory T cell formation. Next. So these cytokines can be used as adjuvant in vaccination. Next. And for tumor therapy. Next. Due to their next slide. Due to their potential, these cytokines are being used for therapy, but due to their less stability and poor viability due to shorter half-life, this limits their therapeutic use. Now, if we use recombinant cytokines, they need continuous infusion and leads to some side effects. Next. To overcome this limitation, we have adopted two strategies. One is site-directed mutagenesis, and second one is construction of fusion proteins, means fusing these cytokines with some base. Next. So this is the common structure of cytokines IL-2, 7, and 15. Next. By using available databases, you can see the interaction of cytokines with their receptors. Next. So for example, here we have mutated N65R, introduce this mutation, and by in silico databases or in silico software, you can predict the mutation is favorable, stabilizing or not. Next. This is Ramchandran plot. Next. This is the side chain analysis. Next. This is docking studies. Next. Now, so we have introduced many mutations and perform various experiments, but by using site-directed mutagenesis, the problem of stability and half-life is remain. So to overcome this situation, we have made the fusion proteins. We have fused cytokine of our interest with various bases like IgG, and using various combination, we have made 608 recombinant proteins successfully. Few of them are making dimers. We have translated them into wet lab. We have tested immunogenic activity, and we found few our biologics are uh, giving good immunological activities in form of T cell memory. We have experiment for 30 days, 100 days, and 300 days, and found these molecules are working. Now, currently we are testing their tumor anti-tumor activity, and we found these biologics are regressing the tumor and decreasing the size of tumor. So we have published very good article from this research. Next. So I have also reviewed the interleukin 15 pathway for the rectome database. I am reviewer for this. Next. So I am thankful to organizing committee, Department of Higher Education, and our college. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Any questions from participants? Okay, so let's continue with the next presentation. Sonal ma'am from the Institute of Science, Mumbai.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, they are sharing your PPT.
Yes.
Hello. Okay. Good afternoon, you to all. I, Sonali Sona, research scholar, along with Ms. Snehal Londe and Dr. Alka Chaugule, associate professor and a research guide, presenting a research paper on influence of magnetic field on the midgut invertase of silkworm Bombyx mori. We are associated with the Institute of Science, Mumbai. Next slide, ma'am. This is an electromagnet available in the Institute of Science. We used it for the research work. The midgut of Bombyx mori L plays an important role in the growth and development of the insect. Midgut tissue secretes digestive enzymes like protease, invertase, amylase, etc. These enzymes are involved in nutrition and production of silk. Rearing of larvae was done in the laboratory, and we also maintain the required temperature and humidity. According to the Chaugule ma'am, magnetic effect impact on feeding of silkworm protease enzyme activity. Hence, from the starting only, we divided larvae into 5 groups, that is 1 control and 4 experimental groups. Midgut of these experimental larvae was exposed to the magnetic field strength of 1000 Gauss, 2000 Gauss, 3500 Gauss and 4000 Gauss as per the procedure of Chaugule. The larvae once exposed to the magnetic field were not exposed again in their life cycle. We used 5 larvae from control and experimental group each of the 5th day of 5th instar to study the enzymatic activity of invertase enzyme by using the colorimeter. Next slide, ma'am. So variation observed in the midgut invertase enzyme post-magnetization of Bombyx mori L is given in the table. Our primary observation was due to the magnetic effect invertase enzyme in Bombyx mori increases from 1000 to 4000 Gauss as compared to the control group. It is clearly visible that invertase activity for all the instars of silkworm exposed for 1000 Gauss to 3500 Gauss increases gradually. However, same declines for magnetic field of 4000 Gauss if compared with the number of 3500 Gauss. For the first instar, increase in the activity, invertase activity was in the range of 6.25% to 31.25% from 1000 Gauss to 3500 Gauss, though it has decreased to 25% at 4000 Gauss. Magnetization has shown the significant increase in the invertase activity as compared to the control group. If you look at the result on 5th instar, increases of 1.26.67% in the invertase activity is noticed at 3500 Gauss as compared to the control group. Larvae, and similar to our previous observation, it decreases for 4000 Gauss in this instar also. Next slide, ma'am. Due to the magnetic effect of various strength, silkworm Bombyx mori consumes more food, resulting into the secretion of more invertase enzyme for digestion of food material. This change was responsible for the activation of the invertase enzyme and overall metabolic activities. Increase in the metabolic activity helps the larval to gain the body weight and overall growth, resulting into synthesis of more silk during pupal stage. From this experiment, we concluded that an impact of magnetic field up to 3500 Gauss stimulates the activity of midgut invertase in silkworm larvae, and increased invertase activity consume more mulberry leaves, providing more proteins to the silk gland for the synthesis of additional silk. Next slide, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Any question from participants?
मैम ने ज्वाइन किया मैम आई समझो मैं
Sir, would you like to ask anything, Axel sir?
Yes, sure. I will have another try. So you have shown that the invertase is somehow, well, changed by the activity of the invertase is changed by a magnetic field. And again, as I asked the question to Ms. Londe, so is there any magnetic material in that invertase? What do you know about this enzyme?
Yes, sir. Magnetic field is a play an important role in the body of silkworm larva.
Oh, normally it does not. Sorry to interrupt you. Normally, magnetic fields do not play a role. Because this is really unusual what you found, and there must be an underlying rationale. So you cannot globally say there is a magnetic field only to pigeons for their orientation, but we humans do not need a magnetic field to live, or do we?
So modern physics has taught us that the matter and the energy are interchangeable, right? So in the magnetic field creates energetic proteins in the silkworm larva. And they created the constant movement of the electric charge and charge move in the body. As a result, the proteins move around the body, and as a result that the stress form in the body of silkworm larva, and that's why they need the more and more energy to control all them, and that's why they feed the more and more food material. So all the impact on the protein materials in the body of silkworm larva. And that's why they require the more energy, they consume the more food, and therefore the enzymatic activity also increased.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir. I hope you got your answer.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
So now we will have another technical session. So I request Dr. Kanika Pahwa ma'am to take over from here.
Thank you so much, ma'am. A very good afternoon, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce our next speaker of the day, Dr. Cecilia Maria Ariano. Dr. Cecilia graduated in biology from University of Lisboa, Portugal. She was Fulbright Hays Fellow in the USA and obtained her PhD in genetics from University of Georgia, USA. She was member of General Council of the University and President of Portuguese Genetic Society. She has many awards of excellence and scientific prizes to her credit, such as GlaxoSmithKline 2008, Portuguese Academy of Science 2009, Chair of FEBS Women in Science 2013, Fellow of American Academy of Microbiology in 2014, Fellow of European Academy of Microbiology 2015, and many more. Presently, Dr. Cecilia is a coordinating investigator at ITQB of Universidade Nova de Lisboa, Portugal, where she directs the control of gene expression laboratory. Other key areas of specialization include stress, biofilm, bacterial cell growth, and survival, which have plentiful applications in biotechnology and health. Dr. Celia and her team, in collaboration with international partners, through the use of state-of-art technologies, aim to continue to contribute to the knowledge and control of gene expression. Today, she is going to give us insights of the topic RNA control of gene expression and intra communication. It is really an honor to be able to invite you, ma'am, for the conference. On the behalf of the JVM College, I wholeheartedly welcome you, ma'am. I request you to kindly take over the session. Ma'am, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Can you see me?
Yeah, we can see you, ma'am.
I cannot see you. Okay, first of all, I'm very happy and very honored to be invited by for this international conference. new trends of science for human welfare. And human welfare, that's what we need most of all. And we are very happy to contribute in all the ways of science we can. Scientists should have much more impact in society, especially in all these pandemic crises. We show we are all in the same boat, and only scientists can save us from all of this. So it's my second time in India, even though I'm very sorry today is virtual. My first time was last year in January. I was in Chennai, India, and I really enjoy it. And I was in the Indian Institute of Technology of Madras, and it was a conference on India, Alliance, and EMBO, and about synthetic biology that I talked to you. I'm going to talk very general today because I see the audience is very broad, but I hope one day I have the chance to go to Mumbai, and not just virtually, but in person. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen. And I hope you can see it. Let me see. Okay. PowerPoint presentation, allow, and let me know if you are seeing my screen. No, this. Come on. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, ma'am. We can see your screen.
You're not seeing my screen, or are you seeing my screen?
Yeah, we can see your screen.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
So today I will talk mostly about RNA, and my aim is to convince you how important RNA is. Okay, so DNA has a high impact on us. Are you seeing this screen?
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. We cannot see the presentation.
You're seeing the presentation?
No, we cannot see the presentation, ma'am. We can just see a pamphlet coming on the screen, not the presentation.
Uh-oh. Let me see.
The brochure can be seen, yeah.
Let me see. So I'm going to close the PowerPoint. And now I'm going to open this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. When this is in person, we never have these problems. Okay. Can you see it now? No, you cannot.
No, we cannot.
I don't know what is happening. I don't know why you're just seeing the, because in my screen, I can see what you're showing, and I don't have it in my screen. It's so strange.
On the extreme right side, you can see present screen, ma'am. Can you see that?
Yes, I can see your screen.
Yeah, ma'am. Please click on that.
Okay, I'm going, and then
you have three options. In that, you just click on the third option.
Okay, let me see. I'm going to stop. I'm going to do it again. Okay. So, and then I say the full screen, right? Or just one window. They tell me to choose full screen.
Yeah, the entire screen, the first option.
And then they see to ask the conference Mumbai or full screen or Microsoft Word. I choose this, right? And I think this is, can you see it?
Yes, yeah. Here we go, ma'am, yeah. We can see.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am, we can see your screen.
And now it says RNA?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, so you can see the impact of DNA on us. Can you see it?
Go ahead, ma'am, we can see your screen.
Okay, All right. So this I'll be faster. So DNA is a double helix, as all you know, is inside our cells. And DNA, it has the RNA synthesis, and then RNA is produced, and then protein synthesis for the protein. So most of my talk, I will be focusing about the post-transcriptional control of RNA. Nucleic acids is DNA and RNA, and DNA has been having a large impact in the society. Everybody heard about Dolly, cloning, fluorescence, and so forth. So RNA is just a very small modification. It just has uracil instead of thymine and has ribose instead of deoxyribose. The players of RNA are ribosomal RNA, transfer RNA, and messenger RNA that produces the peptides and the proteins like you see here.
Ma'am, I have a feeling that these slides are not moving.
The slides are not moving?
I have a feeling. So we are still in slide number 1.
So I saw that Professor Jacinta has the same problem. What did she do?
Please, you can just click on the slide on the very left hand side. Yeah.
Well, to interrupt briefly, I had the same problem. So you cannot use the presentation mode. You have to do it in this way where you have the overview. Then it works. But any kind of animations will be lost, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. I was afraid of confusion, so I didn't put animation. So at least we are set for that. But what I'm saying...
Very good. Perfect.
So what you do... Oh, they are doing some construction somewhere. I'm sorry that I was aware of... Is not under my control. So I'm going to see is I open one slide at a time, that when you say, and I cannot pass by the slides. So like this, you see the second.
Yes.
You don't see the third. Oh my gosh. So I'll do it like this, and like this, you see it?
Yes.
But then you don't see it full screen, right?
No,
that's not a problem.
Oh shoot. Now you are blocking the second slide. What do you do to do it? I don't even know.
I just click on the next slide. So now click on 3 and click on 4 and so on and so forth. Yeah, that works. That works.
Okay. So I'll do it this way. Unfortunately, you cannot see it big. I'm going to try to put it bigger. Maybe.
Oh, we have a good view. No problem.
You have a good view? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm very sorry. I mean, we're all this. I wish I was there and everything was fine. Okay. So I'll be fast because I lost some time of this. You know all this. DNA, everybody talks about DNA. RNA is just one base difference from thymine to uracil. Then we got to see we are the players. The players, and you still don't see the players. Come on. I have another computer next to me and I see what you see. Okay, so it goes with a big delay of what I'm seeing in my screen, but we'll do it. Okay, which slide are you seeing now? You are seeing the new RNA world?
Slide number 7 you can see right now. We can see slide number 7 on our screen.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna. There's so much. You are seeing the new RNA world in the slide.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we'll go from there. So ribosomal RNA, if you don't see what I'm talking, then just let me know. Transfer RNA, messenger RNA, that where you see that here, you see the messenger RNA, the ribosomes, and a peptide coming up. Then the next generation sequencing and all technologies allow us not just to focus on proteins, but see all the RNAs that were in the cell. And then we saw that in all species, there are small RNAs that don't code for proteins, and they have a high impact in regulating the cells. So they are usually affect in response to environmental signals, stress responses, environment development, so forth. And as most of the women present in this section knows, that good things many times come in small packages. And so RNAs, they can be small, but can affect a lot of things. And they have a lot of power. They can affect transcription, gene silencing, all sorts of RNA, protein stability, translocation, so forth. And as you can see, they can be present in bacteria like here E. coli and in humans. So they are really universal. And some years ago, in 2003, there was even an article saying we are in presence of an expanding universe of non-coding RNAs. So the way they act is they are transcribed as the messenger RNA, the other types of RNAs, and usually they bind to certain RNA targets and they hybridize and they silence that production of that gene, not allowing the production of the respective protein. The small non-coding RNAs, they can act by two basic mechanisms. Either they hybridize with mRNAs, like I showed you, and they affect translation or their stability, acting some of them like antisense RNAs, or they can bind, not so many small RNAs are in this way, but they can also bind directly to the proteins and block their activity. So the dogma has met many, many new types of RNAs, and they keep showing more and more. And to give you an example of some that you have heard a lot is the microRNAs in eukaryotes. They can be controllers of multiple pathways. They can diagnose certain diseases, even some problems of cardiac problems. Also, they can be as markers of certain types of cancers. Here you show that they have certain accumulation in the mouse lymphoma in certain locations, and sometimes they are expressed in just some organs or doing some developmental stages. So you see here in zebrafish, if you label where the microRNAs are localized, one microRNA, and is localized in very specific places in the zebrafish. So I hope that you realize that we have really, really big RNA world. So the emerging biology of RNA gets more complex because we learn in school, most of us, that Darwin was right, Lamarck was not right, and more we see that environment can make changes, post-transcriptional modifications in RNA, and is a new science that is called epitranscriptomics. And an organism from small or to humans is affected directly by the environment. And sometimes those modifications in RNA can even be passed to the next generation. So Lamarck was also right. And only recently we were aware of that. And examples of RNA modifications can be N6-methyladenosine, and is one of the most abundant, most studied, the most functionally diverse mRNA modification, but many others can affect the RNA. Other examples of different and very active forms of RNA that can act almost like living molecules are ribozymes and riboswitches and thermosensors. Ribozymes are RNAs, like here I represent RNase P, that can act like enzymes without the addiction of any protein. So they can, as you see, RNase P is able to cleave, transfer RNA, and mature it, even without addition of any protein. And this gave the Nobel Prize to Sidney Altman in '82 by the discovery of these ribozymes. Riboswitches are usually located in the 5' untranslated region of the RNAs, and they can bind the molecules in the environment and reduce and affect the transcription of that messenger RNA. They can also, some of them can also act in different temperatures. To give you an example, in Listeria, some RNAs do not produce proteins when they are at lower temperature, but when they infect the humans, the raise to 37 degrees make them unfold, and then they can produce virulent factors they were not producing at another temperature. So these RNAs, some of them that act like functional molecules, they can be like molecular fossils from maybe the RNA world that remain in modern organisms. So if we think of a scenario of the evolution of life on Earth, many scientists now predict that probably life started with RNA, even though we can never prove this. What is interesting is people like Crick from the Watson and Crick that discovered and got the Nobel Prize from discovering the DNA. Crick devoted all the rest of his life studying RNA. And some of the arguments for this RNA world are that RNA carries genetic information, can be replicated, like by viruses, can be catalytic, like I show in the ribosomes. Some RNA molecules are the most highly conserved biomolecules, and usually for taxonomics, you use frequently the 16S RNA. Even the RNA building blocks are precursors of DNA. For instance, uridine is a precursor of thymine. And as you know, RNA primers are needed to replicate DNA. And you have always heard of the Okazaki fragments. They are needed to replicate DNA. So we'll never know for sure, but many things show that these molecules were in the beginning of life on Earth. So RNA has been talking a lot, like we heard today. For you, I am still in the morning, but for you, you are in the afternoon. So it was early in the morning for you. You have heard people talking that the SARS-CoV-2 is an RNA virus, and it has been talking and worrying all of us. And it infects the cells, and you have shown a lot about this, and it produces thousands of replicates inside our cells. So I just want to show you that, again, it's a big RNA world. So how can we regulate these RNAs? Namely, we can regulate by synthesis, and synthesis is production, right? Like transcription. But we can also regulate by the way we degrade them. And as you know, if we have this example, if you have a bowl with water, you can put more water by a tap, but if you make a big hole, you can try to add a lot of water in it, but if you have a big hole on it, you're never going to stay with any water in it. So imagine the RNA is water. So then if you degrade it really fast, the transcription cannot cope with it. So degradation can be a very, very important way to control the levels of RNA. So I'm going to put this slide, it's kind of scary, but it's on purpose. I want to show you that we work mostly with ribonucleases. And let's imagine that this is the RNA, and ribonucleases are the enzymes, are the species that degrade the RNA. But it cannot be mean like this image with a shark, because RNases are extremely important for recycling of nucleotides and to degrade RNAs that are malformed, so very important for quality control, and to mature, to put the RNAs in the right size to be functional. If we put the very, very simple way, the degradation of RNA in prokaryotes, you can see that they can be degraded internally by these RNases that recognize RNA internally or recognize RNA by the structure, like these RNase 3. And you can have other enzymes that degrade by the extremities, like I put here PNPase and the family of RNase 2, RNase I. This is an example of E. coli. And yes, E. coli RNAs also have the edit tails by poly-A polymerase. In many teaching and books and many books is still that prokaryotes don't have poly-A tails, but they are wrong. In the last 15 years, it has been shown that that prokaryotes also can have tails, and these tails are helped to modulate RNases for their degradation. RNases can work alone or in complexes, like here the E. coli degradosome or the eukaryotic exosome, and sometimes even bring an helicase to help unwinding the RNA. And here in an example of yeast, Saccharomyces cerevisiae, where you see different RNAs, if we stop transcription, here the half-life, the time that the initial population goes to half of initial amount is 35 minutes. This one is 15 minutes. This one is 3 minutes. So it depends. And also the same RNA can be degraded differently in different growth stages. To show you an example, we have been dedicated much of our work in the study of RNAs to family members. And in prokaryotes, they can be RNAs too and be halted by secondary structures, or can be like RNAs are, that they keep degrading RNA even in very complex secondary structures. When they work in groups, and this will be in eukaryotes, the homologs are called RRP44 in yeast, but in humans, they are called Ds. And they can have different enzymes, Ds1, Ds2, and very important for degradation in eukaryotes. Years ago, we collaborated. We have shown the structure, the first structure of this family of enzymes that has a catalytic and a domain that is characteristic of this family, that is RNB domain. And then it has 3 domains that are RNA binding, S1, cold shock 1, and cold shock 2. We were very lucky that using a mutant that binds the RNA but does not degrade it, we were able to have the crystal, the co-crystal with the RNA that comes from the environment inside. And so we were able, for the first time ever, to really define what was the mechanism and the biochemical degradation of these enzymes. This was very important at the time. It was not the cover of Nature, but was the first page of highlight right after Nature. And in fact, this is a very important family of proteins also for disease. And I even say these 3 in disease. So in eukaryotes is important for development, infection and virulence, stem cells and cancer. And we have shown that, we and others have shown that in eukaryotes is very also important for competence, mobility, growth, and virulence. So some years ago, we have discovered a new member of this family and discovered the mechanism of action of a new member of this family. There was this 3L2, and we have unraveled a novel eukaryotic decay pathway. And what is very curious is that this enzyme acts alone and prefers use. So uridines are added in the cytoplasm, and now even species in eukaryotes that were known not to have poly-A tails, like histones, now are known to have use in the end, and uridylation is more and more modulating many mechanisms of the cell. So I put this for you to smile, and it's very important that use can decide too. So look into it, many more and more, you can see that additions of use do a lot of things in the cell. So the environment, how can we play? So in fact, if we look at small non-coding RNAs in Salmonella, we see these are different small non-coding RNAs, and we see different growth conditions, OD or 0,4 or D or or SIC04 or D of 2 and so forth, you see that they have a very different expression. And this will be a probe against that specific small non-coding RNA, each of them. And in virulence conditions, these are these media, SPY1 and SPY2, that mimic virulence conditions. Then you see that some of them can be expressed a lot and others cannot. So this is very important to show you that when you do RNA-seq, for instance, if you do in this condition, you're going to see that the small RNA is not there. But if you do in another condition, then it will be expressed. So this is very important to know that smaller non-coding RNAs are sometimes much more than we imagine because it depends on the condition where we check. So how can we play with all this knowledge? One of the things, a while ago, we changed just one amino acid in the catalytic center, and we saw that we were able to produce a super enzyme that was 120 times more active than the wild type. And these can be many other uses. The other thing that we do is we can modify a small non-coding RNA so as, for instance, a small non-coding RNA can have one or several targets, like this case. We can alter it to make it to focus in just one of its multiple targets by studying its mode of action. And very recently, we decided to use our knowledge also to fight and find novel targets for COVID. And why? For SARS-CoV-2. So SARS-CoV-2, and we just put this and is under review. Hopefully next week will be accepted already and online, but it's already online in bioarchives. So we look, SARS-CoV-2 has 2 exoribonucleases, and we study one of them that is NSP14 that makes a complex with another protein, NSP10, and we show that many things that were unknown and could be important for new drugs against SARS-CoV-2. For example, this is the NSP14, is a non-structural protein, and we modeled based on SARS-CoV-1, and this we model as well the complex. So the protein here in purple has the exoactivity that here represents by exo-N, and it acts from 3' to 5', like I show you RNase 2 family enzymes, but it has another function, it's a dual function enzyme. It has a methyltransferase as well in the same enzyme. We have shown that this enzyme, when it has a high activity, but the activity is considerably increased when it's in a complex with a non-structural protein number 10. Here we show that we did the complex formation by surface plasmon resonance. And here, I don't know if you see very well, but you see that if you put the RNA, the exo14 is able to degrade it through time. If we put the 10 by itself, it does not degrade. If we put the 2, it degrades much faster. And then by looking at amino acids which were conserved in SARS-CoV-2, SARS-CoV-1, and MERS, we made a large series of mutants in the NSP14, in the 10, and also in the methyltransferase. And we were able to show that some of them lost completely activity. And why? So why, here again, so we put that, we show that he's able to degrade, it degrades even faster in the complex. And the methyltransferase activity, what it does is it adds a cap to the RNA produced by the virus during its replication, so as it hides its RNAs from the host recognition, because they will have a cap like the host RNAs. What is the practical importance of this work? Well, I haven't told you, but this NSP14, if it does not exist in the virus is not able to replicate. And now knowing what are the weak points in which we can take activity, and besides this enzyme is involved in proofreading, we are able to design, and we have been looking already for drugs that are already FDA approved, and we have preliminary tests with the virus, and in fact, it can considerably reduce the activity, the replication of this virus. So this means that if we were able to finalize this work, we could control the virus, and it'll be a big ambition. Like if you have headache, you take an aspirin. It doesn't cure you, but you reduce the pain. So it's like if you have COVID-19, or if you are affected by this virus, if you would take this something against NSP14, you would just have a regular cold. So you will not be as sick. It would not have to go to the hospital. That is a dream, but we scientists, we have to dream. So we are moving towards that. So RNA interference is another technique to play with. That was also discovered first in plants by post-transcriptional gene silencing, and is really important. And you could silence genes by this, and he gave another Nobel Prize. And by looking at all these small non-coding RNAs, when we thought that was over by knowing the transcriptomics, RNomics, proteomics, network biology, and all these omics, well, looking at bacteria, it was discovered the CRISPR systems. That's the way the bacteria have to fight against bacteriophage, against their viruses. And the paper that came out some years ago, this a programmable dual RNA-guided DNA endonuclease, a ribonuclease, in adaptive bacterial immunity, as all of you know, last year gave the Nobel in chemistry to Emmanuelle Charpentier and Jennifer Doudna, who I have the pleasure of knowing very well for all these meetings on RNA and RNases. So CRISPRs are cluster regular interspace short palindromic repeats, as you know, and when bacteria are affected, they memorize stretches of the virus and they insert them in the DNA. It's like a prokaryotic immune system. So you see, when the bacteriophage infects, it includes in its own genome part, so as when it's infected again by similar viruses, already has complementary copies that bind, and then Cas system binds and cleaves the complex DNA with the messenger RNA with the CRISPR and eliminates this virus. So CRISPR has been used as genome editing tools, and you use chimeric CRISPR systems where you direct the cleavages of DNA where you wish. So here is your RNA and you have already kits that you make RNA a la carte, synthetic, and then in complex with Cas9 can go to the DNA, cause mutants, mutations, and so forth. And so, and it has been having very important applications. I'm going to have you an example. Is editing the pig genome with the CRISPR-Cas9 eliminated all known retrovirus sequences from the pig genome, just with one round of CRISPR-Cas, what is amazing. So for the first time, xenotransplantation is again on the table. So that means that organs that right now are very difficult, people are months and months in the hospitals waiting, like a liver or even a heart or a pancreas. After all, we start having the dream that we can obtain it from animals, like, for instance, the pig whose organs are so similar to us. So in the last years, our lab is also involved in European projects on synthetic biology, and we used our knowledge together with many other with engineers and many other scientists in life sciences So we want to engineer biological components and systems that do not exist in nature and re-engineer the ones that already exist. So it's considered that by engineering principles. So we have we use the different modules like the promoter, the ribosome, binding sequence, the gene, everything as Lego pieces. And then they call in synthetic biology the strains you use the chassis. And here can be E. coli, be subtilis, and they call it chassis like when you have a car that you want to put it more potent, you put a more potent motor, right? So here we can make a system more potent by changing the promoter. And so synthetic biology has been having very important applications like biological is starting finally to be financiable, possible to produce bioethanol, biodiesel, biogas, instead of using all these coal, crude oil, natural gas, and so forth, and has been having many applications in health, in energy, in the environment, in agriculture, and in many other industries. So using our knowledge in RNA, RNases, in control of gene expression and small non-coding RNAs, we decided to do a legalization of different sequence elements to try to improve the expression of a protein. And what did we do? We used different promoters, and we decided to change just the 5' non-translated region of the sequence. So we did not change the sequence of the protein. We did not change the ribosome binding site. We did not change the promoter by keeping one of them constant and just changing the 5' unrelated region and using the gene of interest, in this case with GFP, green fluorescent protein. Look, just by changing this, we can have tremendously different fluorescence, tremendously different amounts of this protein. And we published these in ICS Synthetic Biology, and many people are trying to use this system now to improve protein production without changing anything else but a small reason upstream the coding region of the messenger RNA. And by doing this, what we do is we make the RNA more stable. And by making it more stable, then it lasts longer in the cell, it produces more protein. And so can industrial production be improved? So we were also collaborated in other European project at Horizon 2020. It's called Empower Putida. And they use Pseudomonas putida. This is a very well-known bacteria for industrial application because it resists to grow in many conditions contaminated. So we wanted to check the RNAs and see if we could synthetically design a Pseudomonas that could be more improved. Many interesting stories came out of this project. And one of the things that we published is that we study the expression of bacteria inside big bioreactors in collaboration with Ralph Takas in Stuttgart. And we show that in different ways in different locations of the bioreactors, the bacteria feel different stresses and start expressing different non-coding RNAs that were never discovered before. So this shows that by modulating these non-coding RNAs, we can adapt better the bacteria to the bioreactor. So the future perspectives are is just imagination, and more they are using bacteria, mammalian systems, and this is really an area that's fastly increasing. And now the topic that I wanted to finalize is how these RNA can be important for communication between the same species, communications among different species. We all have RNA. The RNA is pretty much alike. It just makes different proteins. Can we use it to communicate? Well, it's known that a single bacteria can, by current sensing, can detect and respond to population density, and they can talk with them by these molecules with the same species, interspecies, or they can talk between interrelated species. And they have different molecules for those kind of conversations. And now we know that the response involves non-coding RNAs. Another thing is the mammalian response to bacterial infections involve a wide set of microRNAs. So RNA, when the cells, mammalian cells, get infected by bacteria, they can start reacting and releasing microRNAs because they are in trouble and they start communicating. So microRNA is also a way to react to different species. And in plants, it's fascinating. The vases, the phloem, is like highways where non-coding RNAs, microRNAs, tRNAs, ribosomal RNAs flow to communicate, and that's why the response is so fast in different and even cells very far away from the ones where the RNA was injected. So RNAs, in fact, have a very way to communicate different species. And one of the things that we study in our institute, we are also study a little bit transcription of RNA. And BOLA is an important transcription factor in the switch between motile and sedentary lifestyles. So more BOLA means more biofilm, less BOLA means flagellar assembly inhibition, and without BOLA, then with less BOLA, they can become planktonic and swim to other locations. Okay, so years ago we show that if even in E. coli, if we added an increased amount of BOLA, and this is the wild type, they usually does not make strong biofilms, and this was in a small microscope plaque. And in fact, if we had lots of BOLA, then we could see here by crystal violet here that it immediately forms biofilms. So in collaboration with the Professor Jacinta de Souza, we contacted, she's an expert as you saw previously in Chlamydomonas. And we show that it's amazing. This molecule is very well conserved, and in collaboration with her, we showed a form of communication. And we had a publication together, and it's fantastic to show that the BOLA gene from Chlamydomonas, when inserted in E. coli can understand the message and forms biofilms. So it's amazing, in this case, how Chlamydomonas can talk with one protein. Just one protein is enough for E. coli that is so far away in evolution to understand the message. And now there's a big attention to that the RNA can travel outside the cell in package in extracellular membrane vesicles called also exosomes. And this happens in all organisms, from human cells to bacterial cells. And the principle is these exosomes are secreted, and they can have endosomal origin produced by all cells, and the cargo is a lot of RNAs in there, messenger RNAs, microRNAs, many forms of RNAs, circular RNAs, and so forth. So the wireless communication can be through exosomes. And now it's even thought that in some types of cancer, this will be the form that cells can make metastasis by converting other cells far away by sending them these messages. So I hope that by now you see that RNA can be important as a global internet species communication. It's ubiquitous, susceptible to modifications, has high versatility, and besides can have a very fast turnover, especially in prokaryotes. So this makes like easy to send the message, and then when it's not over, is degraded. So can you imagine these vesicles can even go, fuse, transmit the message to other cells, and can even communicate with distant organs. So it's important that can talk not only between healthy cells, but can also talk with different talk in cancer cells. And they have their own messages, try to convert the healthy cells in their own style of growth. So now can you imagine in this interkingdom communication that we have 100 trillions of cells? It's like the more they say it's like the stars in Milky Way is the numbers of bacteria that we have in our body. And the viruses to bacteria is 5 to 1. I mean, they say if you put all the DNA of bacteria around the earth, it could be 2.5 times going around. And each person is an individual print. The microbiota is unique to each person, and it can be modified through age, through food, and through diseases, through so forth. So it's very versatile. So, and now it's even known that what happens in our guts can also affect many things, like, as you know, synthesis of vitamins, protection against pathogens, and now you have more and more inflammatory diseases that with different bacteria that affect you. And I hope to have convinced you by all of this that the importance of this big RNA world. And I think this RNA revolution will help to explain many regulatory and signaling networks and lead us to understand the RNA world that is inside of us and thriving within our cells. In all this work and all these collaborations, where my big thanks is to my group, of course, the financial for many things, and this is the control of gene expression. This is my group, Universidade Nova de Lisboa, near Lisbon, where I live. And this is the institute where we work. And now with these COVID times, you know, we have to have strict rules and reduce of the numbers in the building. And many of us are confined. And we have a very good location in Oeiras. It's 30 kilometers from Lisbon. This is the institute. This is the sea and the beach. And I invite you all, when you can, come and visit. And I want to finalize with one message. And my final message is like this. Science is not meant just to cure us of mystery, but truly reinvented and revigorated. And please keep your love for science, because, and especially basic science, because just by basic science is the way to apply it to the most difficult problems of our world. And thank you for listening.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, any queries? If anyone is having any query, you may please put the message in the chat box. We can discuss with ma'am. Okay, so there is one question.
Okay.
Is there any work done on any particular plant for increasing protein production?
What is our plan? Well, I'm going to give you an example. People, for many years, just think about transcription. And when I talked one time, I was talking with RNases and the potential of stabilizing RNA with a person that already died, Volker Kasche, that was one of the, from Hamburg, that is one of the people involved in producing penicillin amidase that is extremely important for the production of synthetic penicillins. And he talked to me and said, well, we know that the protein is post-translationally modified. And I wonder if you use these mutants of RNAs, if we could, of RNases, we could increase the level of proteins, and by doing that, increase the production of protein amidase. So we did it. And we tried E. coli, and we were very successful by stabilizing the RNA by taking a couple of ribonucleases. We're able to increase the amount of the protein and to increase even the amount of the protein for the penicillin amidase. Another form is to try to stabilize, like now we are doing in synthetic biology. And actually, I have to tell you that one of my assistant investigators, she is trying to use these 5' untranslated sequences to stabilize the RNAs to make more efficient the production of recombinant virus for industry. So that's the way we are trying to regulate the amount of protein production.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Any other query?
I don't know if you are seeing me or if I have to disconnect the...
Excel sir wants to ask.
Yes,
something.
sure.
Yes, sir. Please
So
go ahead.
Cecilia, very nice talk, a great talk, really. I have a very general question. If you want to learn about the development of organisms, you have to go back in time.
Yes.
And we all know that for DNA, you can go rather long back in time. Let's say study the DNA of our ancestor humanoids, like the Neanderthal guy. And so you can go back 40 or 50,000 years in time. How can you do that in RNA? Is there also the same way to go back in time to study the development of RNA in history?
In history, the RNA, the way that people start studying all the forms of DNA and RNA, they go to archaebacteria, right? That's what seems that is the forms of life. There is more older that exists.
And
right?
you can find RNA in them, so it's I would guess it's less stable than DNA, but
No, we find them all species. They have no coding RNAs, and actually, we collaborated with a group in Israel and look in Synecocystis and look at Halopharax from the ones that are in the south. And we even clone and express ribonucleases from similar to the RNase2 family, since we published this. And so there are RNAs that are extremely active, and they have all types of RNA, even no coding RNAs. The thing is that for many years, people were just interested in proteins, right? So people just use, first, you just are interested in the coding genes. They even call the dark matter of DNA, right? And now we know that nothing is dark, it's very well active, right? And pieces of RNA, they can even, small pieces of RNA, and not by CRISPR, it's naturally, they can excise from tetramer, they can excise chunks of DNA just by binding it. Can you imagine this for evolution? It's unreal. It's unreal. It's scary, but it's beautiful.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Yeah, we have one more query. Can spinach be used for any work? Spinach is in the news for communication. Is there any future work on that?
For spinach?
Yeah.
Well, spinach is a plant, so I'm sure it has lots of interesting non-coding RNAs. And spinach, I know, is used also for new kinds of molecules. They are bound to give new fluorescent proteins to link to that's what I've heard, because they use the spinach dye or spinach things for some molecules, so they have some molecules. But I think spinach is interesting. All living beings are interesting, viruses are interesting, everything is interesting. So we need to know about everything.
Absolutely. So I think we are done with all the queries. So as we come to close this enriching session, I, on the behalf of JVM's family, wish to propose hearty vote of thanks to Dr. Cecilia Maria Arellano for such an enlightening and informative session. It was truly a comprehensive session on RNA, where we learned about how versatile RNA is, degradation of RNA in prokaryotes, advances in synthetic biology, and much more. We appreciate having this complicated area clarified. Your expertise and experience in the dynamic field of work was an excellent addition to our program, ma'am. I am sure participants will definitely benefit from this knowledgeable session. Thank you, ma'am, for accepting our invitation and gracing the occasion. We are grateful to the management of the college for the continuous support. A special mention to our principal, ma'am, for her guidance and motivation. Thank you, everyone, for being a nice audience and making this session an interesting one. I request all the participants to kindly fill the feedback link, which is shared at WhatsApp, YouTube, and Telegram. Now I request Savita ma'am to kindly proceed with the further session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Kanika ma'am. So now we are heading towards the end of this session of the first day of International Conference. So I request our next participant, Dr. Sultana Razia ma'am from Indore, to start with her presentation.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I am Dr. Sultana Razia. I am assistant professor from IPS Academy, Indore. And after what we heard from Cecilia Madam, I am going to just now discuss about what, like some of my research, part of my research paper in this conference. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So today I'm going to discuss on exposure of fungicide mancozeb on Swiss albino mice with respect to hemoglobin level. Next slide, please. So as we all know that the menace of pesticides in agricultural production is an alarming situation. And this is a very important part which threatens not only target animals but also human beings. So in this current study, we were discussing about a particular toxicological effect of a particular mancozeb group, which belongs to ethylene bis-dithiocarbamate. So-called, it has a very low toxicity in like agricultural production. However, when we studied it, we found that it has a very important toxicological effect in very low dose group, especially its breakdown product, that is ethylene thiourea, which causes a lot of toxicological concern among the target groups. So the purpose of selecting this particular carbamate fungicide group was first, it has reportedly very low toxicity, and secondly, it is widely used in agricultural fields of India and Madhya Pradesh, from where I belong. So in this particular paper, I'm going to discuss about the hematological profile which we saw with respect to hemoglobin level, and which is the effect, what was the effect of this particular mancozeb in Swiss albino mice. Next slide, please. So like in particular search for this, a solution to this toxicological problem, we tried to find out a solution for it, and we saw that aqueous herbal extract of Ocimum sanctum was giving a possibility of certain ameliorative effect on the mancozeb exposed mice in hemoglobin level. So the materials which we selected for our particular work was mancozeb, which was 75% grade, and we used distilled water for its formulation. And our model organism was male mice, which weighed around 22 to 28 grams. Next slide, please. So this was our experimental plan. Now we had three main groups. One was a control group where only distilled water was given, and the other two groups were treated groups with like toxicant. So one was a low dose group and the other one is a high dose group. Now in the low dose group itself, we again further went for two other groups, where in one we gave a simultaneous treatment with our herbal antidote, and the other was a dose which was given after withdrawal of the toxicant. The other group was the high dose group, where similarly we again differentiated it into two more groups, where one we gave treatment simultaneously and the other we gave treatment after withdrawal of the toxicant. Next slide, please. So this was the plan which we had used. The low dose group had 4.2 mg per kg body weight of mancozeb, whereas the high dose group had 6.4 mg per kg body weight of mancozeb. Now this was given in the toxicant group, and in the treated group, after simultaneous treatment with the toxicant, we gave 250 mg per kg body weight of Osimum sanctum aqueous extract. So this was given simultaneously, as well as in another group, which we gave it after withdrawal of the toxicant. So this treatment was given for the 6 days a week for 4 weeks. So after a month, after withdrawing mancozeb, in the after withdrawal group, we gave Osimum sanctum aqueous extract of 250 mg per kg body weight for 6 weeks for again another 4 weeks. So this was the plan which we used, and in the simultaneous treatment we gave accordingly simultaneously along with the toxicant we gave the herbal antidote. Next slide please. So we use this particular method for our hemoglobin analysis. Next slide. So this was the result which we got after following ANOVA and standard deviation. So what we found was that in the simultaneous treatment which was given, like simultaneous treatment with of Osimum sanctum aqueous extract, we found the hemoglobin level was reduced. When we were talking about the mancozeb treated group, in the low dose group and in the high dose group, the mancozeb level reduced the hemoglobin level as compared to the control. So as we can see in day 30, further reduction of hemoglobin level was seen. But when we used our herbal antidote, in the simultaneous treatment group, there was quite significant recovery of hemoglobin level, but the recovery in the after withdrawal group was significantly high as compared to the simultaneous treatment group. Now this gave us a suggestion that the antidote which we selected, like we all know, Osimum sanctum is known as the elixir of life. So the use of Osimum sanctum probably helped in developing the hemoglobin level which was decreasing to a quite a sound level as per the control group. So significant level of increase was observed in day 30 as compared to day 7 in the treated groups. And among the treated groups, between the treated groups, the recovery group, in the low dose group, the recovery group showed better result as compared to the simultaneous group. So this was what we observed after our analysis. Next slide, please. As we can see here, as compared to the control level, the blue color which we can see in the dose 1 group of after recovery group, we found a significant rise of hemoglobin level. Now, why was there a reduction in the hemoglobin level? Well, similar researches were also conducted by other researchers. However, it was conducted in either rats or in fishes, and the toxicant material was also quite different. So with respect to our toxicant, that is mancozeb, we found very less data, and this was what we observed, that with the body weight, with the particular dose which we have selected, concerned with that, our response with the antidote, herbal antidote, that is aqueous extract of Osimum sanctum, showed better recovery. Now, why we chose for this particular herbal extract was that, see, Osimum sanctum, that is tulsi, it is commonly known as tulsi, it's widely cultivated in India, it is easily available, and it's almost present in every household. It has numerous healing properties. So our purpose was that when farmers are having any sort of toxicological effects in them, whatever is in easy reach in with them, they can use it as as a treatment. So since Osimum has a very good adaptogen in balancing the processes of the body and allowing the body to adapt to stressful situations, probably it helped in recovering the low hemoglobin level in the toxicant treated group. Probably that is because of decreased hemopoiesis, or it was affecting the RBC production in the animals. So we still need to go for more physiological studies with this aspect. And next slide, please. Next slide, please. So this is what I have discussed regarding my histogram. Next slide, please. Okay, next slide. So whatever results were shown, they were revealing that from day 7 to day 30, positive significant correlation was seen. Now, when we used this treatment with osimum, we also there was another parallel study. Next slide, please. There was another parallel study where we found significant hepatoprotective activity of osimum. So probably it has a certain role in developing the or improving the hemoglobin level in the mice. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, next slide, please. Okay. So next slide, please. So this is, please, next slide, please. Let's go to discussion part. Yeah, yeah. So this decrease in the RBC count and hemoglobin content, which we found, probably it was a response to the hemostatic disturbances in the hemopoietic organs. So the treatment with osimum extract was found to improve this level, which shows that these hemopoietic organs were significantly working better in RBC production. And this improved the anemic condition of the model organism, that is mice, where we were performing the experiment. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. So what we can say that yes, mancozeb is an anti-erythropoietic agent, but however, osimum sanctum was helping in improving the activity of this anti-erythropoietic agent. Now, this study also suggests that we can use herbal drugs for curative as well as preventive purposes, because since we were discussing this issue with both simultaneous as well as after withdrawal of the toxicant group. And the use of this particular extract, since it is an aqueous extract, we can say that will help in generating cost-effective treatment with very low side effects. And since not much work were reported with regards to mancozeb and RBC count or level, so this was a significant contribution from our side in the scientific world. Next slide, please. So this was regarding whatever, in this particular paper, I've discussed whatever concept which we were developing with now. Further works are still going on with regards to the active principle, which is responsible in developing or having in such, improvement mechanisms in the toxicant side effects, which was created in the model mice. So work is still going on. We are trying to find out which is the active principle involved, and we are trying to identify the potent components, which is actually contributing to the therapeutic property in this particular aspect. So thank you, everyone. Thank you very much for giving me a chance to talk in this very nice international conference. And I'm really thankful to Cecilia Madam for her beautiful presentation. And it really gave us a very big boon with regards to the different aspects of development in biological and scientific world. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Any question from participants? Okay, Gopal Sarma ma'am has asked one question. Were the tulsi grown in natural condition or by farmers or in labs?
The experiment which we conducted, they were grown in natural conditions. Not by farmers, but by us in natural conditions.
Any other question from participants? Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. So there's one humble request to all the participants that kindly adhere to the given time schedule of 6 minutes of presentation. So now I request our next participant, Mrs. Kiran Devi, for the presentation. Kiran ma'am.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
My screen is visible.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I start the presentation?
Yeah, sure, ma'am.
Okay. Good evening to everyone. I am research scholar in the Department of Biochemistry in Kurukshetra University, and my today's topic for presentation is Association of PCSK9 E670G polymorphism in cardiovascular patients with biochemical parameters. My guide is Dr. Ranjan Gupta. Introduction. The human circulatory system or the cardiovascular system circulates blood and other essential nutrients throughout the body with the help of various blood vessels. Coronary artery disease is one of the most common type of disease that is related to this system. Several gene polymorphisms are involved in increasing the risk of CVD, so genetic markers becomes the most essential part of research. Although some people are born with certain types of CVD, most people develop CVD as a result of poor lifestyle habits such as eating unhealthy food, not getting enough exercise, smoking, drinking, etc. Mutations in genes can increase or decrease the risk of occurrence of disease. PCSK9 gene is one of the emerging genetic biomarker of CVD. My objectives are to determine the biochemical parameters such as lipid profile, HbA1c, etc. in both control and disease subjects, and to study the genotype of PCSK9 gene. Materials and methods. A total of 102 patients and 100 controls were included in this study. The study was approved by the Institutional Human Ethics Committee of Kurukshetra University. Blood samples 3 to 5 ml were collected in EDTA vials of each subject. DNA extraction was done from whole blood of each sample by Miller et al. Method. After DNA extraction, we have done PCR polymerase chain reaction to amplify the specific sequence using the following primers. PCR product was then visualized with UV light within 1% agarose gel electrophoresis using 100 base pair DNA ladder as a marker. And then after that, RFLP was done. Restriction fragment length polymorphism of this gene was performed by using EARL enzyme to digest the PCR products at 37 degrees Celsius for 1 hour incubation. It was then visualized in 1.5% agarose gel with 100 base pair ladder to identify the genotype. These are my PCR results. Lane 1 having DNA ladder of 100 base pairs, and these are 440 base pair PCR products. RFLP genotype results of PCSK9 gene. The two bands of 290 and 150 base pair show homozygous AA allele, and three bands of 440 base pair, 290 and 150 base pair showing heterozygous condition. Single band of 440 base pair shows world type condition. On the basis of these results, I have done genotyping of PCSK9 gene, and AA gene having CVD have AA less genotypes than controls, but AG have more in cases than controls. GG was found more in cases, but there was no GG genotype was found in controls. And the allele frequency of A and G genotype was found in Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium. P-values show the significant ratio of these genotypes and alleles. This is the comparative analysis of biochemical parameters data between patients and controls. Parameters include lipid profile, total cholesterol, triglycerides, high density lipoprotein, low density lipoprotein, VLDL. These are the DBP and SB are the blood pressures, urea, creatinine, HbA1c, and potassium. The total cholesterol level was found higher in cases than controls with p-value 0.001 showing significant difference, and the LDL were also found in cases higher than controls with 0.004 p-value. HbA1c and potassium levels are also significantly different in both cases and controls. For the calculation, we use mean and standard deviation, and t-test and correlation coefficients statistics methods were used to analyze this data. And the conclusion of my study is this. This study found that total cholesterol and low density lipoprotein level is higher in cases than control subjects and found statistically significant. LDL is highly associated with RS50515 SNP, single nucleotide polymorphism, and have role in increasing the risk of disease. G allele frequency was found higher in patients and A allele frequency was found lower than controls. But GG genotype is very less in this population. SBVNC have no more differences, but to reduce the mortality because of CVD, we need to change the lifestyle and environment because epidemiological survey of my study shows stress was the main reason for heart disease. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any question from participants? Okay, so let's move on to next presentation.
Okay.
Just a minute, there's one question from Gopa Sarma, ma'am. Correlation E670G, polymorphism of PCSK9 gene and abnormal lipid metabolism was done.
Yes, ma'am, we have done this, but still the results, we need to conclude overall results for this study.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other question from participants? Okay, so let's. Ma'am, can you please stop presenting your screen?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay.
So our next participant is Dr. Priya Kumari, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
First of all, good evening to one and all present here. Myself, Dr. Priya Kumari. I am presenting a poster on the topic entitled Restoration of Hypermetrin-Induced. Let's start from introduction. As we all know that spermatogenesis is a complex process that requires precise homeostasis of different cell types, which tightly regulates germ cell proliferation, differentiation, regulates the fertility potential in individual. But nowadays, tremendous use of these pesticides causes disturbances in the complex regulation of spermatogenesis, which results in diminished or absent spermatogenesis that ultimately leads to infertility. One of the pesticides, that is cypermethrin, is a type of synthetic pyrethroid. It acts as a potent reproductive toxicant that adversely affects the male reproduction based on basic hypermetrin-induced genotoxicity. The objectives of the study was to evaluate the hypermetrin-induced cytotoxicity in testicular germ cells, to study the ameliorative action of vitamin C and E after cypermetrin treatment, and to determine the cypermetrin-induced DNA damage in testicular germ cells. For methodology, first the collection of the testes were done from the slaughterhouses, and then the in vitro culture of the testicular tissue was done. For this, MTT assay was done so as to evaluate the percentage cell viability, and the tunnel assay and the comet assay was done to detect the DNA damage. This first figure shows that the percentage cell viability of the testicular germ cells after cypermetrin treatment, along with the amelioration of vitamin C and E at 4-hour exposure duration, 6-hour exposure duration, and 8-hour exposure duration, respectively. Whereas the concentration of cypermetrin increased, the decrease in percentage cell viability was observed, but on the vitamin C, supplementation of vitamin C and E restored these decrease in percentage cell viability. The figure 2 represents the tunnel assay in testicular cells after cypermetrin and vitamin C and E treatment, where two different types of cells were observed. One of the cells were light dark, we can say that light brown color cells, and the another one were darkly stained brown color cells. The light color cells were considered as normal cells, and the darkly stained cells were considered as apoptotic cells. As the concentration of cypermethrin increased, the concentration of darkly stained apoptotic cells was also increased, which was found to be decreased by the supplementation of vitamin C and E. Where figure 3 also represent the same thing, but with different assay, that is known as COMET assay. As the concentration of the cypermethrin increased, the length of the comet, or we can say the comet tail length was increased, but after supplementation of vitamin C and E, the tail length as well as the DNA fragmentation was found to be decreased. Figure 4 represents the percentage, or this graph represents the percentage tail DNA in testicular germ cells during COMET assay after cypermethrin treatment at different concentration, that is 1 microgram per ml, 5 microgram per ml, and 10 microgram per ml, and the exposure duration along with the ameliorative action of vitamin C and that is 0.1 millimolar. Figure 5 represents the tail length in testicular germ cells during COMET assay after cypermethrin treatment at different concentration and exposure duration along with the ameliorative action of vitamin C and E. These both percentage tail length and the tail length in testicular germ cells was found to be increased after the treatment of cypermethrin, but the supplementation of vitamin C and E reduce the concentration or reduce the percentage tail length and tail length in testicular germ cells. Now conclusion, cypermethrin induced decrease in percentage cell viability, and this cell viability was found to be increased by supplementation of vitamin C and E. This cypermethrin induced percentage cell viability causes germ cell apoptosis, whereas cypermethrin induced genotoxicity was found to be decreased by vitamin C and E supplementation in dose and time dependent manner. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So there's one question for you, ma'am. Which software was used to study COMET?
Ma'am, actually, Lucia software was used to study the COMET assay.
Any other question from participants? So I guess there are no questions. So next move on to next participant.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. So our next participant is Ankur Kumari, ma'am, and Sushma Singh.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, you can start.
Okay, ma'am. So first of all, good evening, everyone, one and all present here. My research article is Seminal Plasma Protein Profile in Indigenous JAKs. Next slide, please. These are the contents. Next slide, please. So now the introduction. The seminal plasma is the fluid part of the ejaculate, and it contains of liquids secreted by various male accessory glands that vary according to animal species. So it is a complex secretion mainly originated from the epididymis and accessory sex glands, and significantly contributes to semen volume. Epididymal proteins are considered to play roles in final maturation of sperm. Accessory sex glands protein in turn contribute to sperm capacitation and motility, acrosome reactions, as well as protection of sperm against oxidative reduction and immune responses. So such proteins also mediate sperm interaction with oviduct epithelium and fertilization also. Study of different mammalian species suggests that seminal plasma contain many distinct components which are important for spermatozoa functions also. So the seminal proteins are associated with fertility in various species also. The present study was aimed to document the seminal plasma protein profile in the indigenous JAKs. Next slide, please. So for this study, the material and methods are following. First one is semen collection and processing. All the jacks were maintained under uniform conditions for feeding and management. Semen was collected using artificial vagina, and gel proportion of semen was removed by filtration, and immediately the seminal plasma was separated by the centrifugation at 3000 rpm for 30 minutes. This is done for cell debris removal, and then there is storage occur at minus 20 degrees Celsius for further analysis. The seminal plasma was evaluated for protein profile as well as for total protein contents. Next slide, please. Ma'am, next slide, please. And then semen evaluation. All semen samples were evaluated immediately after collection. The volume was recorded, and a drop of semen was analyzed by phase contrast microscopy using at 37-degree stage set. The motility of sperm was assessed at 400x magnification under a pre-warmed cover slip, and the percentage forward progressive sperm estimated in increasement of 5%, and aliquot of 20 microliter was diluted into a 0.2% glutaraldehyde PBS solution for analysis of sperm morphology. Approximately 1 ml of semen was centrifuged at 700 for 15 minutes. Supernatant was snap frozen in liquid nitrogen for later analysis of seminal plasma protein. Next slide, please. After semen evaluation, the total protein estimated by Lowry method, and this also helped in the loading equal amount of protein for its profiling also. Then the next step is PAGE, which is polyacrylamide gel electrophoresis. This is done by Lamilly in 1976, and in this 12% polyacrylamide gels and loading 60 microgram proteins per well after making their appropriate dilution. In electrophoresis gels, staining occur with comesine brilliant blue G250, in which 50% methanol and 10% acetic acid is present, and destaining occur by using destain solution which contain 5% methanol and 7.5% acetic acid. Dried gel was scanned under scanner with different settings. Next slide, please. Now these are the results. There are 11 bands are present, in which 1 to 10 bands are sample bands, while 11th band is contains standard proteins. Next slide, please. So in results, seminal plasma protein contents range from 2.1 to 9.6 milligram per deciliter, which means content as 5.41 milligram per deciliter of indigenous jack. Significant variation in total protein values among the jacks was observed. There was total protein concentration was observed very high in horses by Telluri and his co-workers in 2012. Now, in electrophoretic studies, 12 bands were observed in range from 10.0 to 67.0 kilodalton in the seminal plasma of indigenous jacks, while in 2012, Telluri and his co-workers reported 15 protein bands in range from 11.45 to 162.83 kilodaltons in the seminal plasma of the exotic jacks. Next slide, please. The total protein bands observed in the indigenous jack seminal plasma in the present study is similar to the earlier findings reported in 1996 and 2009. The majority of these proteins were with a molecular weight is less than 50 kilodaltons and correlated with the earlier report of Fraser's and Semi in 1996 and 2009 respectively. In case of exotic donkey, there is a variation of number of proteins and their molecular weight. A total of 15 bands appeared on the gel with the variation in the molecular weight of 72.04, 130.23 and 162.83 kilodalton at 3 proteins. Other 12 bands were common with the observation of the present studies. Next slide, please. Now in discussion, we can conclude that at least 12 band of the proteins are present in seminal plasma of the indigenous jacks, which may be due to the inherent character of the donkey breed. Next slide, please. So we are very grateful to Director of ICR and RCSR for providing all the facility for these studies. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Any question from participants? Okay, I guess there are no questions. So let's move on to next presentation by Dr. Priyanka Saraf ma'am from Kurukshetra University.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, please unmute yourself. We can't hear you, ma'am. Please unmute yourself. ऑन करो क्या वो हो नहीं रहा नीचे मैम प्लीज unmute yourself. Move your cursor. नीचे उनको ना please move your cursor on that mic icon. I guess there is some technical issue. So let's continue with next participant. And after that, Dr. Priyanka will join again. So next participant is Dipti Yadav from Haryana. Mrs. Dipti Yadav.
Yes, ma'am. Can you please share the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. Today I'm going to present a topic waste, a challenge during COVID-19 pandemic. Ma'am, please change the slide. Introduction. Biomedical waste is the waste which includes human tissues and items consisting of blood, body fluids, needles, syringes, blood bags, personal care equipment, bottles, used while the diagnosis and treatment of human beings or animals. The biomedical waste often mixed up with other waste generated in the hospitals during the waste collection and transportation to the dumping sites, which result in the spreading of contagious diseases. This problem become even worse in less developed countries because of improper waste disposal sites. According to the Central Pollution Control Board, CPCB, India generated over 18,000 tons of COVID-19 related biomedical waste between June and September last year. Tons of this biomedical waste is then picked up by the sanitation workers and dumped in open landfills. According to a survey, biomedical waste generation in India in the year 2020. Here we can see the pictures. The diagrams are showing how many tons of waste have been generated during the months of June, July, August, and September. Next slide, please. Then, what are the problems that are associated with the biomedical waste, or why so much of biomedical waste has been generated? What is the problem with their management? Very first problem is the overflowing biomedical waste. Usage of protective equipments by the frontline corona warriors to contain the spread of diseases, virus led to the production of enormous amount of waste. Second problem is the improper segregation of the waste. This is one of the most important problem because this improper segregation has led to huge destructions. Third is improper disposal of the waste. Another major issues because the waste produced at the hospitals, homes and quarantine centers was not properly disposed of. Next slide, please. Then how can this challenge, how can this problem be sorted is by the proper management of the biomedical waste. The management of the biomedical waste is carried out according to the advisory given by Biomedical Waste Management Rules 2016 and Central Pollution Control Board to mitigate its harmful effect. The waste should be segregated and dumped in COVID-19 containers and transported to the common biomedical waste treatment and disposal facilities. In India, around 198 these disposable facilities and waste treatment centers are present, and around 225 captive incinerators has been operating to reduce this biomedical waste. These facilities aids in the proper treatment of the biomedical waste before being dumped in the landfills and can also help in containing the spread of this virus. As per the guidelines for quarantine facilities COVID-19 issued by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, waste should be bifurcated before being dumping. First of all, what are the different steps we can use for containing the spread of virus or any infection by the biomedical waste is the proper collection of the waste. The waste of the positive COVID-19 patient should be segregated before dumping in the labeled containers. The segregated waste in different color dustbin is then transported to the collection centers or disposal facilities where are given to for its on-site treatment. After that, it should be dumped to the proper landfills. Second is the incineration. The biomedical waste needs to be destroyed, is sterilized by using this technique. The sterilized plasticware could be then again used and helps in reducing the waste generation. Third is chemical treatment. Chemicals like chlorine, vapors of alcohol, and hydrogen peroxide has been used to sterilize personal protective equipment before dumping. Fourth step is autoclaving. The used plasticware should be autoclaved for sterilization before sending it for recycling and reuse. These are the pictures showing how we can segregate the solid biomedical waste by using different colored dustbins. And this plant is of a incineration plant where we can incinerate, we can sterilize the used biomedical waste before dumping. Then conclusion, the major challenge with the treatment or the management of COVID-19 is its safe disposable from point of generation to the treatment sites. There is a big challenge of mixing of COVID-19 waste with regular medical waste, including food waste from COVID-19 wards. Regular sanitization of workers and adequate personal protective equipments, including 3-layer masks, splash-proof aprons, gowns, nitrile gloves, gumboots, and and safety goggles involved in handling and collection of biomedical waste should be mandatory. Dedicated vehicles must be employed to collect COVID-19 ward waste and its sanitization. The proper monitoring is quite essential while disposing of COVID-19 waste so that workers should not get affected by it. Thank you very much.
This was all.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Any question from participants? Okay, so as there are no questions, so let's move on to next participant, Dr. Priyanka Saraf from Kurukshetra University.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Priyanka ma'am, please share your screen.
Is it visible?
No, ma'am. Yeah, now it's visible.
I
It's
have
visible
shared
now.
it. I have already shared it, ma'am.
Yeah, it's visible now. You can continue.
Okay, good evening all. I'll be cut short precise because the time is less and I have to speak a lot. I'm Dr. Priyanka. I'll be speaking on the topic potentials of Zingiber officinal, that is ginger extract against chlorpyrifos toxicity in caprine testicular cells. Like we know that pesticides are widely used in agriculture feed to enhance the production, and different type of pesticides has been widely used. Insecticides counts for 25.57%. That is a quite big number. And in that case, if we look into the thing, besides being positive, they target non-target species more, that affects and lead to the case of pesticide poisoning in invertebrates as well as vertebrates, and when we come to the humans, it is quite deleterious. So one important factor is it causing infertility, which is a great concern. The subject of matter is important. And most surprisingly, what has been observed in recent studies, that these alter the physiological functions of reproduction both in males and females, that is leading to infertility. Like pesticides have been associated with various menstrual disturbances for infertility, pregnancy time, spontaneous abortions, stillbirths, and a number of like follicular atresia, ovulatory defects, and a number of things. And in males, they are mainly dealing with the main infertility, causing altering the Sertoli cell and leading cell functions, spermatozoa formation, spermatogenesis alterations, and a number of things, like as it has been already mentioned. So in that case, if we look into the thing, like spermatogenesis is a vital process that leads to the formation of sperm, and any alteration in that is going to lead to the infertility in mammals, in males. Now, an important terminology is apoptosis, which is induced in testicular cells in a natural way to maintain the germ cells and Sertoli cell interactions, or to remove all the defective germ cells which are there, to remove the sperm production which is not under control. But sometimes when this balance get disturbed, and incidence increases, that leads to the male infertility problems, and a number of pesticides have been found to induce the testicular toxicity. Among these, chlorpyrifos is one of them that has been known to cause reproductive toxicity. Chlorpyrifos is an organophosphate pesticide which is causing the testicular toxicity. We have already known that it causes ovarian follicular atresia and toxicity, but much has not been reported about the testicular toxicity, which we'll be dealing with. Another important is the role of ginger extract, Gingiber officinale, which we are using against chlorpyrifos toxicity. Like we already know that these ginger spices are one has most therapeutic potentials. They are anti-inflammatory, then they are antioxidative, and these efficiency of these components, we are using it in preventing reproductive toxicity. First, we have studied how chlorpyrifos is affecting the testicular cell viability. For that, we have done MTT assay that have shown that after we have used 2 doses of chlorpyrifos, 10 and 50 micromolar, and it has been studied, it has been seen that at both the R's, the testicular cell viability, the percent cell viability has been decreased in comparison with control. However, when we have supplemented ginger extract, the percentage decline in cell viability percentage has been increased, showing a ameliorative role. Secondly, in studying further, we have learned about the cyto and genotoxicity induced by chlorpyrifos in the testicular cells. And what we have done that these chlorpyrifos induces various kind of structural alterations like chromatin condensation, pycnosis, epithelial cells, loss of cellular contacts. These were the attributes which were visible, and these attributes commonly corresponds with apoptosis. However, ginger extract supplementation reduced them. The figure shows the various histological slides, and precisely I'll show you some of the important features like in B and F after the treatment. You can see whether degenerative changes, empty spaces, pycnosis, largely condensed cellular spaces, which indicates apoptotic features, whereas after supplementing it with ginger, ameliorative, less incidence of these apoptotic features have been found, showing the ameliorating effect. Therefore, these alterations or changes which has been observed like loosening of cellular layers, loss of cellular communication indicates, or pycnosis, condensing chromatin, these suggest that there must be some sort of genotoxicity involved due to the changes in the nuclear structure. Therefore, we have done to analyze the genotoxicity and to analyze the apoptosis, we did a staining, ethidium bromide and acridine orange differential staining, which is widely used tool to quantify apoptosis. Here the figure shows the red color cells, the lead fluorescent cells is indicating apoptotic cells, whereas the green color cells are showing as the normal cells. And in B and F, we can clearly see that the incidence of red apoptotic dying cells are increasing. However, after supplement CD in these last 4 figures, we can easily see that the incidence of red color cells has been reduced, showing that apoptosis percentage, incidence of apoptosis has been reduced. And to quantify it, we have quantified using this, manually quantified it, and we have found that the percentage apoptosis has been again found to increase after treatment of chlorpyrifos and has been reduced post ginger extract supplementation. In order to analyze the DNA fragmentation or DNA toxicity, we again used an important assay, which is what's known as tunnel assay, where in figure B, we can clearly see pointed dark brown circular pointed condensed cells, which marks the DNA positive cells showing DNA fragmentation. However, in C and D, that means after supplementation of ginger extract, the incidence of these pycnosis cells were found to be decreased, showing less DNA fragmentation. Thus, it was proposed that chlorpyrifos induce some sort of cleavage of the DNA that caused genomic instability that led to the cell death or apoptosis within testicular cells. However, ginger extract reduced that. Now, it could be contributed like chlorpyrifos modulate the antioxidant defense system of the testicular tissue that brought the ROS-mediated apoptosis, and ginger officinale being an antioxidant prevented the thing. Like for that, lipid peroxidation, which is an important factor of analyzing ROS, was studied, and it was been found that chlorpyrifos increases the level of lipid peroxidation in the cells. However, after supplementation of ginger extract, the level of lipid peroxidation was greatly reduced. Secondly, total antioxidant power of the cells was also analyzed, which was fairly reduced, red color bars showing after chlorpyrifos treatment, it reduced substantially. However, this was restored after ginger extract supplementation. This is a outline showing that all the oxidative stress generated within the cell impair the catalase, GPX or SOD activity that degrade the protein membrane DNA damage, leading to apoptosis or necrosis and other type of cellular disorders. this is what I have said right now. They also mediate the mitochondrial respiratory chain alterations that also lead to the generation of ROS-mediated apoptosis. As we can see that all the cytogenic alterations could be probably either by the induction of DNA or oxidative stress generated. And whereas ginger extract counteracts the CYP mediated action, decreasing oxidative stress and DNA damage, thereby preventing infertility in males. Significance of the study, I'll be winding up. This will definitely is going to help in to treat the mammalian infertility in the males. And we already know that in recent years, the prevalence of primary infertility in India is also rising to 16.8%. Then obviously therapeutic potentials of such more antioxidants or more spices is going to be explored. That will be boon to the field of reproductive toxicology. And pharmaceutical industry will also be benefited to who is going to use this as a tool and will already modify or explore more products. Improved since the studies done on the caprine reproductive tissue and the cells, definitely, and we already saw that in recent years 7.79% in males have found to be the percentage reduction in the goat population, and kidding rate has been declined. Therefore definitely it is going to help the reproductive caprine status as well. More importantly, agricultural sector will also be benefited as they will use a conserved compromise and an alternative to use a pesticide in the field. Second, definitely if the livestock statement is going to improve because it contributes more to the economy of the India, as well as ginger extract and company related to the medicine and marketing of this is going to hugely contribute to the India's economy. And more to that, adding on beside this, it will bring mass awareness and will add a baseline literature that will help to further study this important topic of reproductive toxicology, which was largely being ignored. Thank you. Here I conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from participants? It was a very nice and lucid presentation, ma'am. So let's continue with there's one question. Was there any tumor formation as apoptosis is less, or was there any study to see any tumor formation?
No. We have taken testicular cells which were not apoptotic. We have not taken the entire tissue. The cell was taken. Those the cells were normal, having the normal morphology was checked. Apoptotic cell or cell line was not tested for this.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So our next participant is...
Thank you so much.
Ms. Archana Bhargave, ma'am, from Kurukshetra University.
Oh, Baba.
A very good evening to everyone. I, Archana Bhargav, is present. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
I, Archana Bhargav, is a research scholar in the Department of Biochemistry, Kurukshetra University. I'm presenting on the topic comparison of lipid profile on gender basis in type 2 diabetes mellitus. Diabetes mellitus is a chronic disorder that is characterized by elevated blood glucose level resulting either from defect in insulin secretion or in insulin action or both. That is, there's a defect in both secretion of insulin from pancreas or in action of insulin. That is, there can be a defect in the receptors of insulin, or there can be a defect in both secretion as well as action.
Next is, it is a group of etiologically different metabolic defects that share the phenotype of hyperglycemia. Means level of glucose is always raised in diabetes mellitus. It is caused by complex interaction of genetic factor and lifestyle choices. It has become the most known communicable disease in the world, with the prevalence of mortality and morbidity from it as high as third after coronary heart disease and cancer. In India, the situation is even alarming, and now it has been christened as the diabetic capital of the world. According to Global Report 2016 of World Health Organization, 422 million adults of the is living with diabetes. Generally, on the basis of pathogenic process that leads to hyperglycemia, diabetes mellitus can be classified into two categories. Number one is type 1 and number 2 is type 2 diabetes. Type 1 diabetes occurs due to complete deficiency of insulin that occurs due to destruction of beta cells of the pancreas, because insulin is produced by the pancreas. If there is a complete destruction of the beta cell, so there will be complete loss of insulin. The beta cell destruction may be caused by autoimmunity, viruses, or disease. Next is type 2 diabetes. Type 2 diabetes is characterized by variable degree of insulin resistance, impaired insulin action, secretion, and increased glucose production. Though there is no complete loss of insulin, but there is an impairment in secretion of insulin from the pancreas. Other types of diabetes mellitus are gestational diabetes, maturity onset diabetes of young. Major risk factors of type 2 diabetes mellitus are both environmental factors and genetic factors. Environmental factors like obesity increases the chance of diabetes because it makes the cell resistant to action of insulin. How does it do so? It does so because endoplasmic reticulum have more nutrients than it requires. So it sends the signal to cell to clamp down the insulin receptor on the cell surface. Next environmental factor that is a risk factor for type 2 diabetes is hypertension. Hypertension is also the risk factor of type 2 diabetes. Although its clinical impact I'm not able to come across, but I have come across some studies which relate it to the type 2 diabetes. Abnormal cholesterol level is also the risk of type 2 diabetes. Age, with the increasing age, the risk of type 2 diabetes mellitus increases. Smoking led to inflammation in the body and injures the cell. Also, it increases the oxidative stress of the body. So, and it is known that both inflammation and oxidative stress increases the risk of diabetes. The genetic factors that may cause the risk of type 2 diabetes are pathogenic mutations and non-pathogenic mutations. Pathogenic mutations increases the individual susceptibility or predisposition to certain disease or disorder. If such a variant is inherited, then the person is more likely to have the disease. Objective of this presentation is to determine the biochemical parameters such as lipid profile in type 2 diabetes mellitus and to relate it to the gender. For this study, I have collected 100 samples of control, 100 blood samples of control, as well as 100 blood sample of disease patient, which is who is characterized as type 2 diabetes mellitus patient by doctors. For this, I have collected blood samples in EDTA coated vials as well as non-EDTA coated vials. EDTA coated vials I have used because I have carried out further research to carry out the genotyping and polymorphism. And from non-EDTA coated vials, biochemical parameters such as glucose level and lipid profiles were analyzed. The samples were collected from around 7 districts of Haryana, and written consent was taken from all of them. Now the results and conclusion, I have applied a t-test on all these things. My further research is going on. So the result till now I have done the research work is significant differences was found in plasma sugar fasting and HbA1c among type 2 diabetic and non-diabetic subjects. Type 2 diabetic subjects have higher cholesterol, triglycerides, LDL cholesterol, SDL cholesterol, VLD cholesterol levels as compared to non-diabetic subjects, and significant differences was found among them. The mean LDL cholesterol was higher in the type 2 diabetic females than in non-diabetic female, but the differences was also not significant. Except the HDL cholesterol, all other lipids and lipoproteins were known significantly higher in type 2 diabetic females as compared to type 2 diabetic males. There was no significant differences among lipids and lipoproteins in type 2 diabetic females and non-diabetic females. Significant differences was found in lipids and lipoproteins among type 2 diabetic males and non-diabetic males. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any question from participants? Okay, so our next participant is Mrs. Sangeeta Goyal, ma'am, but right now she is not available. So on behalf of Mr. Prashant Somvanshi will be presenting. So you can share your screen.
Yes, ma'am. Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Shashank Somanshi. I am from NIRI. My topic is indoor and outdoor air quality, bioaerosol monitoring, and their associated health risks at rural residential area. As we all know, according to World Health Organization, around 3 billion people use solid fuels for cooking and heating their houses. According to Global Burden of Diseases, 0.48 million people are number of deaths are attributed to household air pollution. In India, 69% population lives in the rural part, wherein use of solid fuels is very common and very high. My objectives of this study are to evaluate indoor air quality in rural residential kitchen and its adjacent outdoor environment by monitoring of various air pollutants such as particulate matter, CO, CO2, and bioaerosols. Another objective is to estimate the possible health risks that may be attributed to these air pollutants. Methodology: a rural residential area was selected for this. It is located near Umred Road at Champa village in Nagpur. Indoor air quality was carried out, monitoring was carried out in the kitchen where firewood was used for cooking. The size of kitchen was 2.4 into 1.6 meter with a roof height of 3.5 meter. The outdoor air quality monitoring was also carried out on the roof of the same house. PM and gaseous air pollution monitoring. PM10 samples were collected on PTFE filter papers using sampler particulate sampler, and also PM10, 2.5, and 1 were monitored using laser aerosol spectrometers. The CO and CO2 are analyzed by collecting of air samples in Tedlar bag and analyzing them in laboratory. Bioaerosol monitoring. Bioaerosol monitoring are the small biological agents which are attached to the dust particle in air. They are generally attached to substrate of dust or particulate which are capable of transporting to short or longer distances. The bioaerosols were monitored at both indoor and outdoor by passive sampling methods. Nutrient agar was exposed to ambient air for 5 minutes. This led to the creation of colonies. Exposed plates were placed in incubator for 28 to 48 hours at 37 degrees Celsius, which allowed the culture to grow. The colonies grown on each plate were counted after 48 hours. Results and discussion. The indoor and outdoor PM concentrations range from 188 to 394 microgram per meter cube and 101 to 117 microgram per meter cube respectively. Indoor CO2 concentrations range from 458 to 470 ppm, whereas outdoor concentrations were from 416 to 427 ppm. Indoor CO concentrations range from 2.57 to 2.97 ppm, whereas the outdoor concentrations were 0.3 to 0.33 ppm. bioaerosols. The indoor bioaerosols in the indoor environment range from 25 to 50 CFU per plate, whereas in outdoor environment they range from 52 to 70 CFU per plate. This indicated that outdoor air had 56% more bioaerosols than compared to indoor air. It was observed that gram-positive bacterium Staphylococcus aureus is present in indoor environment. It is reported that it has the potential for causing various health effects such as skin diseases, endocritis, osteomyelitis. These were our samples for indoor and outdoor. And below you can see the microscopic image of Staphylococcus and Bacillus. Health risk assessment. The following equations are used for calculating the dose rate and health risk. The cases where dose rate is more than LOL are indicates that there could be potential health risk to the exposed persons. The dose rate of PM10 among us PM10 2.5 and PM1 was highest, but it was observed that dose rate of children who are in the age group of 1 year old were highest among all the age groups. In each category, there is a decreasing trend observed for dose attributed to PM10, PM2.5, and PM1. In this study, dose attributed exceeds LOL for PM10 in all age categories. This suggests that potential health risk for residents exposed to PM. The age-specific health risk to the exposed population due to PM10 was calculated with estimated dose rates and LOLs. In residential area, it is observed that children between age group of 1 year and 8 to 10 years are the highest health risk due to indoor particulate matter. Conclusion. Results show that this rural site has high level of air pollutants due to burning of firewood, which is used for cooking and heating purposes. The presence of gram-positive bacterium Staphylococcus aureus is alarming as it has various potential health effects. Children between age groups and 1 year and 8 to 10 years are at high health risk because of exposure to particulate matter. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Any questions from participants? Okay, so our next participant is Dr. Manisha Saini, ma'am, from Haryana.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, one and all. Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good evening, one and all. This is Dr. Manisha Saini, Assistant Professor, Department of Zoology from Government College, Kosli, Rewari, India. My topic for today's presentation is genotoxicity in buccal mucosa and peripheral blood lymphocytes of biomass smoke exposed subjects. So biomass incineration is very common in the rural households of India. Especially the women and children are those who get more exposed to the smoke produced due to burning of biomass. The smoke produced due to burning of biomass fuel in the domestic chulas causes several health problems like various respiratory disorders, including asthma, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, and several types of cancers, mainly lung cancer. What is more concern, makes it a major concern that there is a lack of awareness and education, and they get to know when they have already developed the disease or their lungs have got damaged severely. So biomass burning emits particulate matter, nitrogen oxides, carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide, lead, mercury, and other pollutants. The smoke intensifies inflammation in the airways that causes systemic oxidative stress. The pollutants cause damage to the lung epithelia as well as cause systemic oxidative stress and inflammation, which further induces genetic aberrations, and it interferes with the basic structure of the DNA, causing DNA damage in long-term exposure. So the objective of the present study was to assess the DNA damage in the exfoliated buccal mucosa and peripheral blood lymphocytes of 30 biomass smoke exposed and 28 non-exposed female subjects using micronucleus and comet assay. So 58 human female subjects were chosen randomly, of which 30 were exposed and 28 were non-exposed. And the samples were collected, the blood samples and the buccal epithelial samples were collected, and they were processed for comet assay and micronucleus assay. For comet assay, the blood samples were collected in the K2 ADTA vials. They were mixed with LMPA, layered on the microscopic glass slides, and the blood layer was sandwiched between the LMPA layers, and it was kept overnight in high salt solution for lysis. The next day, the electrophoresis was done, and the cells were then stained with ETBR, and they were visualized with trinocular microscope at 100x magnification, and they were scored with the Lucia Comet software. For micronucleus assay, the exfoliated epithelial cells were scraped gently from the inner cheek of the subject, and they were smeared on the microscopic glass slides. They were hydrolyzed in 1 normal HCl, and they were stained with 2% acetoarsine, and counter staining was done with 0.1% fast stain solution, and they were observed under 1000x magnification. So 1000 cells were examined per subject, and the cells with nuclear anomalies were scored. In figure 1, you can see the cells with the normal exfoliated buccal epithelial cell and the cells with the nuclear anomalies. The cells with micronucleus, the cells with the binucleate, in which 2 nucleus can be seen, the cell with a broken egg, in which the 2 broken parts of the nuclei are connected to each other with a connecting bridge. Then karyolysis, in which the whole of the nucleus gets fragmented and only a ghost image remains. And in karyohexis, the broken fragments of the nucleus can be seen. In comet assay, the cells were stained with ethidium bromide, which is a fluorescent stain, and the cells were seen. So in this figure 2, you can see the lymphocytes of the exposed and non-exposed subjects showing type 0, type 1, type 2, type 3, and type 4 comet. So the DNA damage was measured in terms of micronucleus, binucleate, broken egg, karyolysis, and karyohexis. And in the exposed subjects, the micronuclei, the number of micronuclei, the number of binucleate, and the number of broken egg was found to be significantly higher. Whereas in case of comet parameters, the percent tail DNA and tail length was significantly higher in the exposed subject. So the conclusion of this study was that greater DNA damage was found to be associated with the biomass smoke exposure in people. So though there are various plans and schemes which are being run by the government of India, including the Ujjwala Yojana, but I think after this study, I feel that more efforts should be done by educating them about the hazardous effects of biomass smoke exposure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Any question from participants? Okay, so let's call upon our second last participant, Mr. Anand Sapkal, sir.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, madam. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
My screen is visible, ma'am.
No, sir. Yeah, now it is visible, sir.
Now it is visible. Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you. So my topic is Mithi River and its conservation with the scientific project on it. Actually, we know all of you, river pollution is a global problem in today's world. For this purpose, I made an analytical study on one river, that is Mithi River, which is in Mumbai, which is polluted today due to human behavior. So that how can we conserve these rivers? Not only Mithi, it is a one example or sample for all rivers which are in India as well as in the world. And how can we conserve this reserve and how can we use this reserve for the development of our country? So for this study, I have taken like references different articles in Hindu newspaper as well as different articles and some textbook and other materials like which are available on Wikipedia and different environmental textbooks. Now, introduction of Mithi River. See, Mithi River is one of the major river in Mumbai. As we know, rivers of Mumbai is a part of rich heritage of the city. In major rivers, we have Dahisar, Oshivra, Poisar, and Mithi. The Dahisar and Poisar originated from the Tulsi Lake. The Oshivra begins its journey in Goregaon, and Mithi River is a Bihar and Powai. The Mithi River is one of the major river in Mumbai. It is a river of Salsette Island, the island of the city of Mumbai. It is confluence of tailwater discharge of Powai and Bihar lakes. The length of Mithi River is 17.84 kilometers, and it meets the Arabian Sea at Mahim Creek. The rejuvenation of Mithi River is being taken with utmost seriousness by deploying numerous resources to ensure all water quality parameters are within Central Pollution Control Board safe limits. Various state agencies and government departments are working in tandem with the state chief secretary overlooking efforts. Now, can we say, will Mithi River prove its name? We know Mithi is a sweet, but you can see in the picture, this is the original picture of Mithi River, which are polluted today. But we can think, can this river prove its name? While the Maharashtra Pollution Control Board (MPCB) ranked Mithi as the most polluted among 8 rivers in the state, according to the Maharashtra Economic Survey report, officials claim they are accepting substantial improvement in the next few years, with several agencies working towards improving the quality of water. Thus, Pollution Control Board will help in improving water quality of Mithi River. See, we can see in this picture Mithi pollution. The river has been polluted by dumping of raw sewage, industrial waste. Actually, this waste comes from Sakya, which is located in a Mumbai at a Kurla area. I saw that area practically for this research, and municipal waste into the river. The organic waste, sludge, and garbage dumping has reduced the carrying capacity of the river. The water with mixture of sewage and industrial waste is a threat to marine life because it's mixed to Arabian Sea at Mahim Creek. The river bed is full of sludge, garbage, and vegetation growth like water hyacinth in many parts. Mithi is the state's most polluted river despite efforts to rejuvenate it for almost 2 decades. An independent report by environmental group River submitted to the Brihan Mumbai municipal corporation said Mite is highly polluted with plastic, animal waste, and cases garbage and CH from public toilet. A polluted Mite spell trouble for Mumbai. All of you know that in 2005 we faced that problem in Mumbai. The 2005 flood that killed more than 1,000 people in the city was caused mainly because the river was clogged. Mithi river pollution also poses health hazards to neighborhoods around it. We know there is a slum area. The study found levels to facial coliform contents. Causes of Mithi river pollution. See, there are many reasons behind that, but in my research, I got two major reasons. First reason, increasing number of slum area nearby Mithi River. So the discussion is Mithi River passes through Mumbai from Powai, Filterpada, Sakinaka, Kurla, Kalina, and it meets to Mahim Creek. In this way, we can see a number of slum area is increasing day by day. Due to increasing population near Mithi River, it becomes a main cause for its population. Sakinaka, Safedpul, Jharimari, Sandeshnagar, Krantinagar, Kurla, and other slum locality in Kalina, Santa Cruz, located on the bank of Mithi River near Mumbai Airport. It found that CH garbage and other household waste released in the Mithi River. So it's become a main cause for Mithi River pollution. Careless people can pollute the Mithi River by pouring things like used car oil, etc. And second reason, I saw that industrial area located at Sakinaka, Kurla, which is a very big area, which is located Kurla Andheri Road. It's found that a huge industrial area is located on the bank of Miti River at Sakinaka, Kurla. The major industrial pollutants affecting water quality of Miti River are violated organic solvents and particulate materials such as metal dust, burning waste, particularly plastics, can also produce dioxins and other hazards, chlorinated compounds. If oil enters a slow moving water, it formed a rainbow colored film over the entire surface, preventing oxygen from entering the water. Hello?
Yes, sir. Sir, you have 1 more minute. 6 minutes are
Yes, ma'am.
Hello?
Now, this is a prevention on Miti rivers. Some NGOs and other government officials can do this for prevention of Miti rivers. Okay, now last point, project planning on Miti river. As I told, conservation of Miti river, but we can develop this Miti river and it can become a part of development of our country. The Mumbai Metro Lane 3 has successfully finished tunnel under the main water channel of Miti river, and it will goes from Bandakurla complex, which will be 1.48 long tunnels being built between two stations. So my recommendation is like river pollution is a global issue, but if we will try, then we can create awareness of conservation of rivers through educational programs also. For my study purpose, I made these references. So we can save okay, we can save environment and water. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our last participant is Deepika Samal ma'am, but due to some technical issue from her end, she couldn't join. So she has sent her video. So we'll be playing that video shortly. But before that, there is one question for Anand sir by Gopal Sarma ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Phytoremediation in 2019 has been started. Any idea about it?
What, ma'am? Please pardon me.
Phytoremediation in 2019 has been started. So do you have any idea about it?
No, ma'am. Actually, I don't have any idea for that.
Okay, thank you, sir. So we'll be playing last presentation video by Deepika Samal ma'am.
First, I would like to thanks to organizer for their kind invitation towards me to enabling me to participate in this forum. I am Deepika from Sonopan Dandekar College, Palghar. Today I am here to represent my views about fascinating topic, the marine biotechnology for human welfare. These are my contents. First, what is marine biotechnology? Marine biotechnology is the use of living marine resource at ecosystem, concept, organism at molecular level to provide beneficial for the society. The world's ocean covering more than 70% of the Earth's surface represent an enormous resource for the discovery of potential therapeutic agent. During the last decades, numerous novel compounds have been found from marine organisms with interesting pharmaceutical activities. Next, what is phytoplankton? Now, question arises, where does the oxygen we breathe come from? The Earth's atmosphere is made up of 21% of oxygen. Do you know from where all this oxygen comes? We think all the oxygen we breathe comes from the trees through the process of photosynthesis, but this is not true. Only 20% of oxygen comes from the trees. Then from where we get the rest of oxygen? Most of oxygen comes from the ocean. The ocean produces oxygen through the ocean plants called phytoplankton. Phytoplankton includes diatoms, dinoflagellates, and algae. They are playing a major role in the cycling of biogeochemical in the marine environment, and hence these are of great significance on the aspects of global warming. Phytoplankton are used as indicator of water quality. Application of marine biotechnology. First, transgenic fish. It improves product for the consumer. Fish farming production of pharmacology protein. Next, disease resistant in this gene from wild species or other sources. Next, aquaculture. In this, improvement in health, reproduction, development, and growth of aquatic organisms. Fourth, seaweed and their products they used in biodiesel, bioremediation, pollution indicator. Fifth, fuels from algae. Marine algae are ecologically important and have been used as food and medicine for centuries. It is renewable and no damage to environment. Last, pharmaceutical. In that green mussels extract used for arthritis. It also used in hatchery technology, pearl culture technology, etc. Next, importance of marine sources. First, food from algae and invertebrate fish.
important for development of innovative methods, increases aquaculture production. Second, energy from algae, important for biorefineries and biofuel production. Third, health from algae and sponge, important for to find novel bioactivities. Fourth, environmental from marine organism, important from use in biosensing technology for environmental monitors, and also used or important in non-toxic anti-fouling technology. Fifth, industrial product from algae, important for production of marine polymers for food, cosmetics, and health. Next, role of marine biotechnology. Marine biotechnology play major role in tools and diagnostic for reproduction and growth. Also important in biogeochemical in the marine environment. Now, how does it relate? Blue biotechnology securing human health like anti-cancer drugs, painkillers, cosmetics, and antibiotics. It's also securing environmental health like bioremediation of marine ecosystem, biosensing, biostimulation, anti-fouling strategy, etc. The marine biotechnology also securing alternative source of renewable energy, example production of oil from microalgae, research priorities to improve microbial enhanced oil recovery. Conclusion, use of marine organism as the source of target of biotechnology, much needed new source of innovation and economic growth in many countries. It pursuing human health and well-being, developing sustainable source of energy alternatives to crude oil and gas, new industrial product and process with lower greenhouse gas emission. These are my references. Thank you.
As we have come to the end of this presentation session, I request the chairperson of this session, Dr. Gopa Sarma ma'am, to share her views about this session. And I also request ma'am to announce the best presentation of today's session.
Am I audible?
Yes,
Am I
ma'am.
audible?
Yeah.
Good evening to all the dignitaries and the management and principal ma'am of JV Mehta College and the organizing committee for giving me the opportunity to hear such good research. And everyone, all of you have done such lovely work. I'm really, really happy to be a part of this conference. Some of the suggestion, all as I have mentioned, in between, I kept on asking you all questions. But some of the suggestion I have written down. The first talk was on CART, that is ARC PPN connectivity ontogeny. I forgot the name. That is Sapnil Anna Shevale. Sir, I have already, I think, suggested that it has been worked on brains of frog. So, if you could have done in a comparison with various tissues, it would have been better. And then some other studies which I have mentioned is for Dipti Yadav, who has worked on biomedical waste. Ma'am, your work was wonderful. as because I myself have seen that people have started reselling the masks which were used already. So it is not only the responsibility of the people who are collecting the waste, it is as a human being, as a person of like whoever is facing the COVID should be doing it ourselves also. We should collect it and properly we should dispose it. And then Miss Dr. Archana Vargave, comparison of lipid profile, who has worked with ginger officinal or gingiva or adrak, ginger. So I wanted to tell her if you could incorporate some other plants which are from the same family like Curcuma longa, which is haldi. You could have just tried that. And then Sangeeta Gwel, who has worked with air quality of different outdoor or indoor to prevent that. Like we can just plant lot of plants. India needs to plant lot of trees. So, and next is Manisha Saini, who has worked on genotoxicity in buccal mucosa from the, and she found out the result. So, ma'am, I would like to tell you, if our work, like as a researcher, I feel our work should be based on mainly how to implement that. It is not that we will find out. All of you have done really, really good work, but implementation is needed. And Sir Anand Sapkal, I had asked you in the chat box also about Mithi River. There are bioremediation which is yes, sir. Bioremediation has been started in 2019, 18-19 in Mithi River. So I wanted to suggest if you could just look into it. Phytoextraction and phytoremediation has been started in Mithi River. That's it. That is the suggestion.
Yes.
Small suggestion I have. And
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
about the best paper, I do not know. I failed Mr. Dr. Manoj Patidar, whose topic was stabilizing the cytokines for improving the immunological something. I forgot the whole topic. So I really, really liked his topic because it was the work on tumor, which is, sir, I wanted to ask you something also, but I loved it because it was
Excuse me, ma'am.
implication or the. Yes.
The topic is stabilizing the cytokines for improved immunological memory responses.
Yes, because I have received the half of the topic, but I have written it down. So what I wanted to say, sir, like if you are there, can you just answer one of the question whether
Yes, madam.
freezing and thawing had any impact on the result? Just that much I wanted to know. I would like to, after that, we would like to tell. I loved the paper. Your work was wonderful as because it was implemented.
Hello.
Hello, sir. Manoj Patidar, sir. Can you just give me little idea about it? Whether freezing and thawing had any impact on the result?
I have made this biologics during my PhD.
Yes, sir.
And now we are testing its anti-tumor efficacy. And we found tumor was, we have introduced tumor in mice by B16 melanoma cells.
Yes.
And the preliminary data suggests it regressed whole tumor.
Okay,
but
sir.
it is very preliminary. Now we are testing further.
Okay, sir. So further testing and this point can be taken care of. And I think if all of us we agree, we can congratulate Dr. Manoj Patidar for presenting the base paper.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, all of you. I really, 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 really enjoyed all the papers. I was listening from beginning, liked all the papers, but all of you, these are the few suggestions I had, but we have done a lot of good work. Congratulations and all the best to all of you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and congratulations to Dr. Manoj Patidar, sir. We all have had a wonderful listening to the wonderful talks by honorable chief guest and subject expert talks of today's guest speakers. It was definitely an enriching experience for each one of us. I can assure you that we have learned many new things from the different presentations of the technical session as well. I take this opportunity to thank all the honorable management members, respected dignitaries, guest speakers, and the chairperson of the technical session, Dr. Gopa Sarma, for her precious time and giving her valuable inputs to the presenters, which will definitely help in their research journey. I would like to thank all the participants and hope they must have been elated hereafter to some degree. I wish them luck for their future endeavors in research. I would like to thank our respected principal, Dr. Leena Sarkar ma'am, for her guidance and all my dear colleagues for their support. Thank you so much, everyone. And please join tomorrow's session at 9:55 a.m. Thank you once again.
Okay, bye, Excel. It was really very nice to see you.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be with you. Have a nice evening. Here the sun is still out, so I can enjoy my afternoon. See you then. Yes.
Okay,
Goodbye. Thank you.
Bye.
Goodbye,
Bye.
sir. Thank you.
Very nice, well organized, and congrats to all your team members. Good. So I can leave now.
मैम ईयरफोन लगाया नहीं निकाले ना आवाज नहीं आ रही है किसी आवाज आए तो